37. Terms of division. The heat outside the building hit Daniel like punishment after the overcooled hall, dry and immediate and somehow cleaner than the office he had just left. He stood on the courthouse steps for half a second with Ruiz's last sentence still lodged under his ribs, then kept moving because stopping would only make the ghosts feel closer. The parking lot shimmered in the late light. His car sat 3 rows over with dust on the bonnet and a paper cup trapped under one tire like the day had started collecting debris around him on purpose. Alan reached him first. "She'll slow everything down," the drowned man said, keeping pace beside Daniel with rain-dark clothes clinging to him in the heat. "She'll want warrants, teams, reports, all the things that take time while they stay where they are." Wade appeared at the car before Daniel got there, leaning against the driver's door with his hat tipped low and his expression flat in a way Daniel had learned to distrust. "She'll keep him breathing and mobile," he said. "Those are not small advantages." Alan turned on him at once. "Breathing and mobile for what? Poker rooms, motel dirt, more leverage jobs while children wait in concrete." Daniel unlocked the car and opened the door harder than he meant to. "Not here," he said. Neither of them listened. Wade pushed off the door and straightened. "What you call waiting," he said, "I call still having a man outside a cell and not yet burned down by Metro. You want him pure, Alan. I want him functioning. Those are different markets." Alan's ruined face twisted. "She threatened him." "Yes," Wade said. "That's why she's useful." Daniel got into the car and slammed the door on both of them, but it didn't help. Alan was suddenly in the passenger seat, wet and furious. Wade settled into the back with the lazy precision of a man entering a game he already understood. Daniel gripped the wheel and looked straight ahead through the windshield, breathing once, twice, willing them both silent. It lasted 3 seconds. "You can't let her hold the rope," Alan said. "The dead don't move on her schedule." Wade answered before Daniel could. "The dead don't file charges either." That did it. Daniel turned in the seat and looked from one to the other, anger arriving cleanly because it was easier than admitting either of them had a piece of the truth. "Shut up," he said. "Both of you." Alan stared at him, hurt flashing through the anger. Wade only watched. Daniel dragged a hand over his face and felt how tired his own skin had become. "You want me to choose between speed and survival like those are separate roads," he said. "They're not. Not anymore." He looked at Alan first. "You want me running blind at everybody. Then at Wade. You want me useful enough to keep the machine fed." His hand tightened on the wheel. "What neither of you seems to understand is that I'm the one sitting where both costs land. This is my freaking life now." For once, neither ghost answered straight away. The silence that followed did not feel like peace. It felt like terms being revised. Daniel started the engine because motion gave the argument a shape other than trap. The car rolled out of the parking space with the air inside still hot and the ghosts arranged around him in the old impossible geometry his life had learned to hold. Alan sat rigid in the passenger seat, water dark and furious, while Wade leaned back in the rear with one arm slung over the seat as if he had all the time in the world to let Daniel come around to his side. The courthouse fell behind them. Traffic took its place. Red lights, brake glow, heat off the asphalt. Ordinary city movement around a conversation no living witness would have believed. Alan spoke first, voice tight with the strain of keeping it level. "You're treating this like compromise as noble. It isn't. Children don't stay dead in parts. Either you go where they are and find them, or you keep choosing everything else over them one delay at a time." Daniel kept his eyes on the road. "That's a lovely speech from a man who doesn't have Metro's hand on his throat." "I had a throat once," Alan said, and the quiet in that landed harder than anger would have. Wade answered before Daniel could. "And while we're trading tragic credentials, let's not forget our boy here still has a house, a car, and a detective willing to use him instead of bury him. Those are resources, Alan. Not moral stains." Alan turned sharply in the seat. "You'd turn a graveyard into a business plan if someone gave you paper." Wade's mouth twitched without humor. "I've turned worse." Daniel gripped the wheel harder as the light ahead went red. He stopped behind a plumbing van and stared at its sun-faded company slogan while the argument crowded the car around him. "Enough," he said. Neither of them listened. Alan leaned toward him, not pleading now, but pressing. Pick a rule, then. If you want terms, say them properly. Children first. Wash first. Dead children do not wait behind poker rooms and shame jobs because those pay cleaner. Wade straightened in the back seat. Fine. Then here's my rule. No running headfirst into horror without cover, cash, or a living shield between him and the system. If Ruiz wants rope, use the rope. If she wants results, feed her results. But don't let urgency make him stupid enough to lose the only mobility he's got. The light changed. Daniel didn't move for half a second, then eased the car forward with the city sliding around them in hot late-day glare. He heard it then, cleanly for the first time. Alan wanted priority. Wade wanted survivability. Neither position was whole by itself, and both of them were already trying to make him carry the better half of their conscience. Daniel looked ahead and said, fine. Then here are mine. No more pretending we want the same thing in the same order. He glanced once at Alan. You bring me the dead who can't wait. Then in the mirror at Wade. You keep me breathing long enough to matter. His voice flattened. And if either of you lies to tilt the balance, I start cutting access. For a second neither of them answered, and that alone told Daniel he had finally said something that counted. The city slid past outside in long strips of service road, pawn shops, chain link lots, and heat-shimmered concrete, but inside the car the air had gone tighter, cleaner. Not calmer, just clarified. Alan sat very still in the passenger seat now, his wet clothes hanging straight, his ruined face set in the wary concentration of a man listening for the trap inside a promise. Wade, in the back, had lost the last of his lazy sprawl. He looked almost respectable when he was paying attention, which Daniel had learned to distrust more than open vice. Alan spoke first. And who decides who can't wait? Daniel took the next turn slower than he needed to and watched the late light flash hard along a row of parked cars. I do. Alan's mouth tightened. That isn't an answer. That's authority. Yes, Daniel said. That's what this has become. Wade gave a quiet, approving sound. Now we're getting somewhere. Alan turned on him at once. Of course you like that. It keeps everything negotiable. It keeps him alive, Wade said. You keep confusing urgency with virtue. Daniel felt the old pressure rising again, the tug toward argument for its own sake, and cut across it before either could get traction. No, listen properly. He kept his eyes on the road, because looking at them made the conversation feel more ridiculous than dangerous, and it was dangerous now in ways ridicule didn't touch. Alan, if it's children, fresh dead, something that's actively being buried, moved, or lost, you come to me first and you come clean. No speeches, no guilt, no waiting until I'm in the middle of something else to spring it for effect. He checked the mirror and caught Wade's eyes there. And you, no more feeding me easy money first and pretending the timing is coincidence. If there's pressure from the living, from Ruiz, from the rooms, from anything that can put me in cuffs or shut me down, I hear that before you drag me toward profit. Wade's expression sharpened with something like respect. That's almost managerial. Daniel snorted softly. It's survival. Alan kept watching him. And if they conflict? Daniel let that sit for half a block, because that was the real question and they all knew it. A child in concrete. A detective with rope in her hand. A ledger in the kitchen drawer. A poker room still open somewhere under bad lights. He felt the whole divided shape of his life gather itself around the answer before he gave it. If they conflict, he said at last, children beat money. Ruiz beats pride. And I decide the order of everything else. Wade leaned back a fraction, not relaxed, just accepting the line where the table had been set. Alan looked out through the windscreen for one long second before nodding once, reluctantly, like a man signing terms he already suspected would wound him. Daniel drove on through the heat with both of them silent at last, and knew the silence wasn't agreement. It was only the first version of structure. But for the first time since Ruiz's office, the division in the car felt less like a tear and more like a map. Daniel didn't head straight home. He drove for another 20 minutes through the east side in a loose, useless loop that let the city keep moving around the new rules without asking him whether he believed in them yet. Pawnshops gave way to laundromats, laundromats to fenced yards, then back again to little convenience stores with sun-faded beer signs and people standing outside them as if the heat had pinned them there. Wade stayed quiet in the back seat. Alan stayed quiet in the passenger seat. That alone made the car feel different, as if the argument had not ended so much as changed rank. When Daniel finally turned into his own street, the wrongness of the house met him before he cut the engine. Mara's curtains stayed still. Ellie's bicycle was still gone from the porch side where it used to lean crooked against the wall. Nothing about the place looked damaged to anyone passing by. That was the cruelty of it. Ruin with good paint. He sat for a moment with both hands on the wheel. This doesn't mean you start thinking we're organized, he said. Wade answered first, dry as ever. No, it means you've stopped pretending chaos is somehow more honest. Alan looked toward the house instead of at Daniel. And it means if I bring you a child, you don't put it behind cards. Daniel killed the engine and turned in his seat, the late light flattening both ghosts into harder outlines. It means, he said, that if either of you tries to use guilt or greed as steering instead of information, I stop listening until I'm ready. Don't mistake rules for surrender. Wade's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. There he is. Alan didn't smile at all. I'll hold you to it. Daniel opened the door and stepped out into the fading heat. Gravel shifted under his shoes. The house sat there with its usual stale patience, ready to become kitchen, ledger, television, ghost office, confession booth, or bad refuge depending on what crossed the threshold first. Wade appeared by the bonnet before Daniel reached the path. Alan came around the other side, still wet, still strained, but quieter now that the terms had been spoken aloud. At the front door Daniel stopped with his key in the lock and looked from one to the other. For the first time since the crew had stopped being noise and started becoming structure, they no longer looked like one thing. Alan stood for urgency, the dead who could not wait and would not let him forget it. Wade stood for survival, the crooked intelligence required to keep a man upright long enough to matter. They had divided cleanly, and he had let them. The key turned. Daniel opened the door onto the darkened hall and felt the full shape of that truth settle into him. His crew was no longer merely gathered. It had split. From here on, every choice would be heard twice. 38. He looks properly. Daniel didn't go straight to the car after Ruiz let him out. He made it halfway down the overcooled hall and stopped beside a dead vending machine with his hand still on the strap of his bag, as if the body had reached its limit before the mind caught up. The fluorescent lights flattened everything into the same institutional glare. County beige, scuffed tile, closed doors. Wade stood a few feet away with his arms folded and his expression gone thoughtful for once. Alan had followed him into the hall as well, pale and wet and stricken in the same old way, but now there was something harder under the misery. Expectation. She gave you a leash, Wade said. Not ideal, but better than cuffs. Alan's voice came raw at once. She gave him delay. The girl doesn't need delay. Daniel shut his eyes for one beat and opened them again. The corridor still held. The ghost still stood there. Ruiz still existed on the other side of the door with her legal pad and her threat to ruin him if he cost a child pain or time. He looked at Alan and felt the worst part of it settle properly. Ruiz had not invented the pressure. She had only said it out loud. I know, Daniel said. Wade studied him. Do you? Because knowing and acting have had a poor relationship in your life so far. That should have annoyed him. It did, but not enough. Daniel looked down the hall toward the exit doors and saw his own choices lined up with sudden, ugly clarity. He could keep surviving. Keep feeding Ruiz what would hold on paper. Keep taking the paying jobs, the buried cash, the private dirt, and the leverage that made life possible while children went into concrete and reeds because the case was bad for business. Or he could stop pretending the pattern was something happening near him instead of through him. Alan took one step closer. You said tomorrow. Daniel looked at him. Yes. It is tomorrow. The words landed cleanly. No river mud blur to them. No place left to hide behind timing or triage or the old habit of making one more useful stop before the ugly thing. Wade saw the shift first and straightened a fraction from the wall. Well, he said quietly. There you are. Daniel let out a slow breath, then turned and started walking again, this time for the exit. Fine, he said. No more side angles. No more waiting for Ruiz to drag the truth out of me one strip at a time. We do this properly. Alan's face changed, not into relief, not yet, but into something that had been starved too long to trust food on sight. How? Daniel pushed through the doors into the bright lot and kept moving toward the car. You start talking. All of you. Names, places, routes, last sights, wrong cars, wrong rooms, wrong men, wrong habits. Anything that repeats. Anything that stinks of design. He unlocked the car and looked back at them with a flatness that surprised even him. I'm done treating this like noise that happens to know my name. Wade smiled without warmth. That, he said, following him toward the passenger side, sounds uncomfortably close to hunting. Daniel got behind the wheel, started the engine, and pulled out of the lot without once aiming the car toward home. Good, he said. Then let's see what the dead have been trying to tell me. Daniel drove east with the ghosts talking over each other until he snapped hard enough to make even Wade shut his mouth for half a second. The city slid past in bleached strips of service road, chain link, closed yards, and sun-flattened stucco, all of it looking cheaper and more legible than it had an hour ago. Alan sat in the back seat, wet and drawn and urgent in the same unchanging way, while Wade occupied the passenger side with one boot up on the dash like he'd paid for the car. Nikki appeared twice in the rearview mirror before deciding she preferred commentary to visibility. Leon leaned in and out of the frame whenever Daniel slowed near lots or alleys he recognized. It felt less like haunting than a meeting gone bad in a moving office. One at a time, Daniel said, gripping the wheel. I asked, you answer. Anybody starts wailing instead of talking, I stop listening. Wade glanced at him with faint approval. There's management. Alan leaned forward at once. Concrete channels. Broken fences. Easy drop points where roads run close and nobody walks. Leon cut across him. Not just that. Places where a car can stop without looking like a car stopped. Utility roads. Dead loading strips. Gravel beside drainage access. Men don't carry weight far if they think they can help it. Nikki's voice came dry from the back. And they don't improvise as much as women hope they do. Men repeat what once worked. They use privacy they already trust. Cheap motels. Contractor lots. Flood channels. Service lanes behind places that shut early. Daniel let that settle and took the next right onto a frontage road running parallel to the wash. The city opened wrong there. Concrete channels, scrub, culverts, fencing, heat shimmer, and the long ugly spaces respectable people drove past without really seeing. Alan pointed through the windshield. There. Pink Shoe Bend. Then farther north. Reeds. Blue fabric. Daniel didn't answer straight away. He was looking not at the bend itself but at everything around it. The access road. The broken panel in the chain link. The place where tire tracks could flatten dust and vanish under the next truck. The motel sign visible in the distance if you knew where to look. Wade saw the change in his face and smiled without humor. You're not hearing ghosts now, Wade said. You're learning routes. Daniel slowed near a culvert and looked left toward another stretch of channel, older and more cracked, with debris caught high from the last hard runoff. Talk to me about repeats. Not bodies. Habits. That changed the room inside the car. Leon answered first. Men with stolen goods use edges. Men with live victims use exits. Men with dead children use places they think won't be checked until water moves them on. Alan flinched. Nikki spoke over it. And men who've done it before don't go hunting for poetry. They go where the city already looks ugly enough to take the blame. Daniel pulled into the lot of a shuttered tire place and killed the engine. For the first time since leaving Ruiz, he took out a pen and started writing on the back of an old receipt. Wash access. Service roads. Motels within sightline. Places a stopped car belongs. Repeated ugliness mistaken for random ugliness. When he looked up again, the whole east side had changed shape. It was no longer just a place bad things happened. It was a working corridor. Wade followed his gaze through the windshield. There, he said quietly. Now you're seeing the city the way a hunter does. Daniel left the car in the shuttered tire place lot and climbed through the broken panel in the chain link with Alan leading him and the others spreading out behind like a bad instinct made visible. Up close, the wash looked worse than it had through glass. The concrete sloped down in broad stained planes toward a deeper channel littered with runoff debris, plastic, reeds, and the kind of city filth that collected where nobody respectable wanted to stand long enough to sort it. Heat clung to the walls. The motel sign he'd noticed from the road blinked weakly in the distance beyond the frontage lane, close enough to matter and far enough to be ignored by anyone determined not to connect things. Alan stopped near a bend where old flood trash had caught high against the broken lip of the channel. "There," he said, voice thick with effort. Water dropped. She stayed. Daniel crouched and studied the concrete, the debris line, the slope of the access road above. Leon moved along the edge with the eye of a thief checking exits. "A car could pull up there and sit 40 seconds without looking strange," he said. "Minute and a half at night. Longer if somebody keeps the engine running." Nikki stood near the fence gap, gaze turning toward the motel. "And men who like privacy also like familiarity," she said. "If they used rooms there, they could watch the road, watch the channel, and still tell themselves it wasn't personal." Wade looked down into the bend and then at Daniel. "You're not here for poetry. Find the thing that makes paper move." Daniel nodded once and started using his eyes the way he had on screens for years, only now the city wasn't flattened into pixels. It was here, ugly and hot and full of choices made by men who counted on ugliness to cover them. He saw the scuff first. Then the disturbed grid near the slope. Then a flash of pink lodged under a tangle of reeds and blackened runoff trash. His pulse changed at once. He climbed down 2 careful steps, reached in, and pulled free a child's sneaker, small enough to sit in one hand, sun-faded and stiff with dried mud. Alan made a broken sound behind him. "That's hers." Daniel stared at the shoe for half a second too long. Then his phone started ringing in his pocket. Ruiz. The name on the screen landed like another hand closing around the moment. Wade watched his face and said, "Now we see what kind of hunter you actually are." Daniel answered without taking his eyes off the sneaker. "What?" Ruiz's voice came flat and immediate through the line. "You left my lot and disappeared. Give me your location." Daniel looked at the shoe, at the wash, at the motel sign in the distance, and felt every version of the next sentence pressing against his teeth. "East Side Channel," he said. "And I think I just found the first thing you can't explain away." Ruiz went silent for one beat too long, and when she spoke again her voice had lost every trace of interview room patience. "Do not touch anything else," she said. "Tell me exactly what you have." Daniel looked at the sneaker in his hand, then at the grid on his fingers, and gave a short breath that held no humor. "Too late on the touching," he said. "Small child's shoe, pink, caught in runoff trash near the bend." He turned once, taking in the slope, the broken fence, the motel sign, the frontage road. "And this place works. Access from the road, sightline to the motel. A car could stop without looking strange." Ruiz's pen was back. He could hear it in the silence between her words. "Stay where you are," she said. "Text me a pin, then send a photo of the item and the surrounding area. Do not search farther. Do not collect anything. Do not decide you're a detective because you've had one good hour." Wade smiled faintly at that. "I like her," he said. Daniel ignored him and crouched near the debris line again, holding the phone low enough to catch the shoe, the reeds, the bend in the channel, and the motel sign in the far distance. He sent the photo, then another wider one. Alan hovered so close behind him Daniel could feel the pressure of his grief even without touch. "She'll be farther in," Alan said. "Water took her down and pinned her." "Not helping," Daniel muttered. Ruiz heard the words. "Who are you talking to?" Daniel straightened slowly and looked down the wash. The concrete ran north in a long pale curve, littered with black runoff stains and pockets of debris where anything small could vanish for months. "Myself," he said. "Bad habit." "That habit gets you locked up if you perform it for the wrong audience," Ruiz said. "Listen carefully. I've got uniforms and CSU moving now. You stand down and you wait." Nikki turned toward the motel and went still. "Daniel," she said quietly, and the change in her voice made him look at once. A dark sedan had eased out from the service lane behind the motel and stopped at the frontage road as if the driver couldn't decide whether caution mattered more than speed. Tinted windows. Dust on the lower panels. Nothing remarkable except timing. Leon stepped to the edge of the slope and narrowed his eyes like a man checking exits. "He can see the wash from there," Leon said. "Memorize the plate." Daniel lifted his phone on instinct and zoomed. The sedan rolled forward at once, too smooth, too quick, and the plate blurred as it turned. He caught only the last 3 characters before it disappeared into traffic. Ruiz was still talking in his ear when he wrote them on the back of the old receipt. "Mercer, did you hear me?" Daniel kept his eyes on the road where the sedan had vanished. "Yeah," he said, "and unless I'm getting paranoid in a very specific direction, somebody just left that motel because they saw me find the shoe." 39. 3 characters. Daniel kept the phone to his ear and watched the road where the sedan had vanished until the heat shimmer swallowed even the idea of it. The old receipt in his hand already held the last 3 plate characters in cramped pen strokes that looked too small for the amount of danger he suddenly wanted them to carry. Below him the wash lay open in pale concrete curves and black runoff stains, the pink sneaker still caught in the reeds like evidence from a nightmare that had finally decided to enter daylight. The motel sign blinked weakly beyond the frontage lane, and now that he had seen the car pull out from behind it, the whole place looked less like a backdrop and more like a waiting room. Ruiz heard the change in his breathing before she answered. "Mercer," she said, "tell me exactly what you saw, and don't improve it." Daniel kept his eyes on the frontage road. Dark sedan, tinted windows, came out from the motel service lane right after I found the shoe. Stopped like the driver was deciding whether to move, then rolled as soon as I lifted my phone. He looked down at the receipt. "I got the last 3 on the plate." Ruiz went quiet for half a beat. Then the pen came back. "Read them." He did. She repeated them once, clipped and exact, the way people repeated details they intended to weaponize later. In the space after that, Alan moved closer behind Daniel with rain-dark urgency gathering off him like pressure. "He saw us," Alan said. "He knows." Leon had gone still near the slope, gaze fixed on the road. "Or he saw movement in a wash where nobody should be stopping. Don't make the man omniscient just because he's ugly." Wade looked toward the motel with narrowed eyes. "No," he said. "Make him cautious. That's usually worse." Ruiz caught enough of Daniel's silence to sharpen again. "You're not chasing the car." Daniel almost laughed from the sheer fact of it. "I wasn't planning to." "That sounded like offense," Ruiz said. "I'm choosing not to parse it." He could hear an engine under her voice now, and another voice farther off, male, quick, probably one of the uniforms she was already redirecting. "Here's what happens. You stay at the bend. You touch nothing else. You keep that receipt. You text me the plate fragment and every detail you've got on the sedan before your imagination starts decorating it." Daniel looked at the motel sign again, then at the road, then at the shoe in the reeds. The city had shifted on him for the second time in one day. First it had become a corridor. Now it had become a live field where something living had looked back. "Mercer," Ruiz said, and this time his name came flatter, harder. "Are you with me?" Daniel folded the receipt once and slid it into his pocket with more care than it deserved. "Yeah," he said, "I'm with you." Daniel ended the call, opened the message thread with Ruiz, and typed the plate fragment twice before sending it because his fingers had gone clumsy in a way he resented. 3 characters. That was all he had. 3 thin marks on a receipt that still smelled faintly of old takeout and sweat. It looked ridiculous on the screen, too little to carry the weight he was trying to force into it. Yet the moment the message left his phone, the whole scene seemed to tighten around those 3 characters as if the city itself had just been given a narrower mouth to speak through. Alan hovered close enough to feel like weather. "It isn't enough," he said. "He'll be gone." Leon stayed near the slope, eyes still on the road beyond the frontage lane. "Gone isn't the same as invisible," he said. 3 characters, make, dark body, motel line of sight, time stamp. That's not nothing. Wade watched Daniel tuck the phone away and fold his arms. No, he said. It's worse than nothing. It's almost enough. That's the kind that keeps men awake. Daniel looked from the road to the motel sign and back again. You all get very philosophical once a car leaves. Wade's mouth twitched. That's because none of us are trying to pretend this is still random. The wash held itself around them in the hard late light. Concrete, heat, debris, the pink sneaker still lodged where he had found it. Somewhere farther off, traffic rolled and kept rolling, the city going on with the rude consistency of something that did not care who noticed its blind spots. Daniel pulled the receipt back out and stared at the last 3 characters again, as if enough looking might grow the missing half of the plate. Nikki's voice came from behind him, cool and precise. You're thinking too small. He glanced over his shoulder. She stood near the fence gap, one hand resting lightly on the bent wire, eyes on the motel. That would be a change, he said. No, she said. You've got your 3 characters. Fine. But the plate matters because it touched the motel, and the motel matters because men who use places like this repeat rooms, shifts, and exits the way other people repeat prayers. Her gaze slid back to him. If he came from there, he's been there before. Leon nodded once. Staff sees cars. Staff sees habits. You don't always need the whole plate if somebody's been paying cash and choosing the same side of the lot. Alan's face tightened with impatience. And while you all admire the architecture of filth, the girl is still in the reeds. Daniel folded the receipt once more and slipped it into his pocket like a small, mean promise. Yeah, he said, eyes still on the motel. And now I know where I'm looking after Ruiz gets her scene. He didn't have long to wait. The first patrol unit came in too fast for the frontage road, slowed only at the last second, and pulled up near the broken fence with lights off but urgency hanging off the stop all the same. A second vehicle followed 30 seconds later. Then Ruiz's dark sedan came in behind them and parked at an angle that cut off the easiest exit back toward the service lane, which Daniel noticed at once and tried not to take personally. Ruiz got out already moving, one hand on her phone, the other lifting to point uniforms toward the fence gap before anyone had time to ask who was in charge. Her eyes found Daniel almost immediately, then the pink sneaker near the debris line, then the motel beyond the road, and he could see the whole scene entering her in pieces sharp enough to matter. She came down the slope without ceremony and stopped just outside arm's reach. You touched the shoe, she said. Daniel kept his hands visible. Yeah. Of course you did. She held his gaze for one beat, then turned to the nearest uniform. Photograph everything from the fence line in. Then mark his path before CSU starts swearing at us. She looked back at Daniel. Show me exactly where you were standing when you saw the car. He pointed first to the debris line, then to the frontage road. There. It came out from behind the motel, stopped at the road like it was deciding something, then moved when I raised the phone. Ruiz followed the line with her eyes and went still in that particular way she had when a bad shape on paper turned into something worse in space. And you're sure it came from the service lane, not general traffic? Yes. Wade, standing a little uphill with his hat low, gave a faint nod Daniel did not acknowledge. Ruiz took out her pen and notebook. Again, make, color, window tint, direction of travel, and the 3 plate characters. Daniel gave them to her in order. She wrote fast, asked him to repeat the characters once, then once more, until he could hear how flimsy they sounded outside his own head. 3 characters. A dark sedan. A motel. It was enough to be insulting and not enough to be safe. One of the uniforms called from the fence line. Detective, counties asking whether we're holding the motel perimeter or just preserving the wash. Ruiz didn't look away from Daniel when she answered. Both, until I decide otherwise. Alan moved closer at that, desperate hope tightening his ruined face. Tell her about the rooms. Daniel felt the words rise and stop at his teeth. Ruiz saw the hesitation immediately. There it is again, she said quietly. That pause like the air just briefed you. Her eyes sharpened. You've got 1 sentence to decide whether you're helping me or testing me. Daniel looked past her toward the motel sign, then back at the notebook in her hand. Staff, he said. If that car came from there, staff will have seen it before. Ruiz held his gaze for half a beat after he said it, measuring whether staff was another evasive little offering or the first thing all afternoon that actually belonged to a working investigation. Then she turned, quick and economical, and pointed at one of the uniforms near the fence. "You," she said, "take a second unit and lock down the motel office. Nobody leaves who looks like they'd rather be elsewhere. I want guest logs, camera status, shift names, and every dark sedan anybody on staff remembers from the last week." The uniform nodded and moved at once. Daniel watched him head for the road and felt something ugly inside the day click into place. The motel was no longer just a backdrop at the edge of the wash. It had become part of the scene. Ruiz wrote one more line in her notebook and looked back at him. "That," she said, "is the first answer today that sounds like a man trying to build me a door instead of a maze." Daniel glanced toward the motel sign, then at the pink sneaker still caught in the debris. "Don't sound too impressed. It'll go to my head." "It won't," Ruiz said. "You don't have enough spare room." Wade gave a quiet approving sound uphill. Alan stood near the bend with his hands clenched, not satisfied, not even calmer, but fixed now on the motel as if all his grief had found a new direction to stare in. Daniel looked at him, then back at Ruiz. "If staff talks, what happens?" Ruiz capped her pen. "Best case, we get a room number, a repeat car, a fake name, or a clerk with a conscience. Worst case, we get nothing and I start pulling plates against your three characters until my analysts hate me." She studied his face again, not warmly, but with a harder kind of professional attention than before. "Either way, your little fragment just became work for living people." That landed harder than he expected. 3 characters. A partial plate on the back of an old receipt. Half an eyewitness line from a man nobody should have trusted. It still felt too flimsy to carry a child, a car, a motel, a pattern. Yet uniforms were already moving because of it. From the road above, a patrol officer shouted, "Detective, motel manager says the cameras are old and half the rear lot is blind." Ruiz didn't even flinch. "Then we start with the blind half," she called back. Daniel looked from her to the motel and felt the city narrowing properly for the first time. Not solved. Not even close. But narrowed. The 3 characters in his pocket were no longer just almost enough. They were the first thing that had made the living move in the right direction. 40. What paper moves? Ruiz arrived fast enough to make the wash feel suddenly smaller. Daniel heard the county SUV before he saw it, tires grinding over the frontage pull-off above the channel, then the slam of a door and the clipped speed of somebody already angry before she reached the fence gap. He still had the child's sneaker in one hand and the old receipt in the other, the last 3 plate characters pressed into the paper hard enough to bite through. Wade stood a few feet up the slope with his hat low and his attention sharpened into approval, while Alan hovered near the bend in raw, rain-pale misery, watching Ruiz come like a man who had stopped trusting rescue but still couldn't stop needing it. Ruiz came through the broken panel in the chain link without ceremony, took one look at Daniel in the channel, and said, "For a man I told to stand down, you've managed to become part of the scene with impressive speed." Daniel held up the sneaker before she could spend the whole first minute on disgust. "I know. Yell later. Look now." Ruiz's eyes dropped to the shoe, then to the debris line, then to his fingers, already dirty with runoff grit. "Jesus Christ," she said, not dramatically, just tired and furious. "Did you at least stop after this?" Daniel looked north along the curve of the wash toward the reeds and the culvert shadows beyond. "Yes," he said, and that answer tasted close enough to truth to insult them both. She crouched, took in the bend, the lodge trash, the slope to the service road, then stood and keyed her radio with one hand while keeping her gaze on Daniel. "I need CSU pushed to the East Channel access now," she said. "Possible child-related recovery site. Lock down the motel frontage as well." She listened, gave the location twice, then lowered the radio and said, "Now tell me why you were photographing the road like you expected company." Daniel unfolded the receipt and handed it over. "Dark sedan. Tinted windows. Came off the motel service lane right after I found the shoe. He saw me, then left. I only got the last 3 digits. Ruiz looked at the numbers, then toward the motel sign blinking weakly beyond the frontage lane. The line of her mouth changed, not softer, but more focused. You think somebody was watching this place, she said. Daniel nodded. I think this wash and that motel belong in the same sentence, and I think the driver knew exactly what I'd found. Ruiz slid the receipt into her pocket, then looked at him in a way that made the heat feel secondary. All right, she said. Now you stop freelancing and start being useful in a way I can actually use. You're going to walk me through every reason you looked at that road before you looked at the shoe. Daniel climbed back up the slope with Ruiz and stopped near the broken fence panel where the wash met the frontage lane. From there the whole thing sat in one frame if you knew how to look at it. The bend below, the debris line, the service road where a car could pause without anyone remembering it later. The motel sign blinking beyond the lane like a bad habit the city had stopped noticing years ago. Ruiz followed his gaze without interrupting him, which made him speak more carefully than he wanted to. I looked at the road first because the shoe only matters once you ask how it got there, he said. If somebody dumped from above, they needed a place to stop that didn't read as panic. This stretch gives them that. Delivery vans, contractors, motel traffic, utility trucks. Nothing about a car pausing there makes a witness think child disposal. Ruiz kept her eyes on the lane. You say that too cleanly for a man guessing. Daniel gave a short breath and glanced toward the motel. I'm not guessing clean. I'm stacking ugly things until they stop looking random. 2 uniforms appeared at the road above, then another pair farther back near the motel turnoff, and the scene changed shape again. What had been a private horror with a ghost at his shoulder was becoming paper, procedure, and people with gloves. Alan stood below in the wash, fixed on the bend with a misery so concentrated it almost felt physical, while Wade lingered near the fence with his hat low and his expression sharpened into private interest. Ruiz took out her pad and said, "Walk me through the motel." Daniel pointed with 2 fingers. Sightline to the channel from the service lane. Cheap enough to take cash. Close enough to watch without sitting in the actual dump spot. If this wasn't one-time stupidity, then whoever used the wash before may have used rooms there too. Not because it's poetic. Because it's easy. Ruiz wrote that down and said, "Good. Keep going." Daniel looked at her. You believe me now? She didn't look up from the page. No. I believe the evidence. I'm still evaluating. That landed harder than he expected, maybe because it was fair. A CSU van rolled in above them, and a technician in a white suit started unloading cases while another officer strung tape near the broken fence. Ruiz tucked the pad away and faced Daniel properly for the first time since she'd arrived. Here's where we stop being stupid, she said. You don't wander. You don't touch. You don't chase every dark sedan in the county because your ghosts of poor judgment are suddenly dressing themselves as instincts. Wade smiled faintly at that, but Daniel kept his eyes on Ruiz. Then what do I do? Ruiz pointed toward the motel with one sharp movement. You give me every cash room, service lane, frontage stop, and bad pattern you can think of before my people start knocking doors, because once they do, anybody watching us gets nervous. Daniel looked from the motel to the wash and felt the whole corridor tighten into one working shape. All right, then let's make them nervous fast. Ruiz moved fast once she had a shape to work with. She took Daniel across the frontage lane and into the motel office before the uniforms finished spreading out, using him less like a witness than a dangerous tool she intended to keep in sight. The lobby smelled of old air conditioning, bleach, and the stale sweetness of vending machine snacks baked too long in plastic. Behind the plexiglass sat a thin man in a polo shirt with motel branding over the breast and the strained, defensive face of someone who already knew the morning had gone bad. Nikki appeared near the brochure rack the moment they stepped inside, gaze sweeping the office with sharp approval. Cash place. Day clerk lies badly. Night clerk better. Ask for repeat weekly renters, back-facing rooms, and anybody who insists on no service. Daniel kept his face blank and looked at the clerk instead. Ruiz laid her badge on the counter and said, I need your registry, your camera coverage, and a list of rooms paid cash in the last 30 days. The clerk blinked at her, then at Daniel, then toward the lot as if hoping the scene outside had an explanation he liked better. "What's this about?" he asked. Ruiz didn't soften. "A child's shoe was found in the wash behind your property. That's what this is about." The clerk's face changed at once, not into innocence, but calculation. Daniel saw it because years in surveillance had taught him how fear sorted itself. Not grief. Not shock. Exposure. "We get all kinds near the wash," the clerk said. "People dump trash there. We can't control who uses the frontage road." Ruiz leaned one forearm on the counter and said, "Good thing I didn't ask what you could control. I asked for records." Nikki drifted toward the office window facing the back lane and said, "Room 12 sees the channel best. 14 gets the lane. Men doing ugly things don't always want the best room. They want the most useful one." Daniel looked past the clerk toward the keyboard and the narrow office corridor beyond it. A cheap layout. Ground floor doors facing the rear access. Curtains that could stay cracked without anybody below noticing. "Your backside rooms," Daniel said, watching the clerk rather than the wall map. "Which ones get paid cash most often?" Ruiz turned her head slightly, not enough to make it a look, but enough for him to feel it. The clerk licked his lips. "Sometimes 12, 14, 18. Contractors use them." Daniel nodded once. "Contractors who stay by the week, refuse housekeeping, and keep the curtains mostly shut." The clerk's eyes flickered before he could stop them. Ruiz saw it too. "There," she said quietly. "Start with 12. Then she looked at Daniel with a hard, measuring calm. "And you can tell me how you keep getting there a half step before everybody else." The clerk's hesitation broke the moment Ruiz put one finger on the counter and said, "Now." He disappeared into the office corridor and came back with a binder, a printed occupancy sheet, and the brittle look of a man already rehearsing how little he knew. Ruiz took the papers without thanking him and spread them across the counter. Daniel stepped in beside her before she could tell him not to, because the page had already started talking. Cash stays. Short blocks. Back-facing rooms. Room 12 twice in 1 month under different names. 14 3 times. 18 once for almost 2 weeks with no housekeeping noted in the margin. Ruiz saw him reading and said, "You get one sentence before I decide whether I'm using you or removing you." Daniel tapped the sheet. Same pattern, different names. Useful rooms, cash renewals, no service, short notice checkouts. Ruiz's eyes moved fast over the page. "That's more than one sentence." Daniel looked at her. "It's one idea." Nikki leaned against the brochure rack and watched the clerk with cool contempt. "Ask who signs late renewals," she said. "Night clerks remember regular perverts better than names." Wade stood by the office door, hat low, expression sharpened into interest. Leon lingered near the window facing the back lane like he was checking exits by instinct. Alan stayed near the wall map of the property, fixed on the red squares marking the rear rooms as if grief had finally found architecture. Ruiz flipped back 2 pages and stopped. "There," she said. "Vehicle noted once. Dark sedan. Last 3 characters match what you wrote." The line of tension in her shoulders changed at once, not loosening, but narrowing. She looked up at the clerk. "Who checked that guest in?" The clerk swallowed. "Night manager sometimes does cash weeklies. I only cover mornings." Ruiz stepped closer. "Then you're going to call him, and you're going to do it without sounding like a warning." Daniel kept reading while the clerk fumbled for the desk phone. The names were junk, but the handwriting wasn't. Same hard rightward slant. Same clipped sevens. Same pressure on the forms. He tapped the signatures with one finger. "These aren't different men," he said. "It's one hand wearing borrowed names." Ruiz looked down and saw it a second later. That was the moment she stopped treating him like a contaminated witness and started treating him like an instrument she didn't trust but could use. "How?" she asked quietly. Daniel met her eyes and gave her the cleanest truth he had. "Years on surveillance. Men think changing the label changes the pattern." Ruiz held his gaze for 1 beat, then took out her radio. "Lock 12, 14, and 18, she said. "And get me that night manager before he decides memory is bad for his health." 41. Borrowed names. The motel office changed shape the moment Ruiz radioed the room locks. What had been a shabby little front desk with bleach smell and tired carpet became, in Daniel's eyes, the first room in the city that had started answering back. The clerk still stood behind the counter with the desk phone in his hand, but he no longer looked like a man protecting a business from police inconvenience. He looked like a man trying to decide how much fear counted as cooperation and whether anyone in the room could tell the difference. Ruiz could. That much was obvious. "Put him on speaker when he answers," she said. The clerk gave a nervous nod and dialed with fingers that tried too hard to look steady. Daniel stayed angled over the binder and occupancy sheet, not because the names mattered anymore, but because the pattern did. Cash. Rear rooms. Short blocks. No housekeeping. Borrowed names in the same hard rightward slant. Once he'd seen the handwriting, he couldn't unsee the man behind it, not his face, not yet, but the shape of his habits. A man who liked repetition and believed labels changed reality. Nikki stood by the brochure rack with her arms folded, looking at the office as if she had known places like this from both sides of the counter. "Men who pay cash and want privacy don't want charm," she said. "They want routine that doesn't look at them twice." Wade, near the door, gave her a sidelong look. A beautiful civic principle. "Shut up," Daniel said, still reading. Ruiz glanced at him without warmth. "You don't get to tell the room to shut up unless you're saying something better." Daniel tapped the signatures again. He liked 12 best, he said. 14 when 12 wasn't open. 18 only when he had to stay longer. Ruiz looked down at the sheet. "Why?" He traced the room map with one finger. 12 gets the wash line cleanest from the back side. 14 keeps the service lane in sight. 18 is fallback. Too visible from the wrong angle, but still workable if you need days instead of hours. The clerk's face changed. "Not much. Just enough." Ruiz saw it instantly. "There," she said quietly. "That one. You knew that before he said it." The clerk swallowed. "People asked for back rooms all the time." Daniel looked up at him. "Not like this one did." Before the clerk could answer, the speaker clicked and a rough male voice came over the line. "Yeah." The whole office tightened. Ruiz's hand came down flat on the counter, not hard, just certain. "Good," she said to the clerk. "Now let's find out whether your night manager remembers the man with 3 names and 1 hand." The voice on the speaker was thick with fatigue and the kind of caution men developed when a cheap job called them at the wrong hour with the wrong tone. "Why am I on speaker?" he asked. "Tommy, what is this?" The clerk, Tommy apparently, looked at Ruiz and then away again. Ruiz spared him exactly 1 second of contempt before speaking herself. "Detective Elena Ruiz, Metro," she said. "You're on speaker because I prefer hearing lies in their first draft. Name." There was a pause long enough for the man on the line to decide whether hanging up counted as strategy. "Ray Haskins," he said at last. Ruiz wrote it down. "Good. Ray, you're the night manager here." "Some nights." "That's a weak answer." "It's the one I've got." Ruiz's mouth hardened by half a degree. "Then let me strengthen it for you. A child's shoe was recovered from the wash behind your property. I'm holding your motel. I'm already in your office, and I'm looking at a month of cash rentals under borrowed names with 1 handwriting pattern behind them. So this is the moment where your memory either improves or becomes evidence itself. Do you understand me?" The silence that followed made the bleach-smelling office feel smaller. Daniel watched Tommy's face instead of the speaker, because fear always traveled faster through the living body than through the line. Tommy had gone pale around the mouth. Good. That meant Ray mattered to him just enough to hurt. When Ray spoke again, the fatigue had thinned. "I check people in," he said. "That's it." Wade, by the door, gave a faint hum. "A classic." Ruiz ignored him. "Room 12, 14, 18. Cash renewals. No housekeeping. Different names, same hand. Start there." On the speaker, Ray breathed out slowly. "Motel gets weeklies. Contractors. Drunks hiding from wives. Men who don't want cards. You pull those files in any month, you'll see patterns." Daniel had been looking at the signatures again, but now he looked up. Ray's answer was too broad, too well-shaped, already pre-defensive. Nikki caught it at the same time. He knew which defense to reach for first, she said softly. That's not memory. That's rehearsal. Daniel stepped closer to the counter, close enough that Ruiz gave him a brief look of warning and let him stay. Ask him who requested the back rooms specifically, he said. Not cash. Not weekly. Back rooms. Ruiz turned her head a fraction. Good. Use that again. Then into the speaker she said, who asked for the back rooms with wash sightlines, Ray. Not who took them. Who requested them. For the first time, Ray didn't answer quickly. Tommy looked at the speaker as if it might explode. Alan stood by the wall map with his hands clenched so hard his whole body seemed drawn taut around them. Leon had gone still near the window, already reading exits. Daniel could feel the whole room listening for the shape of the lie before it came. When Ray finally spoke, his voice had gone flatter. One man, he said. Maybe the same one, anyway. Kept changing names. Didn't like the front. Wanted the rear rooms because he said road noise kept him up. Ruiz didn't blink. Describe him. And now the room, Daniel thought, had finally begun to move. Ray took a breath that crackled faintly through the speaker, the sound of a man buying himself seconds and hating how little they cost. White, he said. 40s maybe. Could pass younger if he shaved better. Medium build. Never flashy. Work shirts sometimes. Plain jeans. Ball cap now and then. He paused. Hands clean. Too clean for the kind of clothes he wore. Ruiz wrote as he spoke, her pen moving fast and flat. Height. 5'10". 11. Somewhere there. Hair. Brown maybe. Didn't always get a good look. Kept it short. Daniel watched Tommy while Ray answered. The clerk had gone still in the way people did when someone else's memory started threatening their own. That mattered more than the actual adjectives. Plenty of men in Vegas could fit white, 40s, cap, jeans, forgettable face. The clean hands caught harder. So did the clerk's stillness. Ruiz didn't let the rhythm break. Accent. Local enough not to notice. Vehicle. Dark sedan most times. Once a light truck, older model. Could have borrowed it. Nikki's head tilted from the brochure rack. He varies the shell, not the behavior. Daniel heard it too. Not style. Function. A man trying to be remembered as category instead of person. He looked down at the signatures again, the same hard slant wearing different names, and felt the shape of the man starting to emerge in the negative space. Someone who practiced being ordinary. Someone who rented like privacy was a trade skill. Ruiz tapped the pen once against the page. What made you remember him at all, Ray? Men pay cash every night in motels like this. There was another pause, shorter now because the line had already been crossed. He didn't want cleaning, Ray said. Not in a normal don't bother me way. In a watching way. First thing he asked wasn't rate, wasn't checkout, wasn't cable. He asked if staff ever went around back without being called. He coughed once, rough and embarrassed. I told him no, not unless there was a complaint. That changed the office more than the description had. Tommy shut his eyes briefly. Alan made a low, terrible sound near the wall map. Even Wade lost the last of his amusement. Ruiz's voice went colder. And you didn't think that was worth remembering until now. Ray answered too fast. I remember it now. Daniel looked at the occupancy sheet, then at the room map, and finally at Ruiz. He wasn't hiding from the motel, he said quietly. He was checking whether the motel would hide from him. Ruiz's eyes lifted to his for one beat, sharp and acknowledging. Then she spoke into the speaker again. Ray, stay exactly where you are. Don't call anyone, don't text anyone, and don't suddenly decide a cousin needs help with a flat tire. I'm sending someone to collect you. Ruiz ended the call, wrote Ray's number across the top of the page, and looked at Tommy as if she had finally reached the part of the day where patience became a clerical error. The clerk was still standing behind the counter with one hand flat against the laminate, face gone damp and careful in the way people got when they realized the room had moved past simple denial and into consequences. Now you, Ruiz said. I want master key access logs if you have them, housekeeping notes, maintenance calls, trash complaints, linen swaps, and every time one of those rear rooms asked not to be entered. Tommy blinked. We don't log everything. Ruiz's expression didn't change. Then you'll show me the parts you were disciplined enough to write down. Daniel watched the man's throat move. There it was again, not innocence, not ignorance, just the ugly arithmetic of deciding whether truth would cost more than concealment. Wade stayed by the door with his hat low, silent now, while Alan stood near the property map with all his grief narrowed into the back row of rooms. Nikki had moved closer to the office window, gaze turned toward the lane like she trusted buildings to betray men if you looked at them long enough. Tommy bent, opened a drawer, and took out a second binder with a plastic cover yellowed at the edges. He set it on the counter too carefully, the way people handled things they hoped might still look harmless if touched gently enough. Ruiz flipped it open. Daniel leaned in despite himself. Room 12. Extra towels, twice. No entry requested. Room 14. Late trash pickup from rear bin. Room 18. Plumbing complaint logged. Guest refused access, maintenance cleared from outside. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that screamed child death in the plain language of paper. That was the point. The pages held the same pattern as the signatures had. Repetition disguised as ordinary motel nuisance. Daniel touched the margin beside the trash note. Rear bin, he said. Ruiz looked at him. Why that one? He met her eyes and heard the answer arrive with the same cold precision the day kept teaching him. Because people who use rooms as staging points don't like moving mess through the lobby. They use the back because the back belongs to nobody. Tommy went still again. Ruiz saw it and turned on him immediately. What's behind the rear bin enclosure? Tommy opened his mouth, closed it, then said, service gate. Utility strip. Wash access if the fence panel's loose. The office changed shape one more time. Not theory now. Not even pattern. Route. Ruiz snapped the binder shut, reached for her radio, and said, get me the rear bin enclosure, the service gate, and the access strip behind rooms 12, 14, and 18. Nobody touches a thing until CSU sees it. Then she looked at Daniel with that same hard, measuring calm. Congratulations, Mercer. Your borrowed names just bought me a place to dig. 42. The night manager. By the time the night manager arrived, the motel office had changed from shabby inconvenience into a working police space. The clerk had gone pale and careful behind the desk, the binder stayed open under Ruiz's hand, and two uniforms now stood just outside the office window with the flat patience of men waiting to be told which door to break first. Daniel stayed off to one side near the brochure rack, close enough to read faces and far enough to stop looking like he thought he belonged in the process. Wade leaned near the office door with his hat low and an expression that suggested he enjoyed watching systems close around the guilty. Nikki remained by the back window, gaze drifting from the rear rooms to the service lane as if she were checking whether old sins still knew their roots. The night manager came in sweating through a gray button-down despite the overworked air conditioning. He was heavier than the morning clerk, late 40s maybe, with nicotine in his fingers and the quick, guarded eyes of a man who had spent years deciding which rules were expensive and which were decorative. He stopped when he saw Ruiz's badge, then Daniel, then the uniforms outside. What's this? He asked. Ruiz didn't waste a second. You handled cash weekly rentals on the backside rooms, she said. You logged a dark sedan tied to one of them. You're going to tell me who was in 12, 14, and 18, and you're going to do it before I decide you've mistaken cooperation for a hobby. The man gave a thin, offended laugh that fooled nobody. I rent rooms. I don't investigate guests. Daniel watched his face tighten on the last word and knew at once the man investigated plenty when it helped him price silence. Ruiz turned the registry binder and tapped the signatures Daniel had flagged. Same hand. Different names. Same vehicle note. Same room preference. You saw that and kept taking cash. The manager looked down, then away too quickly. People use fake names. This is a motel. Daniel heard Nikki's voice from the back window, dry and certain. He remembers the man, not the names. Ask what he tipped, what he drank, what he complained about. Ruiz shifted her gaze back to the manager and said, "What did he always want changed?" The question hit. The man blinked once, then cursed softly at himself for doing it. Daniel felt the pressure in the room turn at once. Ruiz saw it too and stepped in before he could recover and think up a lie. "Now we're done pretending. What did he always want changed?" The manager licked his lips and looked toward the rear lane. Fresh towels. Always extra towels. And he never wanted the room touched after the first hour. Ruiz didn't let the answer breathe. Extra towels for what? The night manager spread his hands a fraction, trying for weary innocence. People ask for towels. Motel rooms aren't churches. Ruiz stepped closer until the counter stopped being furniture and became pressure. Don't insult me with lifestyle nonsense when we're standing over a child recovery scene. He wanted extra towels, no housekeeping after the first hour, cash renewals, rear-facing rooms, and a dark sedan tied to the same false names. So let's try this again. What made him memorable enough that you're sweating now? Daniel watched the man's face rather than the words. Fear kept trying to hide behind offense, but it didn't know how to stay there. The manager looked at the open binder, then at the window, then finally at Ruiz. He was clean. Too clean for this place. Didn't drink in the office, didn't flirt, didn't joke, didn't complain about the mattress or the air. Just came in, paid cash, asked for the same side of the property, then wanted towels and bleach wipes like he was checking a box. Daniel felt the room tighten another notch. Nikki's voice came from the back window, cool and immediate. Men remember normal dirt. They remember unnatural cleanliness because it feels like judgment. Ruiz heard the same shift without needing Nikki. What else? The manager rubbed at his mouth. He always backed the sedan into the space. Always. And if 12 was taken, he wanted 14. If 14 was taken, he wanted 18. He asked that before he asked price. Daniel moved one step nearer the counter before he meant to. Because those rooms had the back line to the wash, he said. Ruiz shot him a quick look but didn't shut him down, which told him more than agreement would have. The manager nodded reluctantly. You could see the lane from all three. 12 best. 14 second. 18 farther down, but still clear if you kept the curtain cracked. Ruiz took that in and said, did he ever bring anyone else? The man hesitated too long. Wade smiled faintly by the door. There it is, he said. Ruiz's voice flattened. Don't make me drag it out by inches. The manager swallowed. Not adults. Not that I saw. But once, late, maybe after 2, I heard crying from 12. Small crying. It stopped fast. He came in 10 minutes later for more ice and acted like nothing had happened. Daniel felt the words hit below the ribs. Alan, fixed near the wall map, had gone white even by ghost standards, while Leon's expression by the window turned harder and emptier at once. Ruiz didn't move for a full second, and when she did her voice had lost even the pretense of patience. You heard a child crying and rented to him again. The manager's face folded inward, not with shame, but with the sudden recognition that his version of plausible indifference had just become evidence. I told myself families fight. I told myself if I called on every ugly sound in a motel, I'd never stop calling. Ruiz leaned in and said, that excuse may play for your lawyer if you can afford one. Then she keyed her radio and added, get me inside room 12 now, and pull the laundry bins, ice machine area, and trash from the back row before anything disappears. Room 12 smelled wrong the moment Daniel stepped inside behind Ruiz. Not dirty wrong. Worked on wrong. Bleach sat under the motel air freshener and the old damp of cheap carpet, sharp enough to notice and thin enough to tell him somebody had wanted it noticed only after everything else was gone. The bedspread had been changed, but the mattress edge showed a faint darker band where liquid had once reached and then been half cleaned. The chair by the window wasn't tucked under the desk like the others in these places always were. It sat angled toward the rear lane with the curtain pinched just enough to leave a viewing slit. Wade stood near the bathroom door and said, he watched from here. Nikki, by the window, looked out toward the wash and then back into the room. And he waited from here, she said. Ruiz followed Daniel's gaze from chair to curtain to bathroom and said, talk. Daniel stepped toward the desk without touching it. This wasn't just a room. It was a blind. He could sit here, watch the lane, watch the wash, and keep the curtain cracked without showing movement. Ruiz looked toward the rear line and nodded once. Go on. A tech in gloves moved past them toward the bathroom while another started photographing the mattress edge, the ice bucket, the trash can, the phone. Daniel stood just off their path and let the room explain itself. The bleach wipes the manager mentioned were still there, half a travel pack stuffed into the bathroom bin beneath paper towels and motel soap wrappers. The mirror had been wiped too clean around the center and not enough at the edges. Somebody meticulous had cleaned what he imagined mattered and ignored the parts he didn't see. Ruiz noticed Daniel looking and said, "What now?" Daniel pointed with 2 fingers. He cleaned for himself, not forensics. Center surfaces, handle points, bathroom sink. But he missed the pattern cleanup. Chair left out, curtain pinched, mattress edge stained. That means he thought the room only had to pass motel standards. Ruiz's mouth tightened. Comforting. Then Daniel saw the mark on the wall beside the bathroom door, low enough to miss if you walked in fast and looked at adult height. A small curved scuff in the paint, pink at the center where something rubber had dragged. His pulse changed at once. Alan made a strangled sound from near the bed. Her shoe, he said. Daniel crouched without touching the wall and looked closer. Child height. Near the bathroom. Near the towels and the bleach in the room that watched the wash. Ruiz saw him stop and came over. What is it? Daniel pointed. Not proof by itself, but it matches the shoe color. Ruiz stared at the mark for 1 beat, then turned to the tech by the door. Photograph that now, she said. Then she looked back at Daniel with a new hardness in her face. And when we're done here, we're walking 14 and 18, because 1 room like this is bad luck. 3 is a system. Room 14 confirmed the pattern before anyone said it out loud. The bed had been remade, the trash had been emptied, and the air freshener on the wall was stronger than it needed to be, but the room still carried the same worked-on smell as 12, bleach laid thin over stale motel damp and something older that had settled into carpet and grout. Daniel stopped just inside the door and let his eyes adjust to the arrangement. Chair angled toward the rear window. Curtain pinched into a narrow slit. Ice bucket on the desk instead of by the machine shelf. Wade stood near the television cabinet and said, he liked repeating himself. Nikki moved toward the bathroom with slow, cold attention and said, no, he liked improving what already worked. Ruiz heard neither of them, but her gaze tracked the same lines Daniel's did, and that made the room feel even tighter. Tell me what changed, she said. Daniel looked from the chair to the desk to the bathroom door. This one's cleaner, he said. Not cleaner overall, cleaner in the places he learned mattered. He adjusted. Ruiz turned toward him. Adjusted from what? Daniel pointed toward the bed in 12, toward the memory of the scuff mark and the half-cleaned mattress edge they had just left behind. From mistakes, he said. 12 still had visible pattern. This one doesn't, not as much. Same view, same room logic, but less left behind. A CSU tech was already photographing the desk and the sill when Ruiz crossed to the bathroom and stopped in the doorway. Then he used 12 first, she said. It wasn't a question. Daniel felt the weight of it settle into place. Trial room. Better room. Repeat use. The city had not just hidden him. It had trained him. Leon, standing by the door with his hands in his pockets, looked almost bored with the revelation. That's what predators do. They don't invent. They refine. The real change came in 18. The room sat farther down the row with a worse angle to the wash and a narrower line to the service lane, but it gave better privacy from the office and the ice machine both. Daniel saw that before Ruiz did, and this time she noticed him seeing it. Why this one? She asked. He stepped to the window, checked the gap in the curtain, then looked back at the door. Because if the office got jumpy about 12 and 14, this one still works. Worse view, better cover. It's the backup room once he thinks the staff has started noticing the pattern. Ruiz stared at him for 1 long beat, then took out her pad again. You're either very gifted, she said, or I'm looking at a man who's spent too long standing next to rot. Daniel met her eyes and gave her the only answer that still fit. Maybe those are the same thing. Ruiz wrote that down, then keyed her radio and said, "Get me every registry tied to this sedan, every cash weekly on this row, and every missing child report within driving distance of this corridor." Then she lowered the radio and looked once more at room 18. "He didn't just rent rooms here," she said. "He built himself a routine." 43. A name on paper. Ruiz didn't take Daniel back outside after room 18. She took him straight into the motel office, pushed the registry binder toward the empty side of the counter, and turned the cheap workspace into a command post by force of use. A deputy brought in a laptop. Another handed over a printed stack of missing child bulletins clipped together hard enough to bend the corners. The morning clerk had retreated to the far edge of the office and gone quiet in the particular way men did when they realized the room no longer belonged to them. Daniel stood where Ruiz put him and felt the change in his own position with equal discomfort. An hour ago he'd been the problem. Now he was a tool with a history attached. Ruiz planted one hand on the binder and said, "Here's what you're going to do. You're going to look at those signatures, those room dates, those vehicle notes, and those bulletins, and you're going to tell me if anything repeats before my people waste half a day chasing noise." Daniel glanced at the stack of missing child reports, then at her. "And in return?" Ruiz's mouth didn't move. "In return I don't put you back in the car and remind you how many ways your life already reads badly on paper." Wade, lingering near the office door, smiled faintly at that, while Nikki stayed by the rear window as if she still preferred watching Roots to Faces. Alan stood near the printer with the fixed strain of a man waiting to see whether hope was finally going to cost something real. Daniel sat because she expected him to and because standing suddenly felt like performance. The bulletin smelled of toner and warm paper. He started with the room log, then moved to the first missing child sheet, then back again, trying to keep his head in the work instead of the wash. Dates, ages, last seen clothing, vehicle fragments, motel cash stays, false names, repeat rooms. He didn't look for poetry. He looked for laziness. Men repeated what they could live with. Ruiz stayed at his shoulder long enough to make the air feel watched, then stepped away to answer a call from CSU. "No confirmed recovery yet," she said into the phone. "Keep dragging north. Check every catch point." Nikki went still before Daniel did. "That one," she said quietly. He looked at the bulletin under his hand. 8 years old. Missing 3 counties over. Last seen in a gas station lot near the interstate with a man described only as clean, polite, and forgettable. Pink shoes. Blue cartoon windbreaker. Daniel felt something cold move through him. Alan made a sound that wasn't quite a word. Ruiz turned back at once. "What?" Daniel tapped the page, then the registry line for room 12 from 6 weeks earlier. This date. He was here the same night she disappeared. Ruiz came to his shoulder, saw the overlap, and went very still. "All right," she said. Her voice had gone flatter, which made it more dangerous. "Now we're not building theory anymore. Now we're building a man." Ruiz pulled the bulletin free, laid it beside the registry binder, and started stripping both documents down to what would survive argument. "Say it clean," she said. "No atmosphere. No instinct. What repeats?" Daniel leaned over the counter with the motel log under one hand and the child report under the other. "Date overlaps first. Then room selection. He wants the back row. He pays cash. He uses false names, but the handwriting stays consistent. He drives the same sedan often enough that your manager noted it once without realizing he'd done you a favor. And the description here matters." He tapped the bulletin again. "Clean, polite, forgettable. That fits the manager too closely to treat as noise." Ruiz nodded once and said, "Good. Build from behavior, not adjectives." Wade, by the office door, gave a quiet sound of approval. Nikki kept her eyes on the rear lane and said, "Polite men get remembered by women when the politeness is shaped like emptiness." He'd have looked safe on purpose. A deputy set down another small stack of bulletins and stepped back out. Daniel took the top sheet, scanned it, then the next. He stopped on the third and felt the same cold narrowing behind his ribs. Different county. Different month. Another little girl, older this time, last seen near a convenience store off an interstate feeder road. Witness note. Spoke briefly to a man by a dark sedan. Ruiz, he said, and she was already moving back toward him. He set the page beside the first. Same approach lane. Same type of stop. Public enough to feel safe. Transient enough to vanish into. He doesn't snatch from nowhere. He takes from movement. Ruiz read both pages in silence, then looked at the registry again. And he's not hunting near the motel, she said. He's bringing them back through it. Daniel nodded. Or staging through it. The rooms give him privacy, cleanup, and a line to the wash. Alan stood rigid by the printer, pale face drawn so tight it barely looked human anymore. She cried. He kept her there. Daniel didn't look at him, because if he did the room would stop being useful. Ruiz took out her pad and started writing faster. We need every missing girl within driving radius of feeder roads, gas stops, and cash motels that line up with these stays, she said. Daniel pointed at the registry dates. Not just that, look at gaps between rentals. If he's refining, he cools off after taking the risk. Shorter stays when he's testing. Longer ones when he thinks he's safe. Ruiz glanced up sharply. You've thought about this too much. Daniel met her eyes and didn't bother defending himself. I've spent years watching men do ugly things in patterns. Most of them were smaller. That's the only difference. She held his gaze for a beat, then said, fine. Then keep going. The morning clerk made the mistake of speaking from the back wall. If this turns into a serial case, I want it noted I cooperated. Ruiz didn't even turn her head. What you want noted is not currently the most urgent human concern in this building, she said. Daniel kept scanning the bulletins and the registry together until a name on one report snagged him, not because it mattered, but because it didn't. The father had described the suspect as normal looking. The gas station cashier had described him as tidy. The manager had called him clean. Daniel put the pages side by side and said, that's the name on paper, Ruiz. Not an actual name, just the one he keeps wearing. Clean, polite, forgettable. He built himself to pass through memory. Ruiz looked at the stack, then out through the office window toward the rear rooms and the wash. Then we stop waiting for somebody to remember his face. We go after the routine instead. Ruiz took the office phone from the clerk's desk without asking and started making the kind of calls that turned a local ugliness into a wider case. Daniel stayed at the counter with the bulletins spread in front of him and the motel binder open under his hand, but the room no longer felt like paper alone. It felt like motion gathering. A deputy came in with printed stills from the motel's rear camera, grainy enough to insult the word image, and laid them beside the registry. Dark sedan. Backed in parking. A man in neutral clothes moving through light without letting it catch anything memorable. Daniel looked at the sequence and felt a low, cold recognition move through him. He knows cameras, he said. Ruiz looked up from the phone. Meaning. Daniel tapped the still where the man's face had turned just enough to ruin any clean angle. Meaning this isn't luck. He's not hiding like a panicked amateur. He's reducing himself on purpose. Ruiz finished the call, set the receiver down, and moved to his side again. Talk me through it. Daniel pointed to the stills one by one. Head down at entry, but not suspiciously low. No hat, because hats get remembered. Neutral clothes, no logos, no color people can grab onto later. He backs in, so the plate's harder from the lane and easier to leave fast. Then he uses the same 3 rooms because they solve the same problem in slightly different ways. Nikki stood near the rear window and nodded once. He's dressing like paper. Flat enough to file, not vivid enough to hold. Ruiz heard only Daniel, but the pressure of agreement moved through the room anyway. And that helps me how? Daniel looked from the stills to the bulletins. It means he plans for witness memory to fail in the same places every time. So don't chase face. Chase corridor, vehicle behavior, room choice, and stop type. Alan had drifted closer to the counter without Daniel noticing. His wet face was drawn tight with the effort of staying useful instead of breaking apart. Gas stops. He took her near a gas stop. Daniel shut his eyes for one beat, then opened them and said to Ruiz, "Pull every feeder road stop with cameras near interstate access, especially gas stations and convenience lots where a clean sedan can sit without anyone thinking twice." Ruiz was already writing, "We're doing that." Then she looked at him more directly than before. "What else am I missing?" Daniel stared at the map taped to the inside office wall, at the roads feeding the corridor, at the cheap motels and service lanes and washed-out edges respectable people used without seeing. The answer came ugly and fast. "You're missing that this isn't his dump site," he said. "It's his work route. The wash, the motel, the feeder roads. That's a system. Which means somewhere in it, he's got a place that feels safe enough to keep using." Ruiz looked at him for a long second after he said it, not dismissing it, not buying it whole, just weighing whether it could survive contact with a warrant. "Safe enough to keep using," she repeated. Daniel turned toward the wall map and stepped closer until the paper nearly brushed his knuckles. The roads around the wash, the feeder lanes, the motel row, the interstate ramps, the service yards, all of it sat there in cheap color blocks pretending to be neutral. "He cleans in the rooms, but he doesn't live in them. He stages there, watches there, maybe hurts kids there. But a man this controlled doesn't keep reinventing himself out of a sedan forever. He needs somewhere off pattern. Somewhere ordinary enough that supplies, time, and quiet don't draw attention." Ruiz came to stand beside him. "Storage unit?" she asked. Daniel shook his head. "Too exposed for repetition if he's keeping anything alive or cleaning properly. Good for objects, bad for routine." Leon, near the office door, gave a small nod of approval. Nikki watched the map with her head tilted. "Think uglier," she said. "Places nobody romantic enough to call home and nobody official enough to inspect unless rent goes bad." Ruiz picked up a pen and tapped 3 times against the map near the industrial strip east of the wash. "Then give me a type, not a mood," she said. Daniel studied the corridors feeding into the motels and back out toward the interstate. Machine shops, light industrial yards, closed laundries, auto places, little cinderblock units with roll-up doors where a man could come and go in work clothes and no one would ask whether the bleach was for rags or blood. Commercial edges, he said. Not deep industrial, where he'd stand out, and not residential, where neighbors remember patterns. Somewhere between. A service unit, workshop, storage and work mix, maybe an old detail bay or repair garage. He'd want water access, drains, cleaning supplies that don't look strange, and noise nearby so nothing human sounds unusual. Ruiz wrote fast, then stopped and looked at him. "You've gotten alarmingly good at this." Daniel didn't answer straight away. The truth sat there too close to shame. "I'm getting good at him." The office phone rang, sharp enough to cut the room. The morning clerk jumped. Ruiz grabbed it first. Daniel watched her face change as she listened, all the muscle going still while only the eyes moved. "Say that again," she said. Slowly. Wade straightened near the window. Alan had gone rigid by the printer. Ruiz turned half away from the room and listened for another 5 seconds, then lowered the receiver and looked straight at Daniel. "CSU found blue fabric farther north in the catch line," she said. "And a receipt fragment in the reeds from an industrial laundry supply company on the East Strip." Daniel felt the map lock into place under his gaze. Ruiz capped her pen and said, "Congratulations. Your type just got a street." 44. The receipt. For half a second after Ruiz said it, nobody in the office moved. The words hung there with the cheap fluorescent buzz and the motel bleach smell and the paper spread across the counter like evidence that had finally stopped pretending to be abstract. An industrial laundry supply company on the East Strip. Daniel looked from Ruiz to the wall map and felt the whole corridor tighten again, not into theory this time, but into geography with a business name attached. Wade was the first to breathe. "Well," he said softly, "that's inconveniently specific." Alan stood rigid by the printer, rain pale and drawn so tight he looked held together by urgency alone. "Go," he said. "Now." Ruiz was already moving. She snatched the marker off the clerk's desk, crossed to the wall map, and circled the industrial strip east of the wash with one quick, ugly stroke. Name, she asked into the receiver. She listened, wrote it down, then said, good. Hold the fragment, bag it properly, and tell CSU I want every printable surface between the reeds and that bend. Don't get clever with the chain of custody because I am already in a bad mood. She hung up and turned back to Daniel. Laundry supply, East Strip, water access, cleaning products that don't look strange. You happy now? Daniel looked at the circle on the map and felt something colder than satisfaction move through him. No. Good, Ruiz said, because happy people get sloppy. She dragged the occupancy sheet, the child bulletins, and the motel room map into one stack with fast, efficient hands. I want a list of every business on that strip with drains, wash access, or units deep enough to hide work behind a roll-up door, she said. Auto detail, commercial cleaning, linen service, machine wash, industrial rag outfit, repair bays that buy solvents by the drum. Anything that can smell wrong without drawing comment. Nikki, still by the rear window, tilted her head toward the map. And places where delivery traffic keeps bad hours from looking special. Ruiz glanced at Daniel instead. That from you? Daniel met her eyes. That's from the city. That answer bought him half a beat of stillness. Then Ruiz shoved the motel binder into a deputy's hands and said, you stay with the registry and cross every borrowed name against that business strip. Anything even close, I want it fast. The deputy moved. Tommy looked like he might faint. Wade watched the room gather itself into motion with the private satisfaction of a man seeing risk become structure. Alan had gone beyond speaking now. He stood by the map with all his grief pointed east. Ruiz capped the marker, looked at Daniel, and said, you wanted a street. Fine, now we see whether your monster buys soap in bulk. The office stopped pretending to be a motel the moment paper started moving in stacks. A deputy came back with a printed business list from the East Strip, another with tax records clipped behind it, and Ruiz spread both across the counter until the cheap laminate disappeared under names, addresses, unit numbers, and little blocks of municipal certainty. Daniel stayed where she put him, one hand on the registry binder, the other dragging pages into rough piles by type. Laundry, detail bays, linen service, industrial cleaning, solvent supply, machine wash, anything with drains, delivery access, and a plausible reason to smell wrong. Ruiz stood over his shoulder for a moment, then said, don't get romantic. I want what repeats on paper, not what feels monstrous. Daniel didn't look up. I know. No, Ruiz said. You know too many other things. I'm narrowing the category. Wade, near the door, gave a soft approving hum. She's very good at collars. Daniel ignored him and kept scanning. Borrowed names from the motel register. Business names from the strip. Nothing clean at first. Too many industrial words, too many dead-end LLCs, too many cinderblock units that sounded like fronts even when they probably weren't. He pushed one stack aside, reached for another, and stopped when Tommy made a small, nervous movement behind the counter. Ruiz saw it before Daniel did. What? Tommy licked his lips. The laundry place, he said. We buy from them sometimes. Detergent, bleach, stain remover for the sheets if a room gets bad enough. Ruiz turned to him fully. Invoice records. Tommy hesitated exactly long enough to make himself look worse, then crouched behind the desk and came up with a thin accordion file. Daniel took it the second it touched the counter. Carbon copies, delivery slips, petty cash receipts, one-page invoices on cheap white stock. The motel's account name repeated across the top in block print. Most of the signatures at pickup were useless clerk scrawls. Then one line stopped him cold. He touched it once with 2 fingers. Ruiz. She leaned in. What? Pickup slip, he said. Industrial pre-wash, bleach concentrate, degreaser. He slid the page toward her and tapped the signature line. Look at the hand. The name written there was junk. M. Halpern. But the writing wasn't. Hard rightward slant. Clipped sevens. Pressure on the downstrokes. The same hand that had signed 3 different motel names in a week of rear rooms. Ruiz went very still. Tommy looked from one of them to the other. That bad? Daniel kept his eyes on the signature. That's not your motel account runner, he said. That's our room 12 man buying cleaning product under another borrowed name. Ruiz took the slip, read the supplier address at the top, and said, Unit 14B, East Strip Commercial Row. Her gaze lifted to Daniel's face, flat and intent. Now we've got a hand, a route, and a door. The room tightened around the address as if somebody had shut a second, invisible door. Unit 14B, East Strip Commercial Row. Daniel looked at the slip in Ruiz's hand and could feel the whole day narrowing again, not toward theory, not even toward a suspect, but toward a unit with a number on it and the kind of industrial name no one remembered unless they worked there. Ruiz didn't waste the beat. She turned to the deputy nearest the office door and said, I want ownership on 14B, neighboring units, utility account names, and any registered vehicles tied to the business. Move. The deputy was already pulling his phone out before she finished. Then she looked at Tommy. How often does your motel buy from them? Tommy's face worked uselessly for a second. Sheets get bad sometimes, he said. We go through bleach, stain remover, degreaser if somebody does something ugly in a room. Wade gave a faint hum from the door. A civic symphony. Ruiz ignored him. How often? Twice a month maybe, sometimes less. Daniel held out his hand for the accordion file again. Tommy hesitated just long enough for Ruiz to say, give it to him, in the tone she used when a choice had already been removed. Daniel flipped through the slips faster this time, no longer reading the motel's needs, only the names, dates, and signatures. Most were clerk scrawl, rushed and shapeless. Then another one stopped him. Same hard rightward slant, different name, different date, same pressure. He slid it out and laid it beside the first. Twice. Ruiz leaned over the counter. Same hand. Yes. Daniel touched the second alias with one finger. And he bought enzyme cleaner with this one. Not just bleach. Tommy looked sick now. People buy cleaning stuff. Not through your account under false names, Ruiz said. Nikki, near the rear window, turned her head slightly toward the office corridor. Ask when he picked up, she said. Routine matters more than product. Daniel caught it and said aloud, time stamps. Ruiz looked down at the slips. One was marked 6:42 p.m. The other 8:11 p.m. Both after dark. Both on nights the rear rooms were occupied under borrowed names. There, Daniel said quietly. He isn't buying at random. He's buying after check-in, once the room is his and the back side is useful. That changed Ruiz's face. Not surprise. Calculation settling into intent. The deputy by the door spoke into his phone, listened, then looked up. Unit 14B leases to East Strip Industrial Laundry Supply. Current secondary badge access is assigned to a maintenance contractor named Michael Halpern. Daniel and Ruiz looked at the false signature at the same time. Ruiz took the two slips, stacked them neatly, and said, now we've got a fake name that forgot it was supposed to stay fake. For one brief second after Ruiz said it, the office went quiet in the wrong way, not empty, but sharpened. Michael Halpern. The name sat on the counter between the motel slips, the borrowed signatures, and the child bulletins like a thing that had finally stepped out of category and into paperwork. Daniel looked at it and felt the whole hunt change temperature. Not solved. Not even close. But a man who rented rear rooms under junk names and bought bleach through a motel account was no longer just a pattern moving through filth. He had a badge line. A leased unit. A paper trail ugly enough to touch. Alan made the first sound, low and raw. That's him. Wade didn't answer right away. He stood by the door with his hat low, watching Ruiz the way men watched a dealer when the game stopped being abstract and turned into money on felt. That, he said at last, as inconveniently close to a real person. Ruiz was already moving. She took the stacked slips, the registry photocopies, and the bulletin with the first date overlap, clipped them together, and handed them to the deputy nearest her. No calls to Halpern, she said. No soft contact, no curious knock, no drive-by that looks like a warning in uniform. I want vehicle registration, contractor history, employment records, last known address, and every secondary key assignment tied to 14B. Quietly. The deputy nodded and went. Tommy looked from Ruiz to Daniel as if one of them might still tell him this was all an administrative misunderstanding. If that man works the laundry place, he said, voice thin, I didn't know what he was. Ruiz didn't waste sympathy on him. Good. Then hold on to that level of ignorance and maybe it'll keep you useful. She turned to Daniel before Tommy could decide whether to be offended. You. Stay where I can see you. Daniel almost smiled at the automatic irritation of that, then didn't. The map on the wall, the laundry address, the signatures, the rear rooms, the blind camera half of the lot, all of it had locked together too tightly to waste energy pretending he wasn't already in. He looked at Ruiz and said, if 14B is real, the motel isn't just cover. It's a transfer point. Ruiz studied him for one beat, then nodded once. Yes, she said, and the moment we move on the strip, he either panics or runs. She capped her pen and slid it into her pocket like the end of one phase of work. So now we stop thinking about what paper says and start thinking about what paper moves. Daniel looked at the name again. Michael Halpern. For the first time in days, the corridor ahead did not feel wider. It felt narrow enough to force a man to choose a direction. 45. The East Strip. The East Strip looked exactly like the kind of place a careful man would trust. Daniel saw that before Ruiz killed the engine. Low cinderblock units sat in a row behind chain link and faded signs, each one belonging to some half-forgotten trade that needed drains, noise, and nobody asking questions after dark. Laundry supply warehouse. Auto detailing bay. 2 machine shops. A shuttered tile place with a sun-bleached banner still promising wholesale prices from 3 owners ago. The whole block carried the same dead industrial smell of soap, oil, hot concrete, and old neglect. Ruiz sat with one hand on the wheel and looked through the windshield as if the street had personally insulted her. You see why I hate it already, she said. Daniel kept his eyes on the warehouse sign. Because everything here can explain bleach. Ruiz glanced at him once. Because everything here can explain anything if the paperwork's lazy enough. Wade stood on the pavement outside Daniel's door with his hat low and his expression sharpened into interest. Nikki had drifted toward the detail bay across the lot, drawn by instinct to places where surfaces got erased for money. Alan stayed near the rear bumper, pale and stricken and quieter now that the work had finally moved toward something he could believe in. Ruiz got out and said, You stay next to me unless I tell you otherwise. I'm not losing my civilian freak show between 2 service yards and a suspect corridor. Daniel shut his door and gave her a look. That's almost affectionate. Ruiz started toward the warehouse entrance without slowing. Don't push your luck. I'm still deciding whether you're useful or contagious. The industrial laundry place was open, but only just. A forklift beeped somewhere inside. Pallets of wrapped chemical drums sat under a corrugated awning, and a man in a stained high-visibility vest was smoking beside the roll-up door like he'd been assigned boredom as a full-time job. He straightened when he saw Ruiz's badge and Daniel felt the whole street shift again, ordinary commerce tilting into attention. Ruiz held up the receipt fragment sealed in evidence plastic and said, I need to know who buys this product in quantity and pays in ways your system doesn't love. The man frowned at the fragment, then at the lot behind them. We sell to businesses, hotels, laundries, cleaners, car guys, janitorial accounts. That doesn't make them killers. Daniel looked past him into the warehouse and saw stacked cases of bleach wipes, industrial detergents, absorbent pads, heavy-duty trash liners, all of it ordinary enough to disappear into a supply order and ugly enough to turn a room into silence. No, Daniel said, it makes them prepared. The man's face tightened at Daniel's voice, not because of what he said, but because he sounded like he belonged in the conversation. Ruiz noticed that too. Who buys with cash? Who picks up instead of taking delivery? Who started small and got more regular? The man hesitated, and that was enough to make Wade smile. Nikki turned from the detail bay and said, he's got a name already. Ruiz stepped closer and let the evidence bag hang between them like a quiet threat. I'm done being patient with men who mistake routine for protection, she said. So you can help me in the next 10 seconds, or I can start with your books and work outward. The man dropped his cigarette, crushed it under his boot, and said, There's one account that changed about 2 months ago. Cash at first. Then regular. Pickup only. Registered under a detailing unit 3 doors down. He pointed down the strip. Unit 7. Unit 7 looked cleaner than the rest of the strip, which Daniel disliked on sight. Not cleaner in the respectable sense. Cleaner in the deliberate one. The roll-up door was down, the side entry painted recently enough to offend the neighboring units, and the narrow strip of concrete outside had been hosed at some point that morning even though the rest of the yard still wore yesterday's dust. Ruiz stopped 3 doors short and took the measure of it without hurry. Well, that's subtle in the way a knife is subtle. Daniel looked at the wet clean concrete, then at the faded detailing sign bolted above the bay. He learned from the motel. Don't leave patterns unless the pattern looks like work. Ruiz glanced at him once. You were disturbingly helpful when I'd prefer not to admit it. The warehouse man hovered a little behind them, already regretting his own usefulness. It's registered to a Marcus Bell, he said. At least that's the name on the account. Ruiz kept her eyes on the unit. That name mean anything to you? The man shook his head too fast. Just pickup orders. Solvents, bleach wipes, liners, pads, odor neutralizer, sometimes industrial degreaser. Weird mix for detailing, but some of those guys do nasty interiors. Nikki drifted near the bay door and tilted her head as if listening through the metal. Not a detail shop. A correction shop. He's cleaning rooms, not cars. Wade stood near the chain link with his hat low and his attention sharpened into pure appetite. Ask when the last pickup was, he said, but Ruiz was already doing it. When did Bell collect last? The man swallowed. Yesterday morning. That tightened the whole block at once. Daniel felt it in Ruiz before she moved. Her posture changed from inquiry to timing. Yesterday morning meant stocked, meant current, meant whatever lived inside Unit 7 had not yet had time to grow cold into paperwork. Ruiz keyed her radio and said, I need uniforms on both ends of this strip now. Quiet approach. Unit 7 possible active scene. Then she looked at Daniel and said, You stay behind me and do not improvise. Daniel gave her a flat look. You say that like my improvisation hasn't built your morning. Ruiz didn't blink. It built my morning badly. Don't get sentimental about outcomes. They crossed the last stretch together, Ruiz in front, Daniel a half step back, while the east strip held its breath around them. The air smelled of detergent, hot concrete, and something metallic buried too deep to name from outside. Alan had gone very still near the edge of the lot, pale face fixed on the bay with a misery so concentrated it felt almost directional. Leon, by contrast, looked practical. Check drains, he said. Men like this always trust drains more than people. Ruiz reached the side door, tested the handle, and found it locked. She stepped back and looked once at the window panel set high in the wall, its glass wired and painted over from the inside. Marcus Bell, she said quietly. You've had enough warning. Then she nodded to the first uniform reaching the curb and said, Take the door. The first hit on the door didn't break it. The second split the frame hard enough to make the whole strip flinch. By the third, the side entry gave with a crack of wood and metal, and a wave of cold chemical air rolled out into the heat. Ruiz had her weapon up before the broken latch finished bouncing off the concrete. County, she shouted. If anyone's inside, show me your hands now. Daniel stayed where she'd told him, one step back from the threshold, but the smell reached him anyway. Bleach, solvent, damp concrete. Under it all, something sweet and wrong that no amount of industrial cleaner had managed to kill. Wade stood just beyond the torn frame with his hat low and said, That's not a work bay. Nikki, near the wall, didn't bother with irony. No, she said. That's a room built by a man who wanted privacy more than profit. Ruiz signaled the first 2 uniforms through, then moved in after them with the smooth, brutal focus of somebody who no longer needed convincing. Daniel followed only when she jerked 2 fingers without looking back. The front space had been dressed to pass. Buckets, hoses, shelving with detailing supplies, a compressor in one corner, plastic sheeting folded against the wall. If someone glanced through the roll-up gap, they'd see the outline of a small business trying too hard and think nothing of it. But beyond that first room sat a second partition built from painted plywood and hung with thick plastic curtains that had no business in a detail bay. One of the uniforms stopped at the opening and said, too quietly, Jesus. Daniel saw why the moment he stepped around him. The back half of the unit had drains cut into the floor. A steel table stood under harsh work lights. Shelves lined the wall with bleach wipes, gloves, contractor bags, absorbent pads, spray bottles labeled in clipped black marker, and 3 stacks of children's blankets folded with obscene neatness. Alan made a broken sound behind Daniel like something in him had finally torn through. Ruiz crossed to the shelves without lowering her weapon and said, photograph everything before anybody touches anything. One of the uniforms was already backing out for CSU, face gone flat with the effort not to react. Daniel's eyes moved the way they always had when a room started telling on its owner. Not the horror first, the routine, the labels all facing out, the gloves sorted by size, the drain cleaned more often than the corners, the little stool by the steel table. Then his gaze snagged on a corkboard fixed to the far wall. Routes, handwritten lists, gas stations circled on a photocopied street map, motel names, dates. Wade had gone still for once. Well, Daniel said quietly, there's your man learning himself. Ruiz stepped to the board, looked once, and all the air in the room seemed to change shape. No, she said. Her voice had gone cold enough to cut. There's our man keeping records. Then she pointed at the map without taking her eyes off it. Daniel, tell me why one of those circles is around the same gas stop from the first bulletin. Daniel stepped closer to the corkboard without touching it and felt the whole room narrow around the map. The circles weren't random. They sat where traffic bled into convenience and nobody watched the same face twice. Gas stops near feeder roads. Interstate-adjacent mini-marts. One supermarket lot with a bus shelter just beyond the cameras. He pointed at the first circle Ruiz had named and said, because it wasn't just where she vanished. It was where he tested his approach. Ruiz looked from the board to the bulletin stack one of the deputies had carried in behind them and then back again. Daniel kept his eyes on the map. He isn't marking abductions only. He's marking usable contact points. Places where he could sit, watch, fail, come back, and not be remembered unless something went wrong. Wade stood near the partition with his hat low and said, he's got shopping grounds. Nikki, by the shelves, folded her arms and looked at the circles with cold disgust. And preferences. He likes places where children are briefly unowned. Ruiz didn't flinch at the phrasing. She flipped open her pad, then shut it again because the board had already moved beyond notes. Show me more, she said. Daniel pointed at the handwritten lists pinned beside the map. Times, days, weather notes, school release windows. One page had nothing but short entries in clipped black marker. Quiet lot, too many cameras, mother nearby, worked last time, no go after dark. Daniel felt a hard, ugly respect trying to form and killed it at once. He audits, he said. That's what this is. He's not hunting on impulse. He's tracking which stops give him the cleanest chance and the lowest risk of witnesses. Ruiz stared at the page for one beat longer than she should have needed. Then we may have more failed attempts than successful kidnappings, she said. Daniel nodded. Yeah, and that's worse, not better. It means he kept learning. A CSU photographer entered the back room and stopped cold at the sight of the board before forcing himself back into procedure. Ruiz pointed without looking away. Full capture. Every page, every pin, every corner of it before anything comes down. Then she turned to Daniel again and said, tell me what I'm about to hate most. He looked lower on the board, where a fresh sheet had been clipped under the others with only 3 lines on it. Thursday. East Feeder. Blue backpack. Daniel felt the blood leave his face in one clean drop. Alan made a strangled sound behind him. Leon stepped closer to the map and went very still. That isn't history, Leon said. That's shopping. Ruiz was already moving. Today is Thursday, she said. Daniel met her eyes and said, and if that note's current, he hasn't stopped because of us. He's adjusting faster than us. The room changed shape at once. Not revelation now, Timing. Ruiz keyed her radio so hard her knuckles whitened. I need every unit within 5 minutes of East Feeder retail and transit stops. Quiet child watch response. Blue backpack flagged. Pull live camera feeds if we can get them, and get school release times now. She lowered the radio and looked at Daniel with a hard, furious clarity that left no room for either of them to pretend what he was anymore. You're coming with me, she said. If he built this route, you're going to tell me where he'd stand next. 46. Blue backpack. Daniel moved before he had fully agreed to it, because Ruiz had already turned and was heading for the front room with her radio up and the rest of the unit shifting around her like metal filings around a magnet. The strip bay behind them kept its stink of bleach, drains, and something sweeter underneath, but the room with the corkboard no longer felt like revelation. It felt like a clock. Thursday. East Feeder. Blue backpack. By the time Daniel stepped back into the front half of the unit, Ruiz was barking locations into the radio, one hand on the door frame, the other slicing the air as if the city might rearrange itself faster if she bullied it physically. School release windows first, she said. Transit stops second. Anyone sees a blue backpack child standing too long with no adult, they don't spook the scene, they box it quietly and call it. She cut the transmission, looked at Daniel, and jerked her head toward the lot. Move. He followed her out into the flat industrial heat, Wade and Alan coming with him in their own impossible way, one hungry with interest, the other white with dread. The East Strip no longer looked abandoned. Uniforms were moving. Radios crackled. A CSU van reversed in. Somewhere behind them an officer was being sick in a drain. Ruiz got to her sedan, yanked the rear door open, then changed her mind and pointed at the passenger seat instead. In front, she said. If you're going to point where I can see your hands. Daniel got in and shut the door on the noise. The air inside still held stale coffee and citrus. Ruiz pulled out hard enough to make the tires spit grit and took the corner back toward the feeder roads without waiting for his seatbelt click. Talk, she said, not broad theory. If you were him and you had that note on the board, where would you stand today? Daniel looked out through the windshield as the industrial row gave way to wider roads, chain fences, and the kind of commercial sprawl that let children move in and out of adult sight without anyone admitting that was what it did. Not at the stop itself, he said. Too visible. He'd want line of sight to the stop and to the exit road. Somewhere he can watch first, then roll up only when the child looks briefly unowned. Ruiz took the next light too fast. Define unowned. He hated how ready the answer was. Adult gone inside for one thing. Older sibling distracted. Child waiting after pickup confusion. Backpack on. Routine broken. No one scanning properly. He pointed through the glass as they passed a gas station with a bus shelter beyond it. Places like that. Mixed traffic. Enough pause to look normal. Enough movement to forget one car. Ruiz's jaw tightened. Keep going. From the back seat, Wade leaned forward just enough to make his voice land near Daniel's ear. There it is, he said softly. You're seeing it properly now. Daniel kept his eyes on the road ahead, on the feeder lanes and the shops and the bus stops and the children who would soon be spilling into all of it. Yeah, he said, that's what I was afraid of. Ruiz cut across 2 lanes and swung into the lot of a strip convenience store hard enough to make Daniel grab the door handle. Beyond the pumps, a bus shelter sat under a sun-faded ad for phone cards, and 3 children were already there with backpacks at their feet while an exhausted woman argued with the cashier through the open service window. Daniel looked once and shook his head. Not this one, he said. Ruiz braked but didn't park. Why not? Too many fixed eyes. He pointed through the windscreen. Cashier. Pump traffic. Shelter faces the road wrong. He wants a child who can disappear into movement, not one boxed in by bored adults. Ruiz took the exit without arguing and said into her radio, Unit at Delgado Fuel, stay soft but shift 2 blocks east. We want exposure without witness density. She let go of the transmit button and looked at Daniel again. You keep talking like you've run this route yourself. Daniel stared ahead at the feeder road opening in front of them and hated how little defense he had left that didn't sound childish. I ran cons, he said. Small ones. Surveillance. Pressure. Reading where people stop looking. Same city, different sin. From the back seat, Alan leaned forward, rain pale and tight with urgency. School lots, he said. He'll like confusion more than waiting. Wade answered before Daniel could. Not school lots. Too much memory after the fact. Parents remember where panic started. Ruiz heard only Daniel's silence and said, well. He watched the next intersection come up. Discount pharmacy on one corner. Coin laundry on another. Bus stop tucked half behind a newspaper box. Tiny taqueria with its front crowded and the side lane nearly empty. Then, across the road, a check cashing place with a narrow parking strip behind it and a convenience market sharing the lot. Between them, a child could stand visible from 3 angles and still belong to none of them. There, Daniel said, pointing. That corner. Not the front. The side lane behind the market. He can sit back there, see the stop, see the store door, and hit the feeder fast. Ruiz slowed immediately. 2 children waited near the pole, one with a red backpack, one with a blue one dropped at his feet while he kicked at a crack in the pavement. No adult close enough to claim him. The market door opened and shut with a rhythm that made attention fragment into brief, useless pieces. Ruiz's whole posture changed. That's better, she said quietly. Daniel looked at the boy with the blue backpack and felt the room from Halpern's unit slam back into him. Corkboard. Thursday. Blue backpack. Not history. Shopping. Into the radio Ruiz said, all East feeder units, shift to Mercado check cash corner now. Quiet containment. Do not light it up unless I call it. She eased the sedan past the lot, eyes on the rear lane. If he's working today, she said, this is the kind of place he'd pick. Daniel kept watching the mirrors, the side lane, the feeder road, and the blue backpack by the stop. Yeah, he said, this is exactly the kind of place he'd pick. Ruiz drove once around the block and came back slower, letting the sedan drift into a position half a street down from the market where the corner still sat visible through the windscreen without making their own car feel like part of the scene. The afternoon had gone bright and merciless. Heat bounced off the shop windows and turned every parked vehicle into a glare trap. Daniel kept his eyes on the side lane behind the market, then on the bus stop, then back again, forcing himself to read the space the way Halpern would. Not where the child stood. Where the child became briefly unowned. The woman who had been near the market door came back out with a plastic bag, said something sharp to the boy with the blue backpack, then turned and went right back inside as if she'd forgotten one more thing. The boy dropped back to kicking the curb. His bag lay on the pavement beside him. No hand on his shoulder. No adult watching from a car. No one counting the seconds except Daniel. There, he said, voice low and tight. That's the break. 2 trips to the store, child left to hold the place. He'd watch for that. Ruiz had already lifted the radio. Units hold positions, she said. Do not move on the child. Watch the approaches. Alan leaned forward hard from the back seat, rain pale and stricken. He'll come from behind, he said. Not the front. He won't want the boy seeing him choose. Wade's voice came quieter than usual. For once, the drowned man's got the better instinct. Daniel looked into the side mirror, then across the feeder road, then back to the rear lane. A dark sedan turned the corner half a block away and rolled past them without pausing. His pulse jumped and then checked itself. Wrong model. Too clean. Driver old enough to be invisible for ordinary reasons. He let it pass and hated the fact that he had already learned to sort men that way. Ruiz noticed the movement in his face. Not him. Daniel shook his head once. No. Too comfortable. He'd be slower on approach. Testing first. As if the sentence had called it, a second vehicle eased into view at the far end of the side lane behind the market. Dark sedan. Dust along the lower panels. No hurry. It didn't pull up to the front. It ghosted along the back edge of the lot and stopped where a delivery truck might have paused without apology. Daniel felt the whole board from Unit 7 drop back into place. Thursday. East feeder. Blue backpack. That's him, he said. Ruiz didn't ask how he knew. She was already on the radio. All units converge soft, she said. Soft now. Rear lane, Mercado check cash. We may have movement. The sedan did not move at once after Ruiz called the soft converge. That was what made Daniel certain. An ordinary driver would have rolled on, parked badly, or hesitated in some human, apologetic way. This car sat with the patient stillness of a man reading a room before deciding whether it was worth entering. The blue backpack lay by the curb in full view. The boy kept kicking at the crack in the pavement. The market door opened again, and the woman inside leaned halfway out with a carton of milk in one hand, shouted something back toward the boy, then vanished into the store for a third time. He's waiting for the pattern to prove itself, Daniel said. Ruiz kept one hand on the radio and her eyes on the rear lane. Talk faster. He doesn't want the child yet. He wants the gap to repeat. Same woman in and out, same boy holding place, no one else claiming him. If the pattern holds twice, he trusts it on the third. Alan made a low, desperate sound from the back seat. Then stop him. Wade's voice stayed cold and narrow. Not until he commits. If they move too soon, he turns into one more dark sedan and you lose him. Daniel hated that Wade was right, hated more that Ruiz heard the same truth without needing it translated. She pressed the radio again and said, "Hold. Hold unless he exits the vehicle or reaches the child. I want him making a choice." The sedan crept forward 3 feet. Daniel felt every muscle in his body tighten. The car stopped again, still half hidden by the rear wall of the market lot. Through the windshield glare he caught only fragments. A pale hand on the wheel. A profile that slid away whenever the light tried to catch it. Clean. Forgettable. Designed to leave nothing behind but doubt. He's checking the mirrors, Daniel said. If anybody's boxed him wrong, he'll feel it. Ruiz turned the wheel half an inch, adjusting their own sightline without exposing the car. Which way does he run? Daniel looked once at the feeder road, once at the side alley, then at the narrow service cut behind the check cashing place. Not forward, he said. Backward and left. He'll use the service cut and try to hit the feeder without passing the stop. As if the sentence had reached him, the sedan's reverse lights flared. Ruiz didn't waste a syllable. Move now, she snapped into the radio. Rear lane, rear lane, rear lane. 2 unmarked cars lunged at once from opposite corners of the block. The sedan jerked backward, clipped a dumpster hard enough to throw sparks, then shot left exactly where Daniel had said it would. For one clean second the driver's face turned through the side window, washed pale by glare and too ordinary to hold except for the terrible vacancy of it. Ruiz swore, threw the sedan into gear, and said, "Seat belt." Daniel grabbed for it as she launched into the intersection after him. 47. The way he runs. The seat belt caught across Daniel's chest a fraction before Ruiz took the turn hard enough to throw the whole car sideways through the intersection. The sedan ahead had already vanished past the service cut, but the route it had chosen kept talking even after it was gone. Not the fast way out. Not the obvious way. The way a man used when he had practiced leaving before anyone admitted there was something to leave from. He knows the cut, Daniel said, one hand braced against the dash. He's used it before. Ruiz didn't look at him. Useful things only. That was useful. It was a complaint disguised as insight. She drove like anger had been refined into skill. The sedan shot out onto the feeder lane ahead and cut between a plumbing van and a city pickup with inches to spare. Ruiz followed without the flourish, all control and violent precision, radio hissing near her hand while the city came apart into glass, heat, and red lights that no longer meant anything except delay. Wade had one hand on the back of Daniel's seat, had gone from lazy to tight on his head. He's not panicking, he said. That's the issue. Alan leaned forward from the back, rain pale and drawn so tight he looked almost sharpened. He should be panicking. Daniel kept his eyes on the road ahead. The dark sedan took the next right without braking enough to explain itself. No, he said. He's following a route he already trusts. If he panics, we win. If he stays methodical, he's heading somewhere. Ruiz keyed the radio with one thumb. Mercado suspect vehicle eastbound on feeder, dark sedan, moving controlled, not random. Block interstate access 2 exits up and keep the industrial row in play. She let go and cut around a delivery truck so close Daniel saw the driver's mouth open in a perfect silent curse through the glass. Where does he go if he thinks I've seen his face? Daniel watched the sedan ahead thread through traffic with the same restrained confidence it had shown behind the market. No wild swerving, no desperate lane breaks, just the clean, infuriating movement of a man who had built escape into the same habits as approach. He pointed through the windshield. Not home. Not the unit. Somewhere intermediate. Somewhere he can drop shape, switch vehicle, burn paper, or make us choose wrong. Ruiz's jaw tightened. Name it. He looked past the sedan to the road unfolding ahead. Service businesses. Fenced lots. A self-storage place. An old wash bay. And farther east, the turnoff that would feed back toward the strip from another angle. Then he saw the pattern click. He's not escaping yet, Daniel said. He's checking whether the route still belongs to him. Ruiz looked at him once, fast and cutting. Meaning. Daniel kept his eyes on the sedan as it took the frontage bend without committing to the faster road north. Meaning he's not fleeing the scene. He's testing whether we actually broke it. He pointed ahead through the windshield. If the route still feels clean, he'll circle through one of his working edges. Somewhere with exits, cover, and a reason to be there. Wade leaned between the seats just enough to make the air feel crowded. He's checking whether the city still belongs to him, he said. For once, Ruiz snapped, your imaginary Greek chorus can shut up unless it's filing paperwork. Daniel almost smiled and didn't. The sedan ahead rolled through a stale yellow light, clipped the corner of a service lane, and passed the self-storage entrance without slowing. That ruled one thing out. Too obvious. Too easily boxed. He tracked the next options instead. The old wash bay. The fenced contractor yard. The side road that fed back toward the east strip from the rear. Not storage, he said. He doesn't want a gate code and a camera record if he thinks you're on him. He pointed again. Watch the wash bay. If he's carrying residue, he'll think in terms of rinse, not hiding. Ruiz keyed the radio. Possible move toward East Bay Wash or Contractor Row. Units shift but do not crowd him. I don't want him spooked into a blind run. She cut the transmission and said, you're disturbingly useful when you're not lying. Daniel braced against the dash as she took the next turn. I'm trying not to take that as praise. Good. Don't. Alan's voice came raw from the back. If he reaches another room, another unit, another yard, we lose the children again. No, Daniel said, sharper than he meant to. We lose him if he stops being predictable. Those are different failures. The sedan drifted right, not enough to signal panic, just enough to choose. It passed the wash bay entrance, and Daniel felt the answer land a fraction before the car committed fully. The rear turnoff toward Contractor Row. Of course, not to clean. To check whether the strip was still open, whether Unit 7 had been touched, whether the city had moved before he did. There, Daniel said, he's going back to look. Ruiz's whole posture hardened. At the unit. At the strip, Daniel said. Maybe not to enter. Just to see whether his corridor is dead. Wade gave a low, grim sound. He doesn't trust absence. He needs to watch his own damage. Ruiz's jaw tightened. Then we make sure he sees the wrong thing. She hit the radio again. All units, suspect is likely circling back toward East Strip for visual confirmation. Pull visible uniforms off the front face now. Keep the back sealed and let him think he's late, not trapped. The sedan ahead disappeared around the Contractor Row bend, and for one brief second Daniel understood the chase in the same shape Halpern did. Not speed. Not distance. Ownership of the route. Ruiz took the Contractor Row turn a beat later and slowed just enough to keep their own sedan from becoming the loudest thing on the street. The east strip opened ahead again in washed-out concrete and cinderblock, its row of units sitting under the late sun with the same dead industrial patience as before. Only now the front face looked wrong by design. No uniforms visible. No flashing lights. No obvious barricade. Unit 7 sat with its roll-up down and the clean strip of concrete outside already drying back into ordinary ugliness. If Daniel hadn't known better, he might have believed the block had gone back to being no one's problem. That's the point, Ruiz said, reading his face without taking her eyes off the road. He's supposed to think he missed us by minutes, not walked into a net. The suspect sedan appeared at the far end of the strip and drifted in slow enough to insult traffic law without quite violating it. Daniel felt every part of himself narrow. The car did not approach Unit 7 directly. It passed once, easy and uncommitted, like a man checking whether a shop was still open. No brake lights, no head turn anyone sane would clock. But the speed changed by degrees near the detailing bay, and Daniel saw the behavior before he saw the reason for it. He's reading the ground, he said. Not the door, the concrete. Ruiz's hand tightened once on the wheel. Meaning he knows what clean looks like when it's his clean and what clean looks like after cops step in it. Daniel watched the sedan creep on. If CSU or uniforms disturbed the front edge even a little, he'll feel it. Wade leaned between the seats again, voice low and grim. A man like that trusts tiny wrongness more than absence. Alan had gone silent in the back, but silence from him no longer meant relief. It meant he could see the line tightening too. The sedan reached the end of the row, rolled past the shuttered tile place, then paused at the turn pocket as if deciding between departure and one more pass. Daniel stared at the back quarter panel, at the way the driver kept the car angled for both escape and sightline, and felt the answer arrive cleanly. He won't stop in front, he said. He'll take the back cut. He wants the service side, the bin enclosure, the fence line. He needs to know whether the route is dead, not whether the shop is closed. Ruiz hit the radio without hesitation. Rear teams hold until he commits. Do not move early. If he turns off before the service cut, you let him. If he takes the back line, you close both ends. The sedan's indicator didn't flash. It just drifted right and slid into the narrow service cut exactly where Daniel had said it would. Ruiz's voice went flat as a blade. That's commitment, she said, and drove after him. The service cut behind the strip was narrower than it had looked from the road, just enough room for two sedans to become a problem for each other and no room at all for hesitation. Dumpsters lined one wall. Chain link and patched concrete lined the other. The rear bin enclosure for Unit 7 sat halfway down with its gate hanging crooked, and beyond it the loose fence panel opened toward the wash access like a thought Halpern had already rehearsed too many times. Ruiz stayed on him without crowding. Rear teams, she said into the radio, close it now. Front car holds. Nobody fires unless he gives you a reason I can write. The suspect sedan rolled another 5 yards, then stopped dead. Daniel felt the whole cut go still around that brake line. No panic swerve, no blind acceleration, just a man realizing the corridor had changed shape while he was inside it. He knows, Alan said from the back seat, voice raw and tight. Wade's reply came low and cold. Of course he does. The question is what he trusts more, steel or legs. Ruiz braked hard enough to pin Daniel forward against the belt, then threw her door open before the engine had fully settled. Metro, she shouted. Driver, show me your hands. For one beat nothing happened. Then the driver's door of the sedan ahead opened with almost insulting calm, and a man stepped out into the cut as if he had all the time in the world. White, 40s, medium build, work shirt, plain jeans, clean hands. Forgettably ordinary until the light touched his face and Daniel saw the vacancy in it again, the practiced absence of a man who had spent years sanding himself down into category. Ruiz had her weapon up. Hands where I can see them. The man lifted them halfway, palms out, and turned just enough to show compliance without surrender. His eyes flicked once to the blocked end of the cut, once to the fence panel by the bin enclosure, once to Ruiz. Calculating, not frightened. Choosing. Daniel was already out of the car without remembering opening the door. He's going for the fence, he said. Ruiz didn't look at him. Get back. The suspect moved on the same breath, not toward Ruiz, not toward the sedan, but sideways and fast, one brutal change of angle that made the whole performance of surrender look like a joke he had told only to himself. He slammed a shoulder into the bin gate, bounced off metal, and cut for the loose panel behind Unit 7 exactly where the wash route opened. Ruiz lunged after him. Move, move, move. Two uniforms hit the cut from opposite ends. Wade vanished from Daniel's edge of vision. Alan made a torn, strangled sound that barely counted as human. Daniel ran because everyone else was already running and because the fence panel ahead was shaking in the exact shape of a man forcing his route to belong to him one more time. 48. What lingering does? The fence panel slammed back against the posts hard enough to rattle the whole service cut, and Daniel hit it a beat after Ruiz, catching chain link with one hand as he forced himself through the opening. Beyond it the ground dropped into a strip of broken dirt, flood gravel, and scrub that fed toward the wash access behind the industrial row. The suspect was already 20 yards ahead, moving with the same infuriating economy he'd shown in the car, not fast in a wild way, but fast in the way of a man who had run this line often enough to trust where his feet would land. Ruiz was on him at once, gun low, voice flat with command. Metro. Stop now. He didn't even turn. Two uniforms broke wider to cut the angle, boots kicking dust into the last of the light, and Daniel ran because stopping would have meant listening to his own pulse instead of the shape of the route. He's heading for the drainage cut, Daniel said, already breathless. Ruiz didn't look back. Then keep up or get out of my way. The suspect hit the edge of the wash access, slid once in loose gravel, recovered, and vanished down the concrete slope with one hand on the wall. A uniform lunged, missed fabric by inches, and nearly went with him. Ruiz caught the man by the vest with her free hand, shoved him back upright, and swore with well-used professional fluency. Perimeter east and south, she snapped into the radio. He knows the wash. Daniel reached the lip a second later and looked down into the channel as patrol lights began strobing red and blue against the concrete. The suspect was gone beneath the bridge shadow, swallowed by dark, culvert mouths, and too many practiced exits. Wade appeared at Daniel's shoulder with his hat low and his voice suddenly stripped of humor. Forget him for 1 second, he said. Look at Alan. Alan stood halfway down the slope where no living foot had stopped. For a moment Daniel didn't understand what Wade meant. Then he did, and cold moved through him faster than the run had. Alan's shape was wrong. Not fainter, exactly. Worse. The drowned edges of him kept slipping and reforming, face pulling out of true as if memory could no longer hold it. Water streamed off him in heavy threads that vanished before they struck the concrete. His cloudy eyes were fixed down the wash, but when he spoke the words came broken and doubled, as though the same thought had to fight through him twice to get out. Culvert, he said. No, not that one. The other one. The one with, he stopped, blinked, and looked suddenly frightened. I should know this. I did I? No, I knew this. Daniel stared at him. Alan had never looked frightened of himself before. Ruiz followed his line of sight, saw nothing but the wash, and mistook Daniel's pause for hesitation. Mercer, she snapped. Talk. Daniel dragged his eyes off Alan with effort. He'll use the culvert mouths and come out where the service road bends back north, he said. But even while he said it, he was still watching Alan shake in place like a damaged signal, and for the first time since the dead had begun organizing themselves around his life, Daniel felt something uglier than dependence stir beneath the chase. Keeping them close might not just be using them. It might be doing something to them. Weakening them somehow, or changing them. Ruiz was already on the radio before Daniel finished the sentence. North Bend, service road mouth, now, she said, moving down the slope in a hard controlled slide that trusted neither the gravel nor the night. Units at the culvert line call movement, not guesses. The wash threw her voice back in broken pieces. Red and blue light kept stuttering over the concrete, turning the channel into something between a crime scene and a bad dream. Daniel followed because standing still would have made Alan worse to look at, not better. Wade stayed close at his shoulder. He's slipping, he said quietly. That isn't fear alone. Alan stood 3 yards ahead and then, impossibly, seemed to be standing somewhere else as well, one version of him facing down the channel, another half turned toward the bridge shadow they had just left. His outline kept catching and misaligning, as if memory and shape were no longer agreeing on where he belonged. When Daniel reached him, Alan looked up with wet, clouded eyes and said, "You need to get the girl out of the rocks before the water comes back." Daniel stared at him. Alan, there's no water now. Alan blinked twice. No, he said, and his voice went thin with confusion. Not now. Before. I already told you that. He looked past Daniel toward the culvert mouths and pointed with a trembling hand. He went that way. No. The other way. The one with the shopping cart. No, that wasn't him. That was the boy. Ruiz turned on Daniel at once. What am I using here? Daniel looked from her to Alan and felt something tight and ugly begin to pull in his chest. Alan had always been unbearable. He had never been uncertain. Give me a second, Daniel said. Ruiz's expression hardened. You don't have a second. Alan grabbed Daniel's sleeve, and the sensation of it was wrong, cold and wet without weight. He said he'd help, Alan whispered. Tommy said if I kept quiet he'd help. We found money that wasn't ours. His face changed mid-sentence, grief dropping out of it like a light switching off. Did you dig me up? Daniel went still. Alan. The drowned man frowned at him with sudden frightened concentration, like a man trying to place a stranger in a room he ought to know. I know you, he said. I did know you. Wade's voice lost every trace of humor. That's bad. Ruiz caught the shift in Daniel's face before she caught anything else. Mercer, she said, sharper now. Tell me whether I'm hunting a man or babysitting you. Daniel forced his eyes off Alan and looked down the wash. One culvert mouth held a bent shopping cart jammed against rebar. Another lay deeper in shadow, wider, cleaner, easier to use. He made the call because somebody had to. Second culvert, he said. The clear one. If he knows this route, he won't take the blocked mouth. Ruiz hit the radio again and started running. Daniel moved after her, but Alan stayed where he was, staring at his own shaking hands with the baffled horror of a man discovering they no longer belonged entirely to him. Ruiz ran low and fast along the wash wall, boots striking concrete hard enough to throw echoes ahead of her. Daniel kept pace badly, gravel skidding under his shoes where the channel narrowed toward the second culvert. Patrol lights flashed at the upper road behind them, painting the concrete in dirty pulses of red and blue, but the culvert mouth ahead stayed mostly black, a hard oval of shadow with runoff stains climbing its sides like old tide marks. Ruiz hit the radio without breaking stride. Unit North Mouth, hold your line. If he comes out, I want him standing, not dropped. Wade moved at Daniel's shoulder with the easy certainty only the dead got to keep. He didn't go deep, he said. A man like that wants options, not a tunnel. Daniel reached the culvert lip and bent, breathing hard. The concrete inside held a fresh skid mark, one palm print in damp grime, and the sharp scrape where a shoe had kicked off the wall for leverage. He pointed at once. He used it for cover, not escape. Ruiz didn't waste time asking why Daniel sounded sure. She crouched, saw the same marks, and swore under her breath. Then where? Daniel looked up. 20 feet ahead, bolted into the side wall where the channel bent under the service road, a rust-stained maintenance ladder climbed toward a grated hatch. One rung still moved slightly. He felt the answer land before he could defend it. Up, he said. He wanted out of sight, then vertical. Ruiz was already moving. Mendoza, with me, she snapped to the nearest uniform. Then, over her shoulder, Mercer, you start lying to me tonight and I'll bury you under paperwork so deep your grandchildren will need a permit. Daniel almost answered, but Wade stopped dead beside him and looked back down the channel. No, he said quietly. Look at Alan. Alan had made it halfway toward them and then stalled in the wash like a man forgetting why he had entered a room. His shape kept pulling apart at the edges, water streaming off him in broken threads. When he spoke, the words arrived out of order. He climbed, Alan said. Then he frowned at the ladder as if seeing it for the first time. No, I climbed. No, that was the fence. Daniel, where's the girl? Daniel felt the cold of that question more than the night air. Alan, stay with me. Alan's clouded eyes found him and held for one raw second. I am, he said, and the terror in his voice made Daniel believe he was trying. Above them, metal crashed as Ruiz hit the hatch, and a second later her voice tore across the wash. He's on the road. Move. Daniel looked up toward the service lane, but his attention split when Alan doubled over without lungs to lose breath, clutching at himself as if some invisible current had just yanked through him. For the first time, chasing the living and keeping the dead were no longer the same problem. Daniel moved before he had fully chosen. Ruiz was already above them somewhere on the service road, shouting for units to cut south and east, but Alan was folding in on himself in the wash with that wrong, tearing motion, and Daniel could not stop seeing the way his edges kept losing their argument with the shape of his body. He went to him fast, boots sliding on the concrete, and caught at nothing that still felt cold and wet against his hands. "Alan," he said, "look at me." Alan lifted his head with visible effort. For one terrible second his face belonged to nobody Daniel knew. Then it settled enough for recognition to return. "Daniel," he said, relief and confusion tangling together in the same breath. "We were at the market." He frowned, looked around at the wash, and fear hit him again. "No, that was before. I had a truck." "Did I have a truck?" Wade came down the slope and stopped short of them. There was no amusement left in him now, only the hard flatness Daniel had started learning meant truth. "He's fraying," Wade said. "You keep them too long, they start wearing through the places that hold them together." Daniel looked up sharply. "You knew this could happen." Wade met his eyes without apology. "I knew lingering had a cost. I didn't know it would hit him this fast." Above them, Ruiz's voice cut across the road line. "Mercer. Now." A beat later she appeared at the top of the slope, outlined in patrol light, furious and breathing hard. He had a bike stashed behind the contractor fence. "He's gone." She came down 3 steps, then stopped when she saw Daniel kneeling in the wash talking into empty space again. Her face closed at once. "You'd better have a reason." Daniel stood, still half turned toward Alan. "He planned the exit," he said. "Vehicle, route, fallback. He didn't improvise anything." Ruiz gave a short, dangerous nod. "I know that. What I don't know is why every time this case turns, you look like you're listening to somebody I can't hear." She took another step down, voice lower now and worse for it. "You are either the strangest asset I've ever used, or the biggest liability in the city. Tonight didn't help your side of that argument." Alan stared at Ruiz as if he had forgotten what living people were for. Then he looked at Daniel and whispered, "Don't let me stay like this." The words went through him harder than Ruiz's threat had. Daniel looked back at Alan and saw the damage plainly now. Not weakness. Erosion. The dead did not remain intact just because he found them useful. Keeping them near was not neutral. It cost them. Ruiz followed his silence and mistook it again. "Mercer," she said, "talk." Daniel dragged his eyes off Alan and looked up at her. "I am," he said, but he barely heard his own voice. Alan was still watching him with the frightened trust of a man asking not to be left in the wrong state forever, and Daniel understood with cold, miserable clarity that the job he had been avoiding was no longer abstract. If he kept the dead, he would have to start deciding when to let them go. 49. Ruby at breakfast. Daniel got home after dawn with the wash still in his shoes and Ruiz's last look sitting under his skin like a bruise. The house met him with the same thin, practical quiet it had worn since Mara took Ellie, but this morning it felt worse because he now knew silence didn't mean emptiness. Alan sat at the kitchen table in his wet clothes, shape holding for the moment but not well, while Wade leaned against the counter with his hat low and his mouth set in that humorless line Daniel had started learning to distrust. The coffee maker still worked. The toaster still worked. The cereal boxes still stood in the cupboard exactly where they had always stood. Daniel clung to those facts because facts were simpler than office, judgment, soul damage, or the memory of Alan saying, "Don't let me stay like this." He filled the kettle, found bread that hadn't gone stale yet, and told himself he was making breakfast instead of hiding inside routine. The lie held for nearly a minute. Then Wade said, "You going to pretend this is an ordinary morning much longer, or are we discussing what happened to him?" Daniel kept his eyes on the toaster. "I'm discussing it. I'm also hungry." "That isn't discussion," Wade said. "That's staging." Alan looked down at his hands as if he still expected them to obey ordinary rules. "I forgot the truck," he said quietly. "Then I remembered the market." Then I forgot whether I was dead first or drowned first. He raised his eyes to Daniel, and the shame in them was somehow worse than panic. That feels wrong. Daniel turned then, toast forgotten. I know it feels wrong. Alan's mouth tightened. You know it is wrong. That landed because it was true and because Alan, frayed as he was, still had enough left to say it plainly. Daniel dragged a mug from the rack and filled it too full, coffee slopping hot across his knuckles. He swore, set it down, and leaned both hands on the counter until the sting faded. Fine, he said. It's wrong. Happy. No, Wade said. But now we're not lying about the room. The television in the living room clicked on by itself. All three of them went still. Daniel turned slowly toward the archway and heard bright cartoon music spill into the house, cheerful enough to feel obscene after the wash. For one stupid second he thought of Ellie, of small feet on the floorboards, of Mara calling from the hall that it was too early for this noise. Then Ruby wandered into view in the living room doorway while one of Ellie's cereal bowls bumped and drifted beside her in small, careless jerks. Milk slopped over one side from the trip. Ruby didn't seem to notice she wasn't really carrying it so much as bringing it with her by accident. She looked from Daniel to the kitchen table and said, with the matter-of-fact impatience only a child could make sound natural in a haunted house, why is everybody acting weird? It's time for breakfast. Daniel stared at her with one hand still flat on the counter and the other half curled from where the coffee had burned him. Ruby stood in the doorway in the same green t-shirt she had dyed in, the bowl hovering close enough to count as habit, as if she had every right in the world to be annoyed by adult theatrics before 8 in the morning. The cartoon voices from the television bounced through the living room behind her, bright and idiotic and entirely wrong for the weight still hanging in the kitchen. Wade recovered first. He tipped his head toward Ruby and said, "That's one interpretation." Ruby rolled her eyes in a way so living it made Daniel's chest hurt. "No, it's the correct one." She crossed to the table, and the bowl knocked lightly down onto the wood beside her with a small ceramic click. Then she frowned at Alan. "Why do you look like that?" Alan looked up too slowly, as if the question had to cross more distance than sound should need. For a second he only stared at her. Then he said, almost apologetically, "I don't know." Ruby accepted that far too easily. "That's not very useful." Daniel dragged a chair out and sat because suddenly standing felt like work he couldn't justify. "Ruby." She turned to him at once. "What?" He had no good answer. "Be careful" sounded ridiculous in a house where the dead drifted into breakfast and the television came on for them. "Don't ask questions" sounded even worse, and Ruby had never obeyed softness anyway. So he settled for the truth in its thinnest version. "He's having a bad morning." Ruby looked back at Alan, studying him with the blunt curiosity only children and ghosts seemed able to share. "I've had lots of bad mornings," she said. "That doesn't make your face go wrong." Alan flinched. Wade's mouth tightened. Daniel felt guilt move through him so cleanly it almost counted as clarity. Ruby was not cruel. That was the problem. She was precise without knowing how to be gentle about it. Ruby reached toward the cereal box on the counter, and it slid the last few inches toward her before she touched it. She paused, glanced at it, then looked at Daniel instead. "Are you going to make toast or are you just going to stand there ruining breakfast?" Despite everything, a laugh escaped him, short and tired and too close to real amusement. "Bossy little thing." "It's breakfast time," Ruby said. "That's different." Wade pushed off the counter and moved closer to the table, eyes still on Alan. "You should eat," he said to Daniel. "You think better when you've got something in you." Daniel gave him a flat look. "I'm thrilled to have acquired a dead grandmother." "That's not my style," Wade said. Ruby wrinkled her nose. "No, you'd be a terrible grandmother." The line shouldn't have changed the room, but it did. Not by much. Alan still looked wrong. Wade still looked worried beneath the hat and drawl. The wash still sat in Daniel's head like wet concrete. But for one fragile moment the kitchen shifted from crisis into something almost domestic, and that made the damage clearer, not less. Ruby climbed into her chair, picked up the spoon, and stirred the cereal in a thoughtful circle she never actually brought to her mouth. She looked at Alan again with a small crease between her brows. "You should stop doing that," she said. It's scary. Alan lowered his eyes to his hands. I'm trying. Daniel got the toast moving because his hands needed a job, and because the small domestic sounds of it, the lever on the toaster, the cupboard door, the scrape of a plate across the counter, were easier to survive than Alan's face. Ruby sat with the concentration only children could bring to breakfast, spoon clicking against the bowl while cartoons babbled from the next room. Every few seconds she mimed a bite she could not take, paused as if remembering, and let the spoon drift back down again. Alan sat opposite her with both hands flat on the table as if stillness might help him hold himself together. It didn't. Every so often the edges of him blurred and then dragged back into place a fraction too late. Daniel set a plate down in front of Ruby out of reflex before remembering she didn't need it. Slow down, he said. Nobody's stealing the toast. Ruby looked up from the bowl she was pretending to eat. That's because they're dead. Wade gave a short laugh through his nose. She's got you there. Daniel ignored him and poured coffee he didn't want. Wade, he said, keeping his voice level on purpose, tell me exactly what happened to Alan. Wade's expression flattened again. I already did. Lingering costs. That isn't an explanation. It's the beginning of one. Wade folded his arms and looked at Alan with a kind of hard pity Daniel hadn't seen from him often. Ghosts aren't built for storage. They hold because something holds them. A need, a memory, a debt. Some of them also want to stay more than others. If you keep pulling on them for work and never let the line go slack, eventually the knot starts cutting through. A ghost already leaning toward the door frays faster than one planting his boots. Ruby stopped stirring the cereal. That's stupid, she said. All three of them looked at her. She frowned at Wade as if he had personally invented a bad rule. If somebody's hurt, you're supposed to fix it. Not talk like it's just weather. Daniel almost smiled at the rebuke before the word caught him and the smile died. Wade tipped his head, accepting the blow without much offense. Fair point, he said. But fixing and keeping are different things. Alan looked up slowly. Can I be fixed? The question changed the room at once. Ruby's spoon stilled in her hand. Wade lost the last trace of drawl. Daniel felt something tighten in his throat because Alan had been accusation, witness, interruption, and misery for so long that hearing him sound small was almost unbearable. Daniel sat opposite him. I don't know yet, he said. Alan gave a weak, miserable nod. That isn't a no. No, Daniel said, more firmly now because Ruby was listening and because Alan needed something cleaner than panic. It isn't. Ruby pushed her cereal bowl aside and leaned toward Alan with blunt child seriousness. Then you don't get to give up before he tries. Alan stared at her. I'm not giving up. You sound like it, Ruby said. And it's annoying. The toaster popped. Daniel flinched at the sharp sound, then stood and switched it off before it could pop again. Behind him Wade said quietly, there may be a way to ease him. Rotation, distance, something short of release. But if you want that answer, Danny, you're finally going to have to ask what you are instead of just what you can get. Daniel stood with one hand on the toaster and the other wrapped around cooling coffee, listening to Wade's last sentence settle into the kitchen. Ask what you are instead of just what you can get. It sounded simple in the way bad truths always did. Ruby had gone back to her bowl, though now she only moved the spoon through the milk and cereal in small absent circles, watching the adults over the rim as if breakfast had unexpectedly improved. Alan sat at the table trying not to flicker, shoulders drawn in, hands still planted flat like he no longer trusted himself to move without losing pieces. Daniel looked at Wade. You've known that answer this whole time. Wade shrugged once. Known parts of it. Avoided the sermon. You weren't ready for the sacred version when the profitable version was keeping you upright. That's a very elegant way to say you let me do damage. Wade met the accusation without much flinch. No, he said. That's me saying I thought you'd choose money first because men usually do. I misjudged how quickly the bill would come due. Alan lowered his head. Sorry. Ruby looked appalled. Why are you sorry? He's the one who did it wrong. Daniel actually laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. Thank you, defense counsel. You're welcome, Ruby said. Then she pointed the spoon at him. So fix it. The kitchen phone rang. All of them went still. Daniel turned toward the wall phone by the fridge and felt the old, stupid lurch in his chest before thought caught up. For one second he wanted it to be Mara. For another he dreaded that it might be. The ringing went on, bright and ordinary and impossible to ignore. He crossed the kitchen and picked up on the fourth ring. Yeah. Ruiz's voice came down the line without preamble. You sound awful. Daniel leaned one shoulder against the fridge. Good morning to you too. It's not good, and don't get comfortable. Papers shifted on her end. He could hear office noise behind her. Phones, footsteps, some other cop talking too loudly. We pulled contractor fence footage from 2 blocks over. Your runner ditched the bike, switched jackets, and got into a municipal utility truck that shouldn't have been there. Either he has help or he is the help. I'm meeting traffic and city fleet in 40 minutes. She paused just long enough to sharpen the next part. You still useful. Daniel looked across the kitchen at Alan's fraying outline, at Ruby's drifting bowl, at Wade's unreadable face. Maybe, he said. Ruiz caught the hesitation at once. That isn't the answer I asked for. Daniel tightened his grip on the receiver. I'm working a different problem. Her silence went cold. Mercer, you do not get to become mysterious on me after last night. He almost told her no, that she didn't get to claim the whole morning just because she had a badge and a case file. But Alan was sitting 10 feet away trying not to come apart at Daniel's table, and Ruby had already handed down the only ruling that mattered. Fix it. Daniel looked at Wade and said, more to the room than the phone, then I need both answers. Ruiz heard enough to harden. Be at the East Lot office in 40 minutes, she said. And whatever game you're playing, bring me something better than your face. She hung up before he could argue. Daniel set the phone back in its cradle and stood there a second longer than he needed to. When he turned, Ruby was already watching him. That sounded annoying, she said. It was, Daniel answered. Wade pushed off the counter. Then we'd better stop wasting breakfast, he said. You've got a detective wanting a monster, a drowned man coming apart at the table, and a priest's question you can't dodge anymore. 50. The price of keeping them. Daniel set the phone back in its cradle and looked at Wade with a steadiness that felt manufactured but good enough to use. Ruby was still at the table with the spoon turning slow circles through cereal she could not eat. Alan sat opposite her trying not to flicker. The kitchen held the exhausted domestic shape of a normal morning, and that was exactly what made Daniel lose patience with it. You said I need to ask what I am, he said. Fine, I'm asking. Now. Wade didn't answer immediately. He looked at Alan first, then at the dark television in the living room beyond the archway, as if measuring whether the room could survive one more bad truth before coffee. You've got 40 minutes before Ruiz starts thinking your absence is either cowardice or strategy, he said. This answer is going to offend your schedule. Daniel took a step toward him. Wade. Ruby glanced up from the bowl. He means Alan, she said. You keep acting like he's a person in a chair. Alan flinched at that, not because it was cruel, but because it was exact. Wade pushed off the counter. Come on, then. He led them into the living room where the television screen still held the dim reflection of the house. Morning light cut across it from the window, making Daniel, Wade, Ruby, and Alan all sit wrong inside the glass, as if reflection already knew more about them than the room did. Wade stopped in front of it and said, Alan, step closer. Alan's cloudy eyes narrowed. I don't like this. No, Wade said. That's the point. Daniel watched Alan move toward the screen with visible reluctance. At first nothing happened. Then the reflection shifted. Not the room. Alan. The drowned outline of him in the black glass drew thinner by degrees, pulled subtly forward as if some pressure beneath the surface had found a grip. Alan made a sound low in his throat and stepped back at once, but the pull did not stop cleanly. His edges dragged. His face warped. For one terrible second his reflection did not match the shape standing in the room. Daniel felt cold move into his hands. What the hell was that? Wade kept his eyes on the screen. Law, he said. Or gravity. Pick the word that hurts you least. Alan backed away another step, breathing hard without lungs. Don't do that again. Ruby had left the table and come to stand by Daniel's leg. She wasn't frightened exactly. She was angry in the flat, personal way children got when adults broke something and then asked whether it mattered. They're supposed to go, she said. You keep making them stay. Daniel looked from Alan's frayed shape to the black television glass and understood the wrongness all at once. This was not just a haunting he hosted or a crew he managed. There was a direction to the dead, a pressure on them, a place they were meant to move toward, and he had been treating delay like storage. Wade glanced at him, expression stripped of humor now. That's the first part, he said. They don't belong under you forever. Daniel looked at Alan again and saw more than fraying this time. The drowned man had not simply gone thin. He had begun organizing himself around the room, around Daniel, around the habits of this house, as if waiting to be useful were becoming a condition of staying whole. The thought made something low and mean open in Daniel's stomach. How long has this been happening? He asked. Wade folded his arms and leaned one shoulder against the television cabinet. Long enough that you should be embarrassed. That's not a time. It's not a clock problem. Wade nodded toward Alan. It starts small. They wait for your attention. They hold shape better when you're looking at them. They orient around your routines because your routines are the strongest thing they've got left. Then one day you notice they're not just lingering. They're depending. Alan's face tightened. I am not. Ruby looked at him with flat child contempt. You are, she said. You wait by the back door when he leaves. Alan opened his mouth, then stopped. The silence that followed did more damage than denial would have. Daniel turned on Wade. So what? I've made him worse by keeping him close. That's the whole story. Wade's expression didn't soften. No, worse would be easier. Worse is simple. This is injury with habits on it. Daniel let that land and hated it immediately. Say it plainly. Wade obliged. The dead are supposed to move toward judgment. You've been interrupting that with work, orders, rooms, errands, meals, cases, all the little ways a man builds a life and then makes other things revolve around it. Useful ghosts can tolerate some delay. Too much, and the pull-out starts fighting the pull-in. He glanced at Alan. That's when memory tears. Identity slips. They stop being themselves in a straight line. Alan looked at Daniel then, and the misery in his face had changed shape. It was not just fear. It was dependency made visible and hated by the one suffering it. I keep trying to remember the truck, he said quietly. Then I remember your kitchen first. That went through Daniel harder than the television pull had. Ruby moved closer to the screen and tapped one finger against the black glass. He's stuck, she said. You keep saying later like later doesn't do anything. Daniel dragged a hand over his face. And you, why aren't you like this? Ruby shrugged. I'm different. Wade's mouth twitched without humor. And stronger than she ought to be. Don't build your rules on exceptions. On the counter in the kitchen, Daniel's phone began vibrating again. Ruiz. He didn't need to see the screen to know it. The sound carried through the house in short, impatient bursts, pulling the living world back into the room just as the dead had finished making it worse. Daniel stood there between the ringing phone and Alan's damaged face and understood the next cruelty clearly. This was not a problem waiting politely for office hours. The phone kept vibrating on the kitchen counter until Daniel went to get it, more to stop the sound than because he wanted Ruiz in his ear while the room was still tilted wrong. He snatched it up without looking away from Alan. Yeah. Ruiz didn't bother with greeting. You're late already. Daniel turned partly toward the living room, lowering his voice out of reflex that now felt grotesque. I said I was coming. You said maybe. Paper shifted on her end. Traffic flagged a utility truck logged out to a maintenance supervisor who was homesick. Fleet is already lying to me, which means somebody's nervous. I need you in the East Lot office in 20 minutes, and I need you useful when you get there. Daniel looked at Alan's face in the black television glass, then at the damaged version of him standing in the room. I'm handling something first. Ruiz went quiet for half a beat. No, you're not. You don't get mysterious domestic errands after yesterday. Be here. The line went dead before he could answer. Daniel lowered the phone slowly and set it back on the counter. When he turned, Alan was still staring at him with that same miserable, dependent concentration, as if Ruiz's interruption had only made the pull tighter. Daniel heard himself ask the question before he had chosen it. What was your truck? Alan blinked. What? The truck, Daniel said. You kept saying you were trying to remember it. What was it? Alan's cloudy eyes moved, not toward memory, but around the room. The television. The sofa. The archway to the kitchen. His mouth worked once, twice. Blue mug, he said. The one by the sink. Daniel went cold. No, your truck. Alan frowned harder, as if the correction itself were unfair. You leave your keys on the counter first. Then the back door. Ruby made a disgusted sound. See. Daniel took one step closer. Alan, look at me. What was your truck? Alan's face twisted. For one raw second Daniel thought the answer might come. Instead Alan said, in the low, uncertain voice of a man trying to hand back something he knew was wrong, your kitchen first. The room went still around that. Wade didn't move. Ruby didn't either. Daniel felt the shape of his own life rise up in ugly fragments as if someone had laid them out like evidence. Back door, counter, mug, kitchen, not companionship, not harmless delay. He had given the dead his routines the way chains gave shape to a prisoner's walk. Ruby looked up at him and said, with childlike precision crueler than accusation, you kept him in your house so long he started being about you. Daniel stared at Alan and finally understood the full obscenity of it. He had not merely postponed judgment because Alan was useful. He had been replacing the man with proximity, with habit, with service, until Alan's own life had begun losing ground to Daniel's furniture. Wade's voice came low and flat from the television. That's the third part, he said. It isn't just that they're harmed. It's that your life starts writing over theirs. Daniel looked at Alan for a long moment without speaking. The drowned man stood in the middle of the living room wearing Daniel's life across his memory like stolen clothes, and there was no version of that Daniel could soften into accident. He had done this by inches, by delay, by usefulness, by the lazy confidence that later was a neutral word. Ruby watched him with open impatience. Wade watched him with the colder attention of a man waiting to see whether guilt would become action or just another speech. Can it be reversed? Daniel asked at last. Wade answered without mercy. Some of it. Not by leaving him here. Alan flinched before Daniel did. Don't send me away. Ruby made an angry sound in the back of her throat. See, that's the bad part. He's scared of the wrong thing now. Daniel dragged both hands over his face and forced himself to think in steps. Say it plainly. What do I do? Wade nodded toward the door. Distance first. Get him out of your routines. Out of the kitchen, out of the sofa, out of the back door, out of the shape of your day. Let his own places pull harder than yours does. He glanced at Alan. And stop using him while he's tearing. Alan's clouded eyes fixed on Daniel with miserable concentration. I can still help. That's exactly why you can't stay, Daniel said. The words landed harder than he meant them to. Alan recoiled as if struck, and Daniel hated himself for hearing how much of a boss he sounded in the sentence. Not a priest. Not a witness. A man managing damage he had helped cause. He went to the hall table, grabbed his keys, then stopped and set them down again. The movement mattered. So did the interruption of it. You're going back to the wash, he said, turning to Alan. Not through. Not yet. Back to your case. Your place. I'll come there, and only there, until I know what to do properly. Alan swallowed, face tightening around fear and relief at once. You promise? Daniel held his gaze. Yes. Wade's expression shifted by a fraction, not approval, but something near it. Crude, he said. Compromised. Better than what you were doing. Ruby crossed her arms. And no breakfast pretending. Daniel looked at her. Noted. The phone buzzed again on the counter, Ruiz refusing to stay on the far side of any crisis for long. This time Daniel picked it up immediately, but before he answered he looked once more at Alan, really looked, and saw that the edges of him had not stopped fraying, only eased by a hair now that the room had changed its claim. It was not redemption. It was not enough. It was only the first ugly correction. Daniel answered the call and headed for the door. "I'm on my way," he said to Ruiz, while behind him Alan drifted out of the living room and toward the morning light, pulled at last by something that was not Daniel's house. 51. Sick realization. The house felt wrong the moment Daniel stepped out of it. Not quieter. Wrong. Alan was no longer by the back walk, no longer drifting at the edge of the porch light or standing in the reflection of the car window with that damp, watchful dependence Daniel had started mistaking for simple persistence. The absence should have relieved him. Instead it left a shape in the morning air like a pulled tooth his tongue would not stop finding. Wade settled into the passenger seat as Daniel started the engine. "Good," he said. "You kept your word." Daniel backed out too hard and corrected late. "Don't sound pleased with me." "I'm not pleased. I'm surprised." That was honest enough to sting. Daniel turned toward the East Lot Road with both hands tight on the wheel. The city had already gone bright and hard-edged under the sun. Utility trucks moved through the lanes ahead. Work crews in reflective vests stood by cones and coffee cups, building the same day every day while his own had split open before breakfast. He looked automatically toward the back seat, half expecting Alan to be there anyway, pale and ruined and apologetic. Empty. Wade caught the glance. "That bothering you already?" Daniel kept his eyes on the road. "No. That answer's becoming a personality defect." Daniel exhaled sharply. "Fine. Yes. It's bothering me." He changed lanes too fast, earned a horn, ignored it. "I told him to go, and now all I can think about is whether he made it back to the wash, whether sending him away hurt him more, whether I've just traded one kind of damage for another." Wade looked out the window for a moment before answering. "That's because you're finally inside the problem instead of standing on it." Daniel laughed once, low and bitter. "You say that like it's growth. It is growth. Ugly growth still counts." The words sat badly because they were true. Daniel had spent weeks treating the dead as interruption, then leverage, then labor. Useful ghosts. Better ghosts. Manageable ghosts. He had said all of it in one form or another without ever forcing himself to finish the thought to its natural end. Souls. Not assets. Souls. Souls he had kept waiting because the waiting made his life easier. He tightened his grip on the wheel until his knuckles ached. "I didn't think it was this bad." "No," Wade said. "You thought it was crooked. That's different." Daniel looked at him then. Wade's hat was low, his face unreadable in profile, but there was no mockery in him now. Only the hard patience of someone who had already lived long enough to know that moral disgust arrived late and never paid back the interest. Daniel looked away first. "I can't just empty the house," he said quietly. "I can't send all of you on and pretend I know how to do this alone." Wade nodded once. "There it is." "There what is?" "The part you hate most. Guilt hurts. Dependence terrifies." Wade turned toward him at last. "You're not just sick over what you've done to them, Danny. You're sick because you need them, and now you know the need itself has a price." The East Lot office came into view ahead, beige and ugly and temporary looking, with Ruiz's sedan already outside it like a warning made of steel. Daniel slowed, but not enough to count as calm. Wade's words stayed in the car with him even after the engine died. For the first time since the haunting began, Daniel understood that selfishness had not only stained him. It had reached outward and marked the dead. And the worst part was that knowing it did not make letting them go feel easier. Ruiz was waiting outside the East Lot office with a paper cup in one hand and impatience arranged cleanly across her face. The portable building behind her looked temporary in the way government things always did, as if everyone involved wanted deniability built into the walls. Daniel got out of the car and shut the door harder than he meant to. Wade stayed in the passenger seat for half a second, then stepped through the metal as if it were fog and came around to Daniel's shoulder with his hat low. Ruiz looked at Daniel once, then at the car, then back at him. "You look worse than yesterday," she said. "That's a promising start." "It's not a start. It's an observation." She jerked her head toward the office door. Inside. The office held a folding table, 2 whiteboards, a city map pinned crooked to one wall, and a man from traffic who looked annoyed to be alive before lunch. Fleet paperwork lay spread across the table in clipped stacks. Ruiz stayed standing. She preferred pressure vertical. The truck was logged out at 6:13 yesterday evening under a maintenance supervisor named Calder, she said. Calder was home vomiting into a bucket with his wife as witness. Security footage puts our suspect ditching the bike and entering that truck at 6:48. Which means somebody either handed him access, handed him keys, or left city inventory lying around like candy. Daniel looked at the route map without touching it. Wade leaned over the papers as if he could still smell lies on them. He had a cleaner exit than panic gives you. That much was obvious. Ruiz caught Daniel's focus sharpen and mistook it for cooperation instead of haunting. That route tell you anything? Daniel followed the marked streets with one finger. The truck switch was smart for more than cover. Municipal vehicles moved through industrial cuts, service roads, drainage access, fenced utility lots, all the places ordinary traffic ignored until it blocked them. A man using one after the East Strip was not just fleeing. He was changing class, from suspect vehicle to infrastructure. He didn't just need a new ride, Daniel said. He needed permission built into the shape of the truck. Traffic frowned. Meaning what? Meaning people look away from utility vehicles. Gates open. Service routes make sense. A dark sedan in the wrong place gets remembered. A city truck becomes part of the scenery. Ruiz's eyes narrowed with the hard interest she wore instead of praise. Go on. Daniel pointed at the map where the service roads thickened near the wash channels and maintenance yards. If he knows city access, then his routes aren't just streets. They're drains, cuts, fences, work yards, dead frontage, places that already exist to move unseen. Ruiz went still for one beat. You think this crosses with the washes? Daniel looked at the highlighted grid and felt Alan's absence like pressure in the room. The sick realization from the car settled deeper. Not just that he needed the dead, but that the dead might already be telling him the living pattern while he stood here pretending the two problems were separate. I think, he said carefully, you've got a man who understands infrastructure better than he should, and that makes every wash access in the city look less accidental. No one in the room spoke for a second after that. Then Ruiz reached for a red marker and circled 3 drainage corridors hard enough to squeak against the board. Good, she said. Then that's where we start making his day worse. Traffic uncapped another marker and started drawing access loops in blue over Ruiz's red circles, muttering about service permissions, chain gates, and which departments never logged their keys properly. Daniel stood at the edge of the table and watched the lines thicken until the city stopped looking like roads and started looking like veins. Wade drifted beside the whiteboard with his hat low, studying the map with the pleased alertness of a man who enjoyed any system once it admitted it could be exploited. Ruiz tapped one of the red circles with the marker cap. These 3 corridors give him cover, but they don't all give him function, she said. Pick. Daniel didn't answer at once. The middle corridor ran near contractor lots and storm access. The northern one touched fenced utility yards and dead frontage that could hide a truck long enough to change plates or jackets. The southern corridor fed toward an east side wash cut where service roads and drainage channels crossed in ugly practical ways. Alan's wash. Even without him in the room, Daniel felt the pull of it like a bruise being pressed. Wade leaned near his shoulder. You know which one. Daniel pointed to the southern corridor. This one. Traffic frowned. Why that over the north route? North gives more vehicle concealment. North gives concealment after the fact, Daniel said. He tapped the southern line again, then traced the break where a service road ran alongside drainage concrete. This gives utility, cover, and disposal logic in the same strip. He doesn't just want to disappear. He wants routes he can reuse. Ruiz watched his finger on the map instead of his face. Disposal logic, she said. That's a specific phrase. Daniel heard it too late. It's a specific case. Traffic looked between them. You think he's dumping from a city truck? I think if he knows how these access roads work, then he knows where sightlines die, where runoff clears traces, where fences are broken often enough to look normal, and where a maintenance vehicle belongs even when it shouldn't. Daniel straightened. That's not random adaptation. That's comfort. Ruiz's gaze lifted to him at last, sharp and measuring. You sound very sure for a man who keeps pretending he's improvising. Daniel met her eyes and didn't look away. I'm not improvising. I'm taking him seriously. That changed the room more than the answer itself. Traffic stepped back from the table. Ruiz set the marker down with deliberate care and said, "Fine. Then you're coming with us." Daniel felt the decision land before he spoke. The sick realization in the car, the empty back seat, Alan's damaged memory, Ruby's flat accusation, all of it pushed in the same direction. If the southern corridor was Alan's place, and if Alan had gone back there because Daniel told him to, then refusing the field now would not be caution. It would be cowardice with paperwork on it. Wade glanced at him with something like approval. About time. Daniel looked back at the map and said, "Good. Because that's where I was going anyway." The convoy to the southern corridor was not dramatic enough to excuse itself. Ruiz took the lead sedan. Traffic followed in a city pickup with 2 men and a stack of gate keys nobody trusted. Daniel rode with Ruiz because she said, "If you're going to infect this operation with intuition, you can do it where I can see you," and because objecting would only have made her more certain. Wade sat in the back seat with one boot on the floor hump and his hat low, watching the city slide past through the glass with a gambler's appreciation for odds turning visible. They left the cleaner roads quickly. Concrete gave way to frontage dust, chain link, runoff scars, and the blank ugly practicality of places built to be ignored unless they failed. The wash opened ahead in long pale cuts under the sun, service roads hugging its edges like afterthoughts. Ruiz killed the engine at a broken maintenance gate and looked across the channel without speaking for a second. "You feel very calm about this," she said at last. Daniel kept his eyes on the concrete below. "That's because I'm trying not to look insane in your passenger seat." Ruiz gave him a hard sideways glance. "That ship is not docked where you think it is." He almost answered, then stopped. Alan was there. Not beside the car. Not in the glass. Down in the channel where the broken service road bent around a culvert mouth choked with weed growth and storm grit. He stood clearer than he had in Daniel's house, shoulders less blurred, face still ruined by water and death but more himself somehow, as if distance from Daniel had let some buried shape come back up through the damage. Alan lifted one hand and pointed with sharp, urgent certainty. "Not kitchen. Not mug. Not back door. A place." Daniel was out of the car before Ruiz finished saying, "Mercer." He stopped at the edge of the slope and looked down. Alan pointed again toward a collapsed pocket of rock and trash half caught beneath the culvert lip. Daniel felt the sick realization from the morning change form under his ribs. He had not only harmed Alan by keeping him. He had also kept him from this. From his own place. From the thing that still held his line together. Ruiz came up beside him, breathing slightly harder from the slope. "What is it?" Daniel didn't look at her. "That pocket," he said. "Under the culvert mouth. If there's anything left, that's where runoff would jam it." Ruiz studied the angle, then the debris choke, then the way the concrete narrowed there. She keyed her radio at once. "Down there," she said. "Slow and careful. I want that pocket cleared by hand, not bulldozed by idiots." Behind them, traffic men started moving. Below, Alan looked at Daniel with something close to desperate gratitude, and for the first time since sending him away, Daniel saw the difference clearly. Away from Daniel's house, Alan was not cured. But he was more himself. That knowledge hit with the force of both relief and accusation. Wade came to stand near Daniel's shoulder and said quietly, "There's your answer. Service doesn't just cost. Sometimes it gives shape back." 52. Dirty money, moral uses. By the time Ruiz's people finished clearing the pocket beneath the culvert lip, Daniel's shirt was sticking to his back and the morning had gone from revelation to procedure. They found old runoff trash first, then a child's pink shoe packed hard in flood grit, then enough to change the air on the slope without anyone saying so aloud. Ruiz's voice flattened further. Traffic stopped muttering. Somebody called for scene. Somebody else started talking about widening the search line along the channel. Daniel stood just above them with dust on his shoes and Alan beside the broken road, clearer than before and no longer trying to remember Daniel's kitchen first. Wade kept his hat low and watched the workers move. "That helped him," he said quietly. Didn't help you much. Daniel looked down into the wash and felt the truth of that in his bones. Alan had shape back. Daniel had responsibility. Ruiz came up the slope with her phone in one hand and that same ugly calm she wore when a case had just gotten worse in a useful way. Sisu's en route. I want this corridor walked both ways and I want city maintenance lists for every crew with keys to these gates in the last 6 months. She looked at Daniel, taking in the dirt on him, the fixed stare, the fact that he had been right again. Don't wander. That sounds personal. It is. Her phone buzzed. She checked the screen, swore under her breath, and held his gaze another second. Stay where I can find you. She moved off before he could answer. Daniel watched her go, then pulled his own phone out when it started vibrating in his pocket. He expected Mara and got Nikki instead. Her voice came through cool and practical. I've got a wife in Summerlin sitting on a safe code her husband thinks she doesn't know. She'll pay for confirmation, photos, and enough humiliation to justify the invoice. You interested, or have you gone fully civic? Daniel looked down toward the culvert where a child's shoe sat in an evidence bag and hated that the arithmetic in his head did not stop just because the case got uglier. Rent, gas, food. Ruiz's case was about to start costing time in chunks he could not bill to anyone. How much? He asked. Wade laughed softly beside him. There he is. Nikki named a number high enough to matter and low enough to feel insulting after the wash. Daniel pinched the bridge of his nose and looked out across the concrete, where workers were now marking the channel in fluorescent paint. Alan stood farther down than before, still visible, still himself, but no longer orbiting Daniel like a domestic injury. Tonight, Daniel said. Not now. Of course not now, Nikki replied. I'm not an animal. She paused just long enough to make the next part land. But don't start pretending righteous work pays for itself, sweetheart. It doesn't. The line went dead. Daniel lowered the phone slowly and stared at the active scene below. Wade said nothing this time, which made the silence worse. Daniel could already feel the split beginning to harden into pattern. Service gave shape back. The case demanded time. Time bled money. And the money still had to come from somewhere ugly. Daniel stayed on the slope until the first CSU van rolled in and the wash began filling with the kind of controlled movement that turned horror into inventory. White suits, flagged grids, clipped voices, cameras. The practical theater of the living had started, and it always carried the same insult inside it. Once procedure arrived, grief had to stand in line behind documentation. Ruiz came back up the incline with dust on her shoes and a legal pad in one hand. She stopped close enough to make it clear he was still part of her perimeter whether he liked it or not. You've got that look again, she said. Daniel kept his eyes on the channel. That narrows it down beautifully. The one where you're useful and unbearable at the same time. She followed his line of sight to the culvert, the bagged shoe, the CSU markers multiplying along the concrete. You disappear on me tonight, I will take that personally. Daniel glanced at her. That sounds almost warm. It isn't. Her expression tightened. This case just changed shape. I need names on city access, yard permissions, crew overlaps, drainage routes, and any utility bastard who thinks a municipal truck is a free pass through a crime scene. She paused just long enough to study him properly. Can you stay on one problem for 6 hours, or is that too much to ask from your mysterious little ecosystem? The phrasing hit closer than she knew. Daniel thought of Nikki's call, the Summerlin wife, the invoice waiting to become rent money if he let himself split sideways tonight. Depends who's asking. Ruiz's mouth flattened. Me. With authority and a growing dislike of your timing. Wade gave a low, amused sound beside him. She's got charm in a locked drawer somewhere. Daniel ignored him. I can stay on it. Ruiz nodded once, but distrust stayed where it was. Good. Because this doesn't run on outrage. It runs on hours, paper, and people not wandering off to chase whatever private weather lives in their heads. Daniel almost corrected the word on reflex, then stopped. Alan stood farther down the wash now, no longer pressed up against Daniel's shadow, clearer in the hard light and watching the work with pained concentration. The sight of him steadier there than he had been in the house landed like both proof and rebuke. Ruiz caught Daniel's attention drift and misread it the way she always did. "Stay with me," she said. Daniel looked back at her and, for once, answered cleanly. "I'm trying." That shifted something. Not trust. Nothing so generous. But a recalibration. Ruiz studied him for a beat, then tore a page off the pad and handed it over. "Fine. Then start here. These are the yards and access cuts I want walked by dark. You see a pattern before I do, you say it out loud this time." She moved off again before he could answer. Daniel looked at the list in his hand, then down at the wash, then at the phone still warm from Nikki's call in his pocket. Wade watched him without amusement now. "There's the split," he said quietly. "One path pays the bills. The other lets you sleep with less rot in your mouth. Shame they don't use the same currency." The first yard on Ruiz's list gave him nothing but heat, locked chain, and a supervisor who had perfected the municipal art of being offended by questions. The second gave him a little more. A bored contractor with nicotine fingers and a reflective vest 2 sizes too big stood by the gatehouse smoking through lunch and pretending not to understand why Daniel cared about borrowed utility routes and off-book key access. Pretending lasted until Daniel folded 200s in half and held them low by his thigh. The contractor looked at the money, then at Daniel's face. "That's not a city form. It's a faster one." The man took the bills without a trace of shame. "North drainage keys get passed around like bad gossip," he said. "Maintenance, subcontractors, flood crews, whoever forgot to sign them back in. But Calder's truck wasn't parked north. Ask South Transfer Lot. There's a blind angle by the pump enclosure where cameras die every other week and nobody fixes them because the complaints come from people who are usually lying." Daniel memorized it, then asked, "Who has the keys when nobody's meant to?" The contractor snorted smoke out the side of his mouth. "Whoever wants overtime without paperwork." He pocketed the money and gave Daniel a flat look. "You didn't get that from me." Clearly. Back in the car, Wade watched the gatehouse disappear in the mirror and said, "Dirty money for righteous ends. You should put that on a church banner." Daniel stared out the windshield. "Shut up." But the 200s gone from his pocket sat badly. Not because they were wasted. They had bought real movement. Real narrowing. The case had just become more expensive in a language he understood perfectly. He drove toward the South Transfer Lot, past the bank, and then turned into it so abruptly the sedan behind him leaned on the horn. Wade looked at the sign, then at Daniel. "Ah," he said quietly. "There it is." Daniel parked in the side row away from the drive-thru and sat for a second with the engine ticking. The cash left in the envelope was warm from his jacket and tainted by every hand that had built it. Poker, adultery jobs, secrets, hidden safes, Wade's dead guidance, Nikki's whispered commerce. He peeled off 300, then another 2, then stopped at 5 and hated himself for doing arithmetic with his daughter again. Inside, the bank smelled of toner, carpet cleaner, and chilled air that made him suddenly aware of how dirty he still was from the wash. He filled out the deposit slip in Ellie's college account number from memory. That part hurt most. Not the secrecy. The ease. He had done this enough that his hand no longer shook on the digits. The teller glanced at the slip, then at him. Deposit only. Daniel looked at the money once before sliding it across. "Yeah." She counted it with professional indifference. "You're making a lot of these." The comment was harmless. The effect wasn't. Mara noticing. Asking where it came from. Thinking theft before tenderness because theft was the saner answer. Daniel forced a smile too small to count. Trying to be responsible late. When he got back to the car, the receipt sat in his hand like proof of both love and contamination. Wade didn't speak until Daniel started the engine again. "That make you feel cleaner?" he asked. Daniel pulled out of the lot and headed south toward the blind pump enclosure. "No," he said, "it just makes the dirt travel farther." The South Transfer Lot looked exactly like the kind of place a careful man would trust. Chain link, fuel tanks, prefab office, a pump enclosure wrapped in corrugated metal and warning signs sun-bleached to near uselessness. Nothing dramatic. Nothing memorable. Daniel parked outside the gate and sat with the bank receipt still folded in his cup holder, the fresh deposit into Ellie's account feeling less like virtue than laundering of the soul. Then he got out and walked the fence line until he found the blind angle the contractor had named. It was there. Not cinematic. Just practical. One camera sat high on a pole and looked down the main lane. Another covered the gate. Between the pump enclosure and a stacked row of concrete barriers there was a dead pocket where a truck could sit half a minute, maybe a little more, and vanish from both views if the driver knew exactly how to place it. Wade stood beside the barrier and tipped his head. "That's your window." Daniel crouched near the gravel and found black rubber scuffs half ground into the dust, newer than the older crusted traffic lines around them. Not proof by itself. But proof never arrived alone. It gathered. He looked up when a man in orange coveralls came out of the prefab office carrying a clipboard and a plastic cup of something cold. The man stopped as soon as he saw Daniel inside the fence line. "You with the city?" he asked. Daniel straightened. "Not officially. That usually means no. It means I've got questions." The man looked him over, landed on the dirt, the tired face, the expensive enough shoes, and decided something private. Questions cost time. Daniel almost laughed at the phrase. Of course they did. He pulled out one folded 100 and held it low. "So does lying." The man took the bill without visible dignity loss and said, "Truck rolled through here around 7 last night. Utility markings, south drainage decal, but the driver never hit the pump and never logged the lane. Parked in the blind wedge maybe 40 seconds. Came out with a different hard hat and a clipboard." He shrugged. "I remember because nobody changes hats that fast unless they're pretending to belong." Daniel felt the line tighten. Face. White guy. 40s maybe. Ordinary enough to insult memory. The man tapped his cup against the clipboard. "But he had blood on one cuff." "Not much. Enough that I noticed it after." That changed the air completely. Daniel pulled his phone at once and called Ruiz. She answered on the first ring. "You'd better have something worth interrupting me for." "I do," Daniel said, already looking at the blind wedge, the dead cameras, the space where a city truck could become permission. South transfer lot. Blind angle by the pump enclosure. Witness saw the truck sit there off log, and the driver came out changed. Different hard hat, clipboard, blood on one cuff. Ruiz went silent for one hard beat. Then she said, "Stay there. Do not touch anything. And Mercer, for once in your life, this had better be exactly what you just said." Daniel looked at the receipt in the cup holder, then at the man in coveralls, then at the fence line where dirty money had just bought movement for a child in a wash and 500 had gone to Ellie's future in the same hour. "That," he said quietly, more to himself than Ruiz, "is the problem, isn't it?" 53. The compromise system. By the time Daniel got back to the house, the sun had gone down and the kitchen looked exactly like the kind of room where decent men were supposed to learn something. The bank receipt sat folded in his pocket beside Ruiz's list and the South Lot notes, and the envelope of dirty cash on the table looked uglier under the overhead light than it had in the car. He set everything down in separate stacks and stared at them until the shape of the problem stopped pretending to be abstract. The wash children were going to keep costing him money. Ruiz was going to keep using hours he couldn't sell. Ellie's account was going to keep pulling 500 at a time from whatever dirty money he managed to earn. And now, on top of that, he had a house full of ghosts he increasingly knew he wasn't supposed to keep. Wade leaned against the counter and watched him sort papers with the wary interest of a man who recognized the early stages of bookkeeping as a dangerous mood. "You've got that face again. The one that means conscience is about to invent paperwork." Leon stood by the back door, looking solid and hard to ignore. Or maybe he finally does the right thing. Daniel let out a dry breath and pulled a legal pad toward him. "That's the trouble," he said, uncapping a pen. "The right thing appears to be ruinously inefficient." Nikki appeared by the fridge, arms folded, eyes cool. "That's one way to announce you've learned nothing." "No," Daniel said, writing 3 words at the top of the page before any of them could stop him. "It's how I announce I've learned exactly enough." He underlined them once. Active, pending, release. Then he looked up at the room, at the dead who had become staff, pressure, accusation, and infrastructure all at once. I'm not pretending virtue showed up because I found a child in a wash and put 500 in Ellie's future. I can't run this on guilt. I can't run it on theology. So I'm running it on structure. Nikki's expression hardened at once. Structure for what? For not collapsing, Daniel said. For not bleeding out time, money, and usefulness every time one truth gets uglier than the last. He wrote names beneath the headings as he spoke, the motion brisk now, meaner than shame and steadier than panic. Nobody gets to just haunt me indefinitely because I feel bad. Nobody gets released in a rush because I had one moral spasm either. We review. We prioritize. We decide what's still service, what's finished, and what's turning rotten. Leon gave a low grunt that was too close to approval for comfort. Nikki's mouth tightened. Wade stepped forward. You're talking about souls like warehouse stock. Daniel looked up from the pad and met his eyes. I know that, he said. Because the alternative is pretending I've become holy, and that would be insulting to everybody in the room. He tapped the pen once against the page and felt the compromise settle into place with the sick, practical weight of a tool fitting the hand. We're not doing this by feeling anymore. We're doing it by system. Daniel looked back down at the legal pad and, once the words were there, saw the next part almost immediately. That was the worst thing about it. Not that it was cruel. Cruelty still implied heat. This felt colder than that, the kind of solution a tired man found because he had finally stopped hoping decency would scale. He drew a line beneath release and wrote another word beside it. Replacement. The kitchen went quieter around the pen scratch. Even Wade stopped looking amused. Nikki saw it first. No, she said, pushing off the fridge with her arms still folded. Absolutely not. I know that look. That's not a conscience. That's logistics. Her gaze dropped to the page and sharpened. You are not about to tell me anyone who wants proper passage has to bring you new business on the way out. Daniel didn't flinch from her because flinching would have made it sound shameful, and shame had already been priced into the room. Not new business, he said. Continuity. He wrote as he spoke, forcing the rule into language before he could soften it. If somebody's finished here, really finished, then they don't just walk. They nominate who comes next, or they hand over something usable enough to cover the hole. A lead, a contact, a location, a witness, something that keeps the structure standing. He looked up at the gathered dead and heard how managerial it sounded even before Wade's mouth tightened. I'm not running a chapel. I'm running capacity. Wade sighed. So after everything, you're turning mercenary again. Daniel capped the pen, then uncapped it again because his hands needed something exact to do. I'm saying release creates labor gaps, he said. I'm saying every hour I spend helping one of you costs me time I don't have. Once on the work itself, and once on whatever income I don't make while doing it. So yes, if somebody wants out, they help close the gap before they leave. Nikki's expression turned cool enough to cut. That, she said, is the first truly ugly thing you've done that sounds sustainable. Daniel looked back at the page, at active, pending, release, replacement, and felt the compromise deepen from mood into policy. By the time he wrote nomination required beneath the last heading, the room had stopped feeling like a haunting and started feeling like a staff meeting nobody decent would ever admit attending. For a few seconds after Daniel wrote nomination required, nobody in the kitchen spoke. The refrigerator hummed. A car passed outside. Somewhere in the living room the television Ruby had once turned on by herself sat black and blank, reflecting only the doorway and the wrong company Daniel kept. Then Nikki laughed once, and the sound was so stripped of humor it made the room colder. So that's it, Nikki said. Her posture sharpened, the cool disdain in her face giving way to something closer to disgust. You finally help somebody, and the lesson you take from it is staffing. Daniel looked up from the pad, already tired of defending a rule he knew was monstrous and still preferred to chaos. The lesson I take from it is cost, he said. The children in that wash didn't get found by prayer. They got found because I had time, gas, contacts, and room in the day to keep pushing until Ruiz had something she could use. That all cost me. Nikki gave a small, disgusted shake of her head. Listen to him. He says cost now the way priests say sacrifice. She stepped away from the fridge and looked down at the page as if it might stain her by proximity. You've built yourself a departure tax. Leon came in, broad shoulders filling the doorway, his broken head held at that familiar angle that always made him look half suspicious and half bored. He glanced from Daniel to the pad and understood faster than he should have. He's not wrong about the gap, he said. Useful goes missing, work slows. Work slows, everything clogs. Nikki turned on him at once. That doesn't make it clean. No, Leon said, but it does make it true. Wade stayed by the counter, hat low, expression unreadable enough that Daniel disliked him for it. You're all arguing the wrong edge of it, he said. The ugly part isn't the rule. The ugly part is that he's calm while writing it. He looked at Daniel then, not admiring, not accusing, just taking the measure again. You don't even sound conflicted anymore. That landed more cleanly than Nikki's disgust had. Daniel looked back at the page and felt the sickness of that in himself because Wade was right. The horror had already passed. What remained was drafting. Conflict doesn't scale, he said. That's the point. Nikki stared at him as if she'd just watched a door shut from the wrong side. You keep saying structure like it saves you from what this is. Daniel set the pen down and met her eyes. No, he said. I'm saying structure is what lets me keep doing it after I know what it is. The silence that followed had weight now, not shock but recognition, and Daniel felt affection become harder at the edges the longer he looked at them. That was the real damage. Once he started sorting them by function, companionship became interference. Daniel let the silence hold just long enough to stop pretending it meant anything noble. Then he pulled the legal pad back toward him and wrote a new heading beneath the rest. Review schedule. The words sat there with all the warmth of a court form. He added names under it in a column, then dates, then a second notation beside each one. Utility. Stability. Outstanding obligation. By the time he got to the third line, the kitchen had taken on the wrong kind of order, the kind that made a man feel cleaner while doing dirtier work. Nikki watched his hand move and gave a short, disbelieving laugh. You absolute bastard, she said. You're making categories. I'm making decisions visible, Daniel said. That way nobody gets to say I'm improvising when it suits me. Wade tipped his head, studying the page. And if the visible decision is still rotten? Daniel didn't look up. Then at least it's consistent. Leon moved closer, broad and quiet, and looked down over Daniel's shoulder without asking. Utility. Stability. Outstanding obligation. He grunted once. That's not a crew anymore. That's an inventory. Daniel underlined stability twice. Crews lie to themselves. Inventories don't. Nikki stared at the page as if it had become a second death certificate right in front of her. And when one of us scores high enough for release, what then? She asked. You shake hands. Thank us for our service. Daniel finally looked up at that. The moment sat there stripped of comfort, all policy and no mercy, and that was the point. Clarity meant finish lines. Finish lines meant loss of labor. Loss of labor meant Daniel paying for decency twice. No, he said. Then we review whether release is actually due, whether obligations are complete, and whether transition is covered. Nobody vanishes in a way that leaves the whole structure limping. Nikki's eyes cooled further. Transition, she repeated. He really has become management. Wade gave a low sound that might have been amusement if it hadn't landed so flat. Worse, he said. He's become administration. Daniel wrote first review tomorrow at the bottom of the page and tore it off cleanly. Then he fixed it to the fridge with one of Ellie's old magnet letters, the bright plastic looking ridiculous against the legal pad gravity of it. That hurt more than he expected, but not enough to stop. Tomorrow night, he said, turning back to them, we do the first review properly. All of it. Utility, stability, unfinished business, replacement options. Nobody gets to coast on being familiar to me. The room changed at once. Not loudly. No shouting. No supernatural flare of outrage. Just a colder recognition settling into place as each of them understood the same thing. The system was no longer a threat spoken in anger. It had a page, a heading, a schedule, and a first meeting. Daniel looked from face to face and knew, with the hard-sinking certainty of a man finishing his own trap, that one of them was already closest to the end. 54. First rotation candidate. By the next night the page on the fridge had stopped looking like a threat and started looking like an appointment. That made it worse. Daniel came into the kitchen with coffee gone bitter in the mug and the legal pad under his arm, and for one stupid second the room struck him as almost domestic. The old magnet letters still held the review sheet in place. Mara's handwriting still survived on a shopping list half hidden beneath a bill reminder. Ellie's plastic cup still sat in the back of the cupboard where he hadn't had the nerve to move it. Then Wade was already in the chair by the table, Nikki leaned coolly against the counter, Leon filled the back doorway like a sentry, and the illusion died in the right order. "You really did schedule it," Nikki said, eyeing the page on the fridge as Daniel sat down. "I was hoping the shame would sober you by morning." Daniel set the pad on the table and uncapped his pen. That would require the shame to be useful. Wade tipped his chair back a fraction and watched him with guarded interest. "And tonight's objective is what, exactly?" "Performance reviews for the dead." "Closest candidate first," Daniel said. He said it evenly, but the phrase landed wrong in his own ears, too much office language wrapped around too old a fear. That was the deal. Leon folded his arms. "Then quit circling and say the name." Daniel looked down at the page. He had already written it before they started, and that felt like its own small betrayal. Alan Pierce. He stared at the letters for half a second longer than necessary, remembering the wash, the culvert, the pink shoe in grit, the way Alan had steadied after the search as if service had drawn some buried line back through him. It should have felt like proof of what needed doing. Instead it felt like marking a man for transfer while pretending the form made it clean. Nikki saw the name first from where she stood and let out a low breath through her nose. Of course it's him. Wade's posture changed at once. The chair legs came down. "That's not clever," he said. "No," Daniel answered. "It's obvious." He tapped the page once. "He's clearer after the wash. More stable, less frayed. And if this whole rotten system means anything at all, then he's nearest the door whether I like it or not." As if the sentence itself had reached for him, the air by the sink tightened. Daniel had made him come. That was the part he hadn't wanted to name even to himself. He had called properly this time, not with panic or guilt or some half-drunk plea for help, but with intent, and Alan answered. He appeared in the hard kitchen light, not dragging river mud misery now so much as carrying a stripped, watchful stillness that made Daniel's chest go tight. He looked at the page, then at Daniel, and some tired understanding passed across his face before the anger did. "So," Alan said quietly, "I'm first." Daniel kept his hand on the pen because it gave him something exact not to do. "Yes," he said, "you are." For a moment after Daniel said it, nobody in the kitchen moved. The review sheet on the fridge, the legal pad on the table, the coffee cooling in his hand, all of it seemed to harden into evidence against him. Alan stood by the sink in that stripped, steadier shape the wash had given back to him, and Daniel saw the exact point where the man's anger lost ground to something worse. Betrayal would have been simpler. This looked too close to resignation. Nikki pushed off the counter first. "No," she said, and this time there was no elegance in it at all. "Absolutely not. You don't get to do this like it's efficient." She came around the table and looked straight at Daniel instead of the page. He didn't get clearer because he was convenient. He got clearer because he helped you drag a child out of the dark. That is not the same thing as becoming disposable. Daniel set the mug down before he crushed it. "That's not what I said." "It's exactly what you said," Wade answered. He had gone very still in his chair, hat low, voice flatter than usual. "You dressed it better, I'll give you that. Stable, clearer, nearest the door. But the arithmetic's the same." He became most eligible right after being most useful. He glanced at Alan, then back at Daniel. "That teaches a lesson, and not the one you think." Leon stayed in the doorway with his arms folded, but even he looked less certain than he had last night. "You make him first," he said, "everybody else starts counting what helping you costs." That landed exactly where Daniel didn't want it to. He looked at Alan and saw the truth of it already taking shape in the room. Alan wasn't just a candidate now. He was an example. A warning. Serve well enough, regain enough of yourself, and Daniel might decide that was proof you were ready to leave. The system that had sounded hard and rational on paper suddenly showed its real teeth. Alan's mouth tightened. So that was the deal I didn't hear, he said quietly. I help with the wash, I get myself back, and that puts me first in line to disappear. Daniel hated that the sentence worked. I didn't say disappear. Alan gave a short, humorless laugh. No, you said release. That's the cleaner word when you're trying not to look like a man throwing somebody out of his life. The kitchen changed around that, not with supernatural force, but with ordinary human damage. Nikki's disgust turned sharper. Wade stopped pretending this was only cleverness gone rotten. Even Leon looked at the legal pad like it had started to smell. Daniel felt the first real fracture in the system then, not in the logic, but in the cost. The moment he named Alan first, affection had stopped being background noise and become an active obstacle. That was the part the page hadn't accounted for. Daniel should have pushed through it. That was what the page was for. Names, categories, criteria, a sequence strong enough to survive feeling. Instead he found himself staring at Alan's face and seeing not a candidate but accumulation. The drowned man at the casino monitor. The voice in the car. The patient misery at the edge of his kitchen. The wash. The little pink shoe. The way Alan had steadied after the children were found, as if usefulness had given him back not peace, but contour. It would have been easier if Alan had stayed only unbearable. Easier if he had remained an obligation instead of becoming familiar. Wade saw the stall first. Well, he said, you wanted a system. Use it. Daniel looked down at the legal pad. Utility. Stability. Outstanding obligation. The words now seemed too neat to survive contact with the man by the sink. Fine, he said, though his voice came out flatter than he intended. Utility remains high. Stability improved after the wash. Outstanding obligation. He stopped there because the next phrase on the page was replacement viability, and suddenly reading it aloud felt like an obscenity. Alan watched him without blinking. Go on, he said quietly. You've already started. Nikki folded her arms tighter. This is the part where the spreadsheet develops a pulse. Daniel ignored her and forced himself back to the page. Outstanding obligation is complicated, he said. You still brought the first clear line on the wash children. You're still tied to that corridor. And if Ruiz keeps pulling the thread, there may be more you can identify. Alan's mouth tightened, but not in anger this time. That's work, he said. Not obligation. You mean I'm still useful? Daniel looked up too fast. That isn't all I mean. He heard how weak that sounded and hated it at once. Look, Alan, the first minute I met you, you said you wanted this to be over. You said that, not me. Alan held his gaze. Yes, he said, I did. Daniel spread one hand over the page as if he could steady the argument by pinning it down. Then don't act like I invented the finish line. I didn't. You came in wanting out. Alan gave a small, tired shake of his head. That was before I became someone to you, he said. That's the part you keep trying not to say. The room held still around him. Wade had gone silent. Leon no longer looked at the page at all. Daniel felt the trap close not from the system, but from the demand for plain language. Utility was easy. Priest words were easy too. Release. Passage. Judgment. What none of those accounted for was the fact that Alan had become someone Daniel expected to find in a room. Someone whose presence altered the pressure of a day. Someone whose absence would no longer be abstract. Daniel set the pen down. The rest, he said, and had to stop once before he could finish it honestly, is that I know you now. That's the problem. Alan's face changed on that, not softening, not forgiving, but receiving the blow in the right place. Yes, he said, that's what I thought. He glanced at the page, then back at Daniel. Turns out judgment's harder once the dead stop being theory and start being company. Nobody spoke for a few seconds after Alan said it. The kitchen held the silence badly. The fridge motor clicked on. Coffee smell hung in the air. The review sheet stayed pinned to the door with Ellie's magnet letter as if this were still some manageable piece of household administration and not Daniel sitting at his own table trying to decide whether decency required him to lose one of the dead he had built his life around. Wade broke first, but softly. "Well," he said, not looking at Daniel now so much as at the page between them. "There's your answer. The system works right up until it reaches somebody you'd miss." Nikki's eyes stayed on Alan. "That was always the answer," she said. "You just thought you could bully it into looking clean." Leon shifted his weight in the doorway and gave Daniel a flat, practical look that somehow made things worse by refusing drama. "So don't call it tonight," he said. "You've got criteria. Use them honestly, or stop pretending you wanted honesty." Daniel looked back down at the legal pad and saw, with a kind of exhausted hatred, that Leon was right. The page had not failed him. He had reached the point the page was built to expose. Alan scored high on stability, high on usefulness, high on regained shape, but none of that erased the other truth now sitting in the middle of the kitchen with them. Releasing Alan would not feel like proper passage. It would feel like subtraction. Alan saved him from saying it badly. "You don't have to dress it up any further," he said. His voice had gone calm in a way Daniel distrusted immediately, because calm meant conclusion. "I know what I am on your page. Clearer, steadier, nearer done than the others. That part's real." He looked around the room once, not theatrically, just taking stock of the company that had become a kind of afterlife routine. "But if you send me now, you're not proving the system works. You're proving you can bear the loss." That landed so cleanly Daniel felt it behind the ribs. He leaned back in the chair and let out a breath he hadn't meant to hold. "And if I can't?" Alan's expression changed then, not kind, not cruel, just tired enough to tell the truth without polishing it. "Then this was never administration," he said. "It was attachment wearing paperwork." The words settled into the room and stayed there. Daniel looked from Alan to the page and finally understood why the review had gone rotten the moment it became real. Release had stopped being theology. It had stopped being duty. It had even stopped being policy. Sitting across from Alan with the legal pad between them, it became what it had been trying not to name all along. Loss. Daniel put the pen down, and when he looked back at the first name on the page, it no longer read like a candidate. It read like the first thing he might actually have to grieve. 55. Trial on the Scales. Daniel left Alan's name at the top of the page and drew one hard line through it, not as a release, not even as a reprieve, but as an admission that he couldn't pretend objectivity where none existed. The mark sat there in the legal pad like evidence of weakness disguised as process. He stared at it until the kitchen light began to feel hostile, then moved down to the next clean name. Marta. Linked case. Not crew. Not family-shaped. Close enough to the office to matter, far enough from his own throat that he might still think straight. Ruby was not on the page at all. He told himself that was because she was different, because she didn't ask for passage, because she didn't behave like the others. He didn't examine that reasoning any harder than he absolutely had to. By the time the house went properly dark, the kitchen had been rearranged into something he could pretend was procedure. The legal pad lay open. Chairs angled toward the table. No bottle in sight. Wade sat by the window with the attentive calm of a man who had learned to enjoy other people's thresholds. Nikki leaned against the counter, watching Daniel the way some women watched surgeons they already distrusted. Leon stayed near the hall, broad and silent, as if guarding the room from either interruption or retreat. Alan remained by the sink, wet silence and accusation both, but he did not speak. Daniel stood at the head of the table with one hand resting on the chair back and said, "I'm not doing Alan tonight." Nikki's mouth twitched. "That's the first honest sentence you've said in hours." "It's not mercy," Daniel said. "It's clarity." Wade tipped his head. "Call it whatever gets the work started." Daniel ignored him and looked toward the empty doorway. "Marta." The air in the kitchen tightened at once, not violently, but with the deliberate pull of something being summoned under rule instead of accident. Marta appeared just past the threshold, the nightclub stamp still faint on her wrist, her expression sharpened by caution before it ever reached fear. She looked from Daniel to the others and then to the legal pad on the table. That's a bad room setup, she said. What am I here for? Daniel held her gaze because looking away would have made this feel even dirtier than it already did. A real judgment, he said. Not another delay, I swear. Not a negotiation. The actual thing. For the first time since he had known her, Marta lost the instinct to posture. You can do that now. I think so. That, Nikki said softly, is not the same as yes. Daniel pulled out the chair opposite his own. Sit anyway. Marta did not need the chair, but after one long second she came forward and lowered herself into it as if honoring the shape of the room mattered. Alan watched from the sink in wet stillness. Wade went very quiet. Leon's attention sharpened. Daniel looked at Marta across the table, felt the house gather itself around the moment, and understood with a cold certainty that this was no longer theory, office language, or a system on paper. He was about to find out whether the scales were real. Marta sat with her hands folded in her lap as if the gesture still belonged to the living and might help her pass for one if nobody looked too hard. The nightclub stamp on her wrist had faded to a bruised gray-blue. Daniel took his seat opposite her and opened the legal pad, though he already knew he would not find what he needed there. Utility. Stability. Outstanding obligation. The page looked stupid now, small and administrative in the face of what the room had become. Start with the simplest thing, Wade said from the window. Truth first. The dead always hate that part. Nikki glanced at him. The dead hate all of it. Marta's eyes stayed on Daniel. You brought an audience, she said. That doesn't make me feel beautifully supported. Daniel rested both forearms on the table and tried to keep his voice level. I brought witnesses. I don't know what this does yet, and I'm not pretending otherwise. That's the second honest thing tonight, Nikki murmured. Leon shifted his weight near the hall. Get on with it. Daniel looked at Marta properly then, forcing himself not to see her as a file, a category, or a cleaner test case than Alan. She had been a woman once, fully and inconveniently real. Hair brushed for work, rent due. Men lied to her, she lied back. Somebody had killed her and expected the city to lose interest. He could feel the office in the room now, not as a vision, not as a voice, but as pressure, a weighting heaviness behind the breastbone, like a scale suspended somewhere just beyond sight. What do you want? He asked. Marta gave him a flat look. That is not a simple question. It is tonight. She held his gaze for a long second, then looked down at her own hands. I wanted money when I was alive. Safety. Better clients. Fewer stupid men. After, I wanted the one who killed me found, and I wanted not to be left in that room like I was a stain somebody else had to clean. Her mouth tightened. Lately, I mostly want this to stop feeling unfinished. The words settled heavily. Daniel felt something in the room respond, not sound, not light, but alignment. Wade straightened. Leon's face sharpened. Even Nikki lost her cool little spectator's expression and looked at Marta as if the answer had struck deeper than the question. Daniel noticed it too. Say that again. Marta frowned. Which part? The unfinished part. For the first time uncertainty moved across her face in a way that had nothing to do with vanity. I want, she said slowly, not to feel pulled backward all the time. The air changed at once. The kitchen light dimmed by a shade. The hair rose along Daniel's arms. Marta inhaled sharply and looked around as if she had just felt a door open somewhere behind her. What did you do? Daniel did not answer because he had not done it alone. Something had listened. Something had weighed the sentence and found it load-bearing. He leaned forward despite himself and said, more quietly now, tell me about him. Marta did not answer straight away. She sat in the chair with her back too straight and her fingers tightening one over the other as if she were bracing for impact from somewhere inside herself rather than from the room. Daniel watched her and felt the same hidden pressure gathering again, not on his skin this time but behind the sternum, a slow interior weight that made breathing feel fractionally more deliberate than it should have been. Him, Marta said at last, and her voice had lost some of its polish. You mean the one who killed me? Yes. Nikki shifted against the counter. Well, that's one way to murder the mood. Leon didn't look away from Marta. Name. Marta gave him a sharp glance. then looked back at Daniel as if only one person in the room was allowed to ask this kind of question and he had barely earned it. Eric Danner, she said. Said he was in conventions. Wore wedding rings when it suited him and took them off when it didn't. Smelled expensive and mean. Her mouth tightened. He liked women he thought nobody would miss. The room changed on the last sentence. Daniel felt it immediately. Not a gust. Not a voice. A downward settling, as if something unseen had accepted fresh weight onto one pan of a balance and was waiting to see what answered on the other side. Wade saw Daniel react and straightened by the window. You felt that? Daniel didn't take his eyes off Marta. Yes. Marta did too now. Fear had begun to replace poise in small, involuntary ways. What are you doing to me? I think, Daniel said carefully, I'm getting closer to the shape of what's holding you here. He leaned forward, forearms on the table, and let the question come plain. Did he kill you, or did he kill what was left of you after you'd already decided nobody would come if you screamed? Nikki stared at him. That was vicious. It was precise, Wade said. Marta flinched as if Daniel had reached across the table and struck her. For a second he thought she might vanish, or lash out, or refuse the room entirely. Instead she looked down at her own hands and spoke in a voice gone thin with old, buried shame. Both, she said. That's the filthy answer, isn't it? He killed me, but I helped him get close by already believing I was the kind of woman men could use up without consequence. The pressure in Daniel's chest deepened at once. Marta gasped and gripped the edge of the table, eyes widening. Alan pushed off the sink for the first time, water dark and intent. Leon's face hardened. Nikki went very still. Daniel understood then that this was not only about accusation. The scales were not listening for blame alone. They were listening for the truth a soul would rather phrase more prettily. He held Marta's gaze and said, quietly now, then don't lie to protect him, and don't lie to punish yourself either. Tell me exactly what still binds. Marta held the table edge so hard Daniel thought, absurdly, that her fingers might leave dents in wood she could not truly touch. The room had gone close and listening. Even the house seemed to have withdrawn its ordinary noises. No pipe knock, no refrigerator hum, no settling creak from the hall. Daniel felt the weight in his chest deepen another fraction and understood that waiting was no longer neutral. The scales were not patient in the human sense. They were exact. Marta looked down at her own hands and spoke with a stripped, unwilling honesty that made every word feel dragged out over broken ground. What still binds, she said, is that I stayed angry at him because it was easier than saying I was ashamed of myself. Her mouth tightened. I wanted him found. I still do. But that isn't the deepest hook. The deepest hook is that I kept thinking the room was the proof of what I was worth. Disposable. Rent by the hour. Easy to leave. I stayed in that thought after he killed me because it fit too neatly. Her eyes lifted to Daniel's then, raw now, no polish left. And I hate that part of the story more than I hate him. The pressure broke. Not explosively. Not with light or thunder or some theatrical sign Daniel could dismiss later as stress dressed up in holy language. It was stranger than that. The air in the kitchen drew taut, and for one impossible second Daniel felt two answers settle into balance inside the same act of seeing. Marta's killer had done evil. Marta had also chained herself to the last and ugliest interpretation of her own life. The scales did not confuse those truths. They held both without diluting either. Justice, Daniel understood in a cold rush, was not comfort and not revenge. It was proportion without flattery. Marta gasped. Her shoulders jerked once as if something had been pulled loose from the center of her. Nikki covered her mouth with her fingertips and stared. Leon took one involuntary step back. Alan's wet stillness sharpened into awe. Wade said nothing at all, which frightened Daniel more than if he had. Daniel rose without planning to. The words came up through him with the sick, clean certainty of something remembered rather than invented. Marta Durand, he said, and his own voice no longer sounded entirely private in the room. You were wronged, and you also wronged yourself in the telling. Both are now spoken true. What is yours is Wade. What is not yours is no longer yours to carry. Go where the truth takes you. Marta looked at him with naked shock, then past him, as if some vast line had just become visible over his shoulder. The bruised dark tension in her face eased first, then the whole shape of her seemed to lighten from the inside, not dissolving, not banished, but released from a pressure Daniel had only just learned to name. She let out one thin, astonished breath and whispered, "Oh." Then she was gone. The chair sat empty across from him. The room remained, kitchen small and badly lit and full of witnesses who had just seen something no grift could explain. Daniel stood with one hand braced on the table and felt the mark of the moment settle into him like a second skeleton. Sacred function had just passed through his mouth and changed the world in front of him. Rumor was over. Whatever else he called himself after tonight, priestly work had ceased asking his permission. 56. One pink shoe. By the next afternoon Daniel had made the mistake of thinking he could move through daylight as if the night before had not rearranged him. Marta was gone. The kitchen still held the outline of where she had sat, the chair fractionally wrong from the table, the legal pad open to Alan's crossed-out name and the blank space below it where a system had just failed to explain something sacred. He had left the house because staying in it made the air feel too aware. The city at least had traffic, noise, excuses. It let a man pretend he was still one more body among bodies. That pretense lasted until Ruiz stepped out from between two county fleet sedans and blocked his path like she had always been meant to appear there. The parking lot behind the municipal records annex was half empty, sun-struck, and too open for escape without making a show of it. She had a paper cup in one hand, sunglasses pushed up in her hair, and the particular expression she wore when patients had finished curdling into method. "You keep doing that," she said. Daniel slowed but did not fully stop. Walking. Knowing things before paper does. Her gaze moved over him, taking inventory the way she always did. Finding the bend in the channel before CSU widened the line. Clocking the motel pattern before my people stopped treating it like motel dirt. Giving me turns, names, behaviors, room habits, towel habits, bleach habits, and timing like you were reading from a report nobody else had written yet. She took one step closer. I let myself call that instinct longer than I should have. Daniel looked past her at the county cars baking in the heat. That sounds like a professional failing. Ruiz gave a short, humorless breath. Cute. Keep doing that too. She set the coffee on the hood of the nearest sedan and folded her arms. You know what changed. Daniel met her eyes and already disliked the answer he was about to hear. I stopped asking whether you're dirty, lucky, or unstable, she said. Those are all still on the board, don't flatter yourself. But they no longer cover the shape of the problem. She held his gaze without blinking. You are either running a source so strange you should already be in cuffs for obstruction, or you're doing something I don't have a category for yet. I'm done pretending I'm comfortable with either. Daniel kept his face still, which took effort now. And what exactly would make you comfortable, detective? The thing you keep refusing me. Her voice did not rise. It didn't need to. A clean answer. No trims. No edits. No muttered little half-truths designed to sound sane in daylight. She tilted her head a fraction, studying him like a lock she had finally decided to stop being polite with. So here we are, Mercer. Just you and me. Stop giving me half-answers. Daniel could have lied better if she had come at him angry. Anger gave a man something to dodge. Ruiz wasn't angry. She was methodical, and method had a way of making half-truths look childish before they ever left the mouth. He stood in the hot open lot with the sun reflecting off county windshields and felt, with a growing dislike, that she had chosen the place for exactly that reason. No walls. No exits that didn't look like exits. No room to make this theatrical. I've given you clean answers, he said. Ruiz's expression didn't move. No, you've given me survivable answers. She uncrossed her arms and ticked points off on her fingers with the same dead calm she used at scenes. You knew the channel bend before the survey came back. You knew the motel room pattern before housekeeping logs were pulled. You described behavior no witness had reported yet. Then you called me from the South Transfer lot with a witness statement you had no business finding that fast unless you were already there, already tipped, or already following something off books. She took one step closer. Do you know what all that adds up to? Daniel looked at her and said nothing. It adds up to me deciding whether you're a useful bastard or a liability I've been indulging. Her gaze sharpened. And I am running out of patience with the distinction. Something moved at the edge of his sight. Daniel didn't turn at first. He already knew the shape of interruption now, the slight wrongness in the air when the dead chose proximity. Then he looked, and Ruby was sitting on the curb beside Ruiz's sedan as if she belonged there, small knees drawn up, one pink shoe bright in the sun and the other foot bare. She wasn't smiling. She was only watching him with the still, waiting patience children had when adults were taking too long to say the obvious. Ruiz misread the flick of his eyes immediately. No, she said. Stay with me. Daniel's attention snapped back to her. I am. Good. Then hear this properly. She picked up the coffee from the hood, took one small sip, and set it back down with irritating care. I'm giving you one last clean chance before I stop being generous. Tell me whether you've got a source, an accomplice, or a method that turns up dead children faster than my paperwork does. The word dead landed harder than it should have in daylight. Daniel felt Ruby's presence at the curb like a pressure against the side of his throat. Ruiz kept looking at him with that flat, investigative patience that never confused silence for innocence. Well, she asked, which is it? Daniel looked at her, then passed her shoulder just enough to catch the one pink shoe again, and understood with a sick tightening in his chest that the next answer was going to change the shape of both their lives. Daniel opened his mouth, reached for the version that would do the least damage, and found that all of them sounded thin before they were even spoken. A source was a lie. An accomplice was worse. A method came closest, but only if he was willing to pretend the dead were a tradecraft problem instead of a fracture in the world. Ruby stayed on the curb in the corner of his sight, small and silent and merciless in the way only a child could be. Ruiz watched the hesitation settle into him and mistook it for calculation, which was fair enough. There it is, she said. That little pause where you decide how much of the truth you can survive saying out loud. She took another step closer. I'm not asking for poetry, Mercer. I'm asking for the mechanism. Daniel let out a breath that did nothing to ease the pressure in his chest. You want the cleanest version. Ruiz's expression flattened further. That would be a novelty. He looked at her properly then, at the county badge clipped to her belt, at the notebook bulging in her back pocket, at the sharp tiredness around her eyes that came from too many bad rooms and too little sleep. He understood with sudden clarity that if he said the wrong thing now, she would file him under unstable and build the rest of her life around containment. If he said the right thing, she might do exactly the same thing, only with more evidence. I know things because I get told things, he said. Ruiz gave him a look so dry it almost counted as pity. That is not an answer. That is a man trying to sound mystical instead of useful. Ruby shifted on the curb. The pink shoe flashed in the sun like a wound. Daniel's eyes betrayed him again for the briefest second. Ruiz caught it this time and turned sharply toward the empty curb, then back to him. No, she said quietly. Don't do that to me. Her voice did not rise, but the change in it was worse than anger. You keep glancing to the same place like someone's feeding you lines. There is nobody there, so either you're performing for my benefit, or you're actually that far gone. She held his gaze without blinking. Which one should I put in my report? Daniel laughed once, and the sound came out too tired to pass for insolence. You really think I'd pick a county parking lot for theater? I think you'd pick whatever terrain made your story hardest to disprove. That landed because it was exactly the kind of thing he would have done once, before sacred function, before scales, before Marta looking past his shoulder and whispering, oh, to something he still could not see. Daniel rubbed at his jaw and said, this isn't theater. Ruiz folded her arms, then stopped speaking around it. She glanced once toward the curb, then back at him, and the question came out quiet enough to matter. Who do you keep looking at? For a second Daniel said nothing. The heat in the lot pressed down off the hoods of the county cars and turned the whole scene meaner than it needed to be. Ruiz stood in front of him with her arms folded and her patience stripped back to bare procedure. Ruby stayed on the curb in the edge of his sight, small and still, the pink shoe bright enough to feel obscene in daylight. He understood, with a tired and absolute clarity, that there was no version of this answer that kept his life neat. Ruiz watched the silence harden and mistook it, again, for strategy. "That long, huh?" she said. "Christ, Mercer. I ask who you're looking at and you act like I've requested state secrets." Daniel rubbed at his face and felt the irritation finally outrun caution. "You want the truth." Ruiz gave him a flat look. "I've been making a hobby of it." He laughed once, sharp and humorless. "No, detective, you've been asking the wrong-sized question." He dropped his hand and looked at her properly. "You think I'm glancing at one source, one lookout, one whisperer in the corner feeding me clever lines like this as some cheap little operation." His voice had gone rough without rising. "That's you thinking too small." Ruiz didn't move. "Then make me think bigger." Daniel turned his head just enough to look at the curb again. Ruby sat there with her chin on her knees, watching the two of them drag the moment out like adults always did. Her bare foot was dusty. The pink shoe looked almost new by comparison. He looked back at Ruiz and said, with all the irritation he had been trying and failing to keep hidden, "I see ghosts." The words landed between them with a weight daylight could not flatten. Ruiz's face didn't change at first. Then something in it tightened. Not belief, not yet, but the involuntary muscular reaction of a rational mind hearing a sentence it had already filed under impossible and suddenly hating how well it explained things. Ruiz let out one slow breath. "Try again without insulting both of us." Daniel's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "You asked." "I asked for the truth, not psych ward babble." "You ask what I keep looking at." He held her gaze and let the last part come cleanly, because there was no point saving it now. "It's not what, it's who. And the who you'll care about most right now wears one pink shoe." Ruiz went still. Not dramatically. No step back, no oath, no visible crack in the detective's posture. Just a sudden, total stillness, as if the whole machine of her had stopped for one heartbeat and recalculated around a detail too specific to dismiss casually. Her eyes flicked, despite herself, toward the curb where Ruby sat in the sun. Then Ruiz looked back at Daniel and said, very quietly, "Show me." 57. The test. Ruiz did not wait for him to answer. The words had barely settled before she picked up her coffee from the hood, turned on her heel, and headed for the side entrance of the records annex with the clipped certainty of a woman who had just decided that disbelief could wait until after procedure. Daniel stood for one beat too long in the sun, then followed because not following would have turned the moment into theater in exactly the way she feared. "You don't get to stage this," Ruiz said as she keyed them through the side door. "You don't get to pick the room, the objects, the timing, or the angle. If you're lying, I want all the ordinary reasons exposed before you can hide behind tone." She held the door for him only long enough to make refusal impossible. "And if you're not lying, I want the cleanest proof available." The corridor inside smelled of dust, toner, and overworked air conditioning. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead with the kind of bureaucratic brightness that flattened everything into paperwork. Ruiz led him past a copier room, an empty break area, and two locked file rooms before stopping at a narrow interior office with no windows and only one door. A steel desk sat in the middle. Two molded chairs. One wall cabinet. One dead computer monitor. One desk lamp with a pull chain. That was all. She stepped aside and let him enter first, then shut the door behind them with a click that sounded much too final. "There," she said. "No magic stagecraft. No surprise witnesses. No alley reflections. No convenient angles." She set her coffee on the desk and moved the two chairs apart with deliberate care. "You want me to see what you see, you do it here." Daniel looked around the room and felt, with a slow inward sinking, that she had chosen almost perfectly. Nothing loose enough for a cheap trick. Nothing theatrical enough to prime a frightened mind. Just one dry county office that smelled like forms and bad decisions. Ruby was not inside. He knew that before he turned. Then he looked back through the small wired glass panel in the door and saw her in the corridor, standing where the fluorescent spill reached her shoes. One pink. One bare. Waiting. Ruiz caught the direction of his gaze and moved half a step to block it. "No," she said. "Stay with me. You brought me this far. Now prove it." Daniel looked at her, then at the lamp chain, the coffee cup, the blank monitor, the dead stillness of the office, and felt the first real crack in his own confidence. "It doesn't work like a light switch," he said. Ruiz folded her arms. "That," she said, "sounds like the opening line of a man about to fail under supervision." Daniel looked at the wired glass panel again. Ruby had not moved. She stood in the corridor with the same patient stillness she wore when adults were being particularly slow and disappointing. The fluorescent light flattened her dark hair, the pink shoe, the bare foot, all of it into something more ordinary than it had any right to be. That, more than anything, made the moment hard. If Ruiz had been dealing with a shrieking apparition or some theatrical monstrosity, belief would have had a shape to argue with. Ruby looked like a child waiting outside an office because nobody had thought where else to put her. Ruiz mistook his hesitation for stalling and gave a short, contemptuous breath. "Come on," she said. "You don't get to go vague now. You said there was someone. Fine, show me someone." Daniel rubbed at his jaw and kept his voice low without quite knowing why. "It isn't that simple. Interesting how the impossible always gets less specific under fluorescent lighting." He ignored that and turned toward the door instead. Ruby was still there, chin slightly lifted now, watching him. He hated, all at once, that this had become proof. Hated that Ruiz's demand had dragged Ruby out of the category where she was simply present and into one where she might be used. The distinction mattered. It also wasn't going to save him. "Ruby," he said. Ruiz's expression changed, only slightly. Not belief, not fear. Just a small internal note being made. "Ruby," she repeated. "That's what we're doing now." Daniel didn't look at her. "She's a child." Ruiz stared at him. "There is no child in that hallway." "There is to me." "That is not the reassurance you think it is." Ruby's eyes stayed on him. She did not come in. She did not vanish either. She just stood there, making him feel like the worst man in the room, which was impressive considering the company he usually kept. Daniel stepped toward the door and spoke more quietly. "I need you to help me." That made Ruiz laugh once, softly and without humor. And there it is, a performance with emotional lighting. Daniel opened the door before he could say something that would make this uglier. The corridor hummed with the same dead county brightness. Ruby stood 3 feet away, small hands at her sides, one pink shoe bright against the institutional gray tile. Up close, the bare foot looked colder than skin should have looked. Daniel crouched without thinking, bringing himself nearer to her height, and the movement made Ruiz go very still behind him. "Ruby," he said again, more carefully this time, "I know you don't like being dragged into things like this." He swallowed once. "But I need her to understand." Ruby looked past him into the office where Ruiz stood with her arms folded and her skepticism sharpened into something meaner by uncertainty. Then Ruby looked back at Daniel, and when she finally spoke, her voice was small, clear, and much older in effect than in sound. "You only say please when you're scared." Daniel felt the truth of Ruby's accusation land with humiliating precision. He stayed crouched in the corridor a second longer than necessary, one hand braced on his own knee, and said, "Yes." There was no point pretending otherwise. "I am scared." Ruby studied him with the grave, appalling calm children sometimes had when adults finally stopped lying badly. Behind him, Ruiz shifted her weight in the office doorway and said, "Mercer, if you're done whispering to air, I'd like to rejoin reality." Daniel closed his eyes for one beat and opened them again. "Ruby," he said quietly, "I know I'm asking for the wrong reason. I know this isn't fair." He glanced once toward Ruiz, then back. "But she needs to know I'm not making you up." Ruby's gaze moved past him again, into the office, to the steel desk, the dead monitor, the coffee cup, the lamp with its pull chain. When she looked back at Daniel, her expression had not softened, but something in it had shifted from refusal to judgment. "She won't like it," she said. Ruiz heard only one side of the exchange and gave a short, irritated breath. "You really want me to document this as a mental health episode? Keep going." Daniel stood slowly and stepped aside from the doorway. Ruby walked past him. She did not drift. She did not flare into anything theatrical. She simply crossed the threshold with the quiet, deliberate steps of a child entering a room where adults had been talking too loudly. Ruiz went still at once, not because she saw Ruby, but because the air changed in the smallest possible way, a drop in temperature, a faint pressure shift, the body noticing wrongness a fraction before the mind agreed. Daniel saw the moment Ruiz registered it and hated that relief came with it. Ruby stopped beside the steel desk and looked up at the lamp. The pull chain swayed once, lightly, as if a vent had found it. Ruiz's eyes snapped to it at once. The chain settled. The room held its breath. Then Ruby reached up. Daniel saw the movement clearly, her small fingers closing around nothing Ruiz could see, and the chain snapped down hard. The lamp clicked on with a dry metallic pop, flooding the desk in harsh yellow light. Ruiz jerked back a half step before she caught herself. The coffee cup beside the lamp trembled, slid an inch across the steel, and tipped. Dark coffee spilled in a clean brown sheet over forms that had been dry a second before. Nobody spoke. Ruby turned her head and looked directly at Ruiz. Ruiz stared at the lit lamp, the spilled coffee, the still swaying chain, and all the careful procedure seemed to leave her body at once, not in panic, but in the far more frightening shape of a mind realizing the world had just failed a test it had assumed it could pass. Ruiz moved first, but only by half a step. It was not panic in the ordinary sense. It was recoil stripped of drama, the body protecting itself before the mind had finished deciding what category terror belonged in. Her hand came off her folded arm and hovered for one blind second near her belt as if procedure might still solve this if she touched the right object in the right order. The lamp stayed on. Coffee kept dripping off the desk edge in slow brown ticks. The pull chain still swayed. Ruiz looked at Daniel, then at the lamp, then at the empty space beside the desk where Ruby stood, and her face changed with a precision he would have admired under other circumstances. Disbelief did not vanish. It hardened. A detective's mind trying to keep working after reality had just insulted it. "What?" she said, and had to stop. When she tried again, her voice was flatter. "What did I just see?" Daniel stayed where he was because moving toward her now would have looked like threat, comfort, or triumph, and none of those would have survived the room. "Proof," he said. Ruiz gave him a look sharp enough to cut skin. "Don't get clever with me." "I'm not." Her eyes flicked once more to the chain. "Then explain it cleanly." Daniel looked at Ruby. She had not moved. She stood beside the desk in the harsh lamplight with one pink shoe and one bare foot, small hands at her sides, watching Ruiz with the same grave patience she had used on him. He felt the shame of using her and the relief of being believed collide in his throat. "Most of them don't do that," he said. "Most of the dead talk. They tell me things. Names, places, habits, where bodies are, where money is, what somebody hid, what somebody did. Sometimes clearly, sometimes not, but they don't usually touch anything." Ruiz kept her eyes on the empty space by the desk. "Usually." Ruby's different. He heard how protective that sounded and let it stay. "She can move things. Lights. Small objects. A bowl once. A remote. Not on command like a trick. Just more than the others." Ruiz's expression tightened, and this time the connection landed exactly where it should have. Her eyes dropped, despite herself, to the floor beside the desk as if she might somehow see the bright little shoe against the gray tile. "The one pink shoe," she said. Daniel said nothing. Ruiz looked back at him, and for the first time since he had known her, he saw genuine horror make room inside discipline without destroying it. "Ruby," she said quietly. Not a question, a recognition. "The child from the wash." "Yes." This time Ruiz did step back. Only one pace. But it was enough. Her eyes went to the lamp, the spilled coffee, the empty space by the desk, and then to Daniel again, and he saw the final death of every smaller explanation she had been trying to keep alive. When she spoke, her voice was quiet, controlled, and far more dangerous than fear. "From this point on," she said, "you don't keep anything from me about those kids." She glared at him like his honesty had managed to insult her more deeply than any lie. "We're done here." 58. Service counts. By the time Daniel got back to the house, the day had gone grainy around the edges from too much sun, too much pressure, and the kind of truth that kept changing shape after you touched it. Ruiz's last look was still with him, not disbelief anymore, not even accusation in the old easy form, but something colder and far more careful. The kitchen met him in the same half-familiar way it always did now, too quiet where Ellie should have been, too aware where no room had any business being aware. The chair Marta had used the night before was back under the table, but Daniel could still feel the outline of the judgment there like a bruise in the air. Wade was already in the chair by the window, hat tipped low, watching him come in. Alan stood near the sink in his usual wet stillness. Nikki leaned against the counter, arms folded, expression sharpened into that cool look she wore when the room had become more important than the people in it. "Well," Wade said, "did the detective enjoy the demonstration?" Daniel dropped his keys on the table and ignored the question. He was looking at Alan. Something about him was wrong, but not in the usual way. Not worse. Clearer. The ragged blur around his sleeves had thinned. The drowned sag in his posture had eased by a fraction, as if the wash had not merely given him purpose but changed the burden he was carrying. Daniel frowned and looked at Wade next. The cowboy had changed too, subtly enough to miss if Daniel hadn't just watched Sacred Function strip the varnish off a room the night before. Wade still looked dead, still looked damaged, still looked like sin in a hat, but some old heaviness in him had loosened. Nikki saw Daniel noticing and gave him a thin, humorless smile. "He's finally looking properly." Daniel set both hands on the table. "What changed?" Wade lifted one shoulder. "Depends how priestly you're feeling." "I'm serious." "So am I." Wade leaned forward. "You sent Marta on after she told the truth." "Fine. But that isn't the only thing you should be paying attention to. Look at us." Daniel did. Alan by the sink. Wade by the window. Even Nikki, whose outline held a steadier density than it had a few weeks ago. Then the memory clicked into place hard enough to make him feel stupid. Alan had sharpened after the wash. Wade had seemed less burdened after helping with the dead and the buried. Nikki had grown clearer every time her information had exposed something ugly and true. Daniel straightened slowly. "It isn't just judgment," he said. Nikki's expression cooled further. "No, darling, it never was." Alan looked at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. "When I helped with the children," he said quietly, "it hurt. Then it hurt less." Wade nodded once. "That's the part you've been too busy monetizing to notice." He held Daniel's gaze. "What the dead do after death affects the scale." Daniel stayed standing for a second after Wade said it, both hands flat on the table, feeling the shape of the insight settle into him with an ugly kind of usefulness. That was the part he distrusted most. Even now, even after Marta, even after Ruiz watching an empty room fail to stay empty, his first instinct was not reverence. It was structure. "How much?" he asked. Nikki's head tipped slightly. "That is a foul little question." "It's a practical one. That's why it's foul." Wade didn't flinch. He only watched Daniel with the same assessing calm he used at card tables, as if waiting to see whether a man would show his greed cleanly or try to perfume it first. "Not enough to make this easy," he said. "Enough to matter. That's the best answer I've got." Daniel looked at Alan again. The drowned man's outline no longer seemed to sag inward quite so badly. He was still dead, still watermarked, still wrong in the room. But the burden in him had shifted. Daniel could see that now in the way Alan stood, in the way his hands no longer hung like useless things at the ends of his arms. "So service lightens them," he said. "Judgment releases them. Those are two different mechanisms." Alan frowned at the word. "Mechanisms. You know what I mean." "Unfortunately, yes," Nikki said. Wade leaned back in his chair. "Helping counts. Truth counts. Being useful in ways that answer what killed you or what broke you, that counts too. It doesn't wipe things clean. It doesn't buy the gate open. But it changes the weight." He tapped two fingers against his own chest. "You start to feel less dragged backward." Alan nodded once. The wash hurt. It also made the pull less bad. Nikki unfolded her arms and pushed off the counter, coming a little nearer to the table as if she disliked the subject but hated inaccuracy more. "And before you turn this into a ledger, No, it is not as simple as doing errands for you. Her voice sharpened. Plenty of what you've had us do has been ugly, selfish, or small. Useful to you, yes. But not all usefulness is service. Daniel's eyes narrowed. How do you know? She gave him a look of withering patience. Because I can feel the difference, darling. Shame dressed as cleverness doesn't lighten anything. That landed harder than he wanted. He thought of poker rooms, hidden cash, motel secrets, little blackmail logics, all the ways he had already translated death into revenue. Some of it had steadied them. Some had not. The distinction was there if he was honest enough to see it. From the hallway, Ruby's voice came soft and matter-of-fact. Helping isn't the same as winning. Daniel turned. She stood half in shadow beyond the kitchen doorway, one pink shoe bright against the floor, watching him with that same terrible child stillness. The room went quiet around her. Wade gave a low grunt that was almost approval and said, "Even the kid gets it. You might want to catch up." Daniel looked at Ruby in the doorway and felt the room tilt around her in a way he had been avoiding for weeks. Not because she was loud. Ruby was rarely loud. She simply stood there in the wrong quiet of the house and turned every excuse cheap by existing. One pink shoe. One bare foot. Small face. Dark eyes too steady for a child who should have been nowhere near him, nowhere near any of this. He had kept her off the page, off the roster, off the clean little fiction of the system, and now she had walked straight into the center of the lesson without asking permission. Wade saw the line of Daniel's thought and smiled without warmth. "There's your blind spot standing right there." Daniel didn't look away from Ruby. "I know. You know enough to avoid saying it aloud." "Different problem," Nikki said. Alan turned slightly at the sink, following Daniel's gaze. "She's not like the rest of us." Ruby's expression didn't change. "I'm dead," she said. "That's like the rest of you." "That is not what he means," Nikki said softly. Daniel dragged a hand over his mouth and went to the chair at the table, sitting more because his knees had started to feel unreliable than because he wanted comfort. "Fine," he said. "Let's say it cleanly. I kept you off the page." Ruby watched him. "I told myself that was because you were different. You don't ask to leave. You don't bring me the same kind of information. You don't act like staff." "And?" Wade asked. Daniel looked at him and hated the shape of the trap only because it was fair. "And because I liked having her there." The kitchen went still in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts. It was the stillness of an ugly truth finally named in the right room. Ruby did not flinch. Nikki's face lost some of its sharpness and gained something worse, understanding. Alan looked down. Wade only nodded, as if Daniel had finally managed a sentence worth the breath. Daniel forced himself to keep going. "She fills a space I don't know how to look at directly. That doesn't make it noble, I know that. It's selfish." He looked back at Ruby then, at the pink shoe bright against the dark hall, and felt the shame of it land properly. "I made an exception because you remind me of Ellie." Ruby lowered her eyes for the first time since entering the room. It was not dramatic, not wounded, just a small shift, a child receiving something too large to carry neatly. Then she looked up again and said, with the same plain, unbearable clarity she brought to everything, "That isn't helping me. That's helping you not be lonely." Wade leaned back in his chair. "Now we're getting somewhere." Daniel sat with that and felt every layer of self-deception peel back a little further. Service counts. Judgment releases. Exceptions corrupt. The system had not failed because it lacked rules. It had failed because he'd already decided one ghost was not a ghost, not really, not in the way that would require him to choose cleanly. He looked at Ruby and understood, with a fresh kind of dread, that the next honest question was going to be what she needed, not what he could bear. Daniel looked at Ruby and knew there was no cleaner way through it. Every instinct he had built over the last weeks pushed him toward management, delay, arrangement, some verbal trick that would let him keep the room from changing shape again. But Marta had already stripped one layer off him. Ruiz had stripped another. What stayed now had to be honest enough to hurt. "So tell me," he said. "What do you need?" Ruby did not answer immediately. She stood in the hallway with one shoulder turned slightly toward the kitchen, as if still undecided whether this room deserved her full attention. The pink shoe caught the light. The bare foot did not. Daniel had spent so long letting that detail accuse him from the edge of scenes that hearing anything direct from her felt suddenly dangerous in a new way. Wade stayed quiet. Nikki didn't. Ask better, she said softly. Children don't answer broad questions cleanly when adults have already failed them. Daniel looked at Ruby and tried again. What would help? That got her. Not much, but enough. Ruby's face changed by a degree, the way a child's did when an adult finally stopped asking the wrong thing. Not this, she said. Her gaze flicked around the kitchen, the table, the chairs, the legal pad, the house that had become too full of ghosts and too empty of the living. Not just sitting here. Alan lowered his eyes. Wade's jaw tightened slightly under the shadow of his hat. Daniel kept his voice steady. Then what? Ruby took one small step forward. The others. The words landed without decoration. Daniel felt them more heavily than anything she had said yet, perhaps because they were so plain. Not me. Not my shoe. Not my story alone. The others. The children still in the wash, the ones he had not found, the ones whose names still did not exist in paper or law or even memory outside whatever the dead were holding together between them. Nikki was the first to break the silence. Well, she said, and her voice had gone thin around the edges, that's inconvenient. Ruby ignored her. They're still there, she said to Daniel. Some hurt, some scared, some don't know what happened. Some don't know they're dead. She looked at him with that same awful steadiness. Helping me is helping them. Daniel sat with both hands clasped too tightly between his knees and felt the chapter of his life that had been about leverage, cash, rooms, and edges begin to give ground to something meaner and less optional. Service counted. He knew that now. But Ruby had just done worse than teach him a rule. She had turned it into a direction. Wade exhaled once through his nose. There's your answer, Danny. Daniel looked at Ruby and understood, with the slow dread of a man who has just heard his own future spoken aloud, that the work ahead was no longer going to be about what the dead could do for him. It was going to be about the children he had not found yet, and every profitable little arrangement in his life had just become smaller than that. 59. Mara notices. Mara did not call him first. That was how Daniel knew the trouble had already matured past uncertainty and into decision. By the time he got to the bank parking lot, her car was already there in the shade of a jacaranda that dropped purple petals across the windshield in soft, ridiculous little splashes. She stood beside the driver's door with her arms folded and Ellie's college fund statement in one hand, waiting in the kind of stillness that came after a woman had finished hoping there might be a decent explanation and decided she was here for the ugly one instead. Daniel stopped 3 paces short of her and felt the whole afternoon turn brittle. He had come intending to make another quiet deposit and leave before the shame attached itself to any face he knew. Instead, Mara was standing between him and the ATM vestibule with the statement in her hand and that flat, appraising look she wore when emotion had already been forced through practicality and come out sharper. You could have called, he said. I did, Mara answered. 3 times last week. You didn't pick up. She lifted the statement slightly. This got my attention faster. Daniel looked at the paper and then away from it. The account number was familiar enough to hurt. He had known it by heart before the haunting, before the police car, before the house became a place he visited in memory more often than in person. Seeing it in Mara's hand now made the whole thing feel less like secret care and more like evidence. How long? She asked. Daniel kept his eyes on the bank windows. I don't know. Her mouth tightened. Don't do that. You know exactly what I'm asking. He let out a slow breath. A while. Mara gave one short nod, as if some inner suspicion had just hardened into fact. I checked the account because I thought there'd been a mistake. Then I thought maybe my mother had done something strange. Then I thought maybe someone had stolen our information and was using it for laundering because apparently I no longer know what counts as paranoid where you're concerned. She looked directly at him. But no, it's you. Repeated deposits. Irregular amounts. Cash. Daniel said nothing. That, Mara said, and now the anger had begun to show through the control, is not touching. It is terrifying. He flinched despite himself. It's Ellie's fund. I know whose fund it is. She shook the paper once, not theatrically, just enough to make the accusation physical. What I don't know is where the money is coming from, why you're sneaking it in like a man paying hush money, or whether I'm supposed to be grateful that the unstable, unemployed, ghost-haunted version of my husband has apparently found a cash business he's too ashamed to name. Daniel looked at her then, at the statement in her hand, at the way fear and fury had fused so tightly in her face that neither could be separated cleanly from the other, and understood that the deposit had not read to her as love at all. It had read as pattern. Pattern meant method. Method meant danger. And because it was him, danger no longer came wrapped as surprise. It came as precedent. Daniel knew better than to answer too quickly. Quick answers sounded rehearsed, and rehearsed was the last thing he could afford with Mara standing in front of him holding a bank statement like an indictment. The jacaranda petals skittered across the asphalt in the wind, catching in the seams of the parking lot and around the toes of her shoes. The whole scene had the wrong kind of softness for the conversation it was forcing. It isn't hush money, he said at last. Mara let out one short breath through her nose. That is not the reassuring sentence you think it is. It's not stolen. Her face did not soften. If anything, it tightened further, because narrowing the field had only made the remaining possibilities uglier. So help me out, she said. Cash, repeatedly, from a man who lost his job, started talking to empty rooms, got brought home by police, and now somehow has enough loose money to keep dropping into our daughter's account in strange amounts. I would love the sane version. Daniel looked toward the bank doors and saw his own reflection in the tinted glass, thin and tired and already halfway guilty before the verdict arrived. He had imagined this confrontation often enough to know there was no good path through it. Only less disastrous ones. Some of it came from cards, he said. Mara stared at him. Cards. Poker. She laughed once, but there was no amusement in it. Of course it's poker. Of course my life narrows to secret cash deposits and some shabby little gambling explanation in a bank parking lot. She stepped closer, statement still crumpled in her hand. Do you hear how that sounds? You think this is better? No, Daniel said. I think it's true. That landed. Not well, but cleanly. Mara searched his face with the kind of exhausted concentration that had replaced trust months ago. How much? She asked. Daniel hesitated. Her expression changed immediately. Jesus, Daniel. It isn't what you think. That sentence has become a curse. He dragged a hand over his mouth and forced himself not to retreat into silence. Enough that I wanted Ellie to have something clean out of it. Mara's eyes flashed. Out of it. There it is. That's the phrase. She looked down at the statement, then back at him. You're not giving her something clean. You're trying to wash something dirty through her future and call it love. He flinched because the phrasing was too close to what he already feared. It was never about buying forgiveness. No, Mara said. That would almost be simpler. This is worse. This is you deciding in private that you can still provide while refusing to tell me what you've become. Daniel stood there with the bank at his back and the accusation hanging between them, and knew with sinking certainty that the money had done exactly the opposite of what he'd wanted. It had not protected Ellie. It had drafted her into the shape of his collapse. Mara held the statement between both hands now, not reading it anymore, just keeping it from shaking. Daniel saw that and hated it more than the anger. Anger still let him imagine a path through. Fear meant she was already measuring consequence. You think I wanted you to find out like this? He asked. No, Mara said. I think you wanted me not to find out at all. She looked at the line items again, then back at him. That's the part you keep skipping. This wasn't one stupid gesture after a bad night. This is a pattern. Dates. Deposits. Decisions. Her mouth tightened. You built a system behind my back. The word hit harder than it should have, probably because it was too close to true in ways she didn't even know. Daniel looked away toward the bank windows again. The reflex to check the glass for ghosts had become so natural he almost did it before stopping himself. I wasn't hiding it to hurt you. That doesn't narrow the field nearly as much as you think. Mara stepped closer, lowering her voice because some private instinct still refused to make them into a parking lot show. Do you understand what my brain did when I saw cash going into Ellie's account in uneven amounts from nowhere? I thought theft first. Then I thought blackmail. Then drugs. Then something worse than that, because lately there is always room for worse with you. Daniel flinched. It's not that. Then tell me what it is. He opened his mouth and got nowhere. Poker sounded filthy. Ghosts sounded insane. Hidden cash, motel secrets, the whole crooked apparatus of his new life sounded like a confession built to destroy whatever patience she still had left. He felt the familiar urge to trim, soften, manage, but the bank statement in her hands had already done too much damage for management to matter. Mara read the silence exactly right. There it is, she said. That's the face. The one where you decide whether the truth will make me afraid or disgusted. She gave one short, miserable shake of her head. You know what the worst part is? I don't even know which one I'm bracing for anymore. Daniel dragged a hand through his hair. I started making money in bad ways, he said at last. The sentence felt thin the moment it left him, but it was at least not a lie. I told myself if some of it went somewhere good, then maybe I wasn't all the way gone. Mara stared at him. That is not comforting. I know. Do you? She stepped even closer now, statement crushed in one hand. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you decided Ellie's future was a suitable place to launder your conscience. That landed and stayed. Daniel felt the shame of it move through him with sick precision, not because she was being cruel, but because she had found the shape of the thing exactly. He looked at her and saw how tired she was, how done with guessing, and understood that whatever came next had to be more honest than he knew how to survive. Daniel stood in the bank parking lot with the statement between them and knew there was no version of the truth that would arrive clean. Not enough to satisfy her and not enough to spare her. The jacaranda petals kept skittering over the asphalt in little purple scraps, and he found himself staring at them for one stupid second because it was easier than watching Mara brace for whatever came next. I can't tell you all of it, he said. Her face emptied. Not anger first. Disappointment. That was worse. Then we're done pretending this is trust, she said. It's not about trust. That is exactly what it's about. She folded the statement once, sharply, as if reducing it might reduce the damage. You do not get to put money into our daughter's future from some hidden, filthy source and then tell me I'm not entitled to know where it came from because the details are inconvenient. Daniel rubbed at his jaw and felt the day's strain sitting in the bone. It's not because they're inconvenient. It's because if I say it straight, it sounds insane. Mara stared at him. Daniel, look at where we are. You lost your job. You got sent home in a patrol car. You started hiding cash in our child's account. We passed insane a while ago. That stripped the last easy defense out of him. He looked at her properly then, at the woman who had once been the person he told first, before the bad night, before the whisper, before the drink. Now she stood in a bank lot holding evidence of his care like it might burn her. He felt grief move through him in a quiet, practical way. Not melodrama. Just the plain fact that he had done this slowly enough to watch it happen. The money came from gambling first, he said. Then from things people wanted found, known, or confirmed. Ugly things. Hidden things. I'm not proud of it. Mara's mouth tightened. So I'm right. It is dirt. Yes. She shut her eyes once, hard. When she opened them again, the fear was back, stripped of most of the anger now and therefore harder to resist. Then stop, she said. Not the deposits. The whole thing. Whatever this is, stop. Daniel let out a breath that turned into something too close to a laugh and died before it reached humor. I can't. That landed like a slap. Mara took half a step back, statement still crushed in her hand. Can't, she repeated, or won't. He could not answer that cleanly, and they both knew it. Mara nodded once, as if some internal argument had just ended against him. Fine, she said. Then listen carefully. Her voice did not rise, but it hardened into something final. You do not put another dollar into Ellie's account until I know what kind of money it is. You do not buy her gifts. You do not decide in private that contamination becomes love if you root it through college. She held his gaze until he had nowhere else to look. And if you want any future in which she ever knows what you were trying to do, you start telling me the truth before the bank does it for you. She turned then and walked back to her car, leaving Daniel in the parking lot with the stopped shape of his own apology still in his throat. 60. The Cowboys Wait. By the time Daniel got back from the bank, Mara's last words had settled into him like grit under the skin. He let himself into the house with the same tired care he might once have used not to wake Ellie, and the memory of that almost stopped him on the threshold. The kitchen was dim except for the light over the stove. Wade sat at the table with a deck of cards spread in loose fans he didn't need hands to hold properly, while Alan stood by the sink in his usual damp quiet. Ruby was nowhere in sight, which in itself felt like judgment. Wade glanced up first. You look worse than when the detective learned the world was broken. Daniel shut the door behind him and set his keys down. Mara found the deposits. Wade's expression changed only by a shade. Ah. That all you've got? It's just the part you can survive hearing before coffee. Daniel ignored that and kept looking at him. The new knowledge from the night before kept pressing at the edges of his thinking. Service counts. Truth counts. Weight changes. He had understood the principle. He had not yet tested the ugliest implication. Wade should have been heavy. Heavy in the soul, heavy in the room, heavy with every old sin he wore like a tailored coat. Gambler, liar, gunman, opportunist. If anyone in the kitchen ought to have dragged at the scale, it was him. Stand up, Daniel said. Wade blinked once. That's not how I prefer invitations phrased. Do it anyway. Alan looked from one to the other. What are you doing? Daniel didn't answer because he wasn't fully sure until Wade rose from the chair with that same loose, insolent ease he used when pretending nothing could touch him. Daniel stepped around the table and faced him properly. Not as employer. Not as accomplice. Not as the dead man who had taught him poker and profit. He looked the way the office wanted him to look. The change came at once, not visible, not dramatic, but interior and exact. A pressure behind the breastbone. A sense of proportion trying to settle. Daniel had felt it with Marta under judgment, and with Alan after the wash. Now he let it take Wade whole. Wade's outline held. Damaged, yes. Crooked in moral places. But the weight was wrong. Not light, exactly. Not clean. Yet nowhere near as dragged down as Daniel had expected. Daniel frowned. That's not right. Wade's mouth twitched. Strong opening. I'm serious. Daniel looked harder, and the sensation deepened rather than correcting itself. You should be heavier than this. Alan pushed off the sink. Should be. Wade watched Daniel with an expression that had lost its usual mockery. Ah. Daniel looked at him in genuine disbelief. You weigh lighter than you have any right to. Wade held Daniel's stare without flinching, which made the imbalance feel worse rather than better. Daniel had expected denial, mockery, some gambler's dodge, but what sat in front of him instead was a dead man who looked almost unsurprised to be measured and found less burdened than his face, his habits, and his history seemed to deserve. The pressure behind Daniel's breastbone did not ease. It held, steady and exact, insisting that what he was seeing was not a mistake. Alan came another step off the sink. What does that even mean? It means, Daniel said, still looking at Wade, that the office doesn't read him the way I do. He heard the accusation in his own voice and did not bother sanding it down. It should. He's a card cheat, a grifter, a gunman, a man who talks like decency was always something happening to other people. Wade gave a short, dry laugh. Well, when you put it that flatteringly. I'm not joking. No, you're making a priest's mistake with a hustler's confidence. Nikki, who had gone very still by the counter, tilted her head. That sounds promisingly rude. Wade kept his eyes on Daniel. You're weighing reputation, not truth. Daniel felt irritation rise too fast, probably because the line landed too close to something real. And you think there's a noble interpretation of you I've somehow missed? I think, Wade said, that you've been around me long enough to mistake style for substance. I look like sin because I enjoyed plenty of it and dressed well while doing it. That doesn't make me the heaviest thing in the room. He glanced toward Alan, then back. And it doesn't mean the ugly parts were the whole of me. Alan frowned. You're saying you were secretly decent? Wade's mouth twitched. God, no, don't insult us both. Daniel folded his arms, more to hold himself still than from any real comfort. Then explain it. Wade leaned back against the table edge, hat shadowing his eyes, and for the first time since Daniel had known him, the cowboy looked less amused than tired. You want a clean answer because it would make the scale easy. Rotten man, heavy soul. Better man, lighter one. That would suit you. He tapped 2 fingers once against his own chest. But the office isn't gossip. It doesn't care what story a room would tell about me on sight. Nikki's gaze sharpened. It cares what was done, what was meant, what was carried, and what was answered. Daniel looked from one to the other and felt the measure shift again, not enough to change the reading, but enough to make its shape clearer. Wade was not light. He was simply not crushed. That was different, and somehow more disturbing. What did you answer? Daniel asked. Wade met his eyes. That's the first useful question you've asked all night. Wade did not answer immediately. He only stood there with one shoulder angled toward the table, hat low, expression gone flatter than Daniel was used to seeing on him. The lack of motion made the room feel tighter, not looser. Wade was usually all ease, all dry timing and practiced charm, even dead. Now he looked like a man deciding whether the truth was worth the bother of saying out loud. I answered at the end, he said. Alan frowned. That sounds suspiciously convenient. It does, Wade agreed. That's because you like stories where the rotten stay rotten in a neat line. He glanced toward Daniel without any of his usual grin. I cheated men who deserved it, and men who didn't. I lied for profit. I drank too much. Carried a gun because I liked the leverage of one. There. Happy. Not the word I'd use, Nikki said. Wade ignored her. But when the last hand came, I knew exactly what I'd been. That matters more than your priestly little instincts want it to. He looked back at Daniel, and the seriousness in his face altered the whole room. I died in the back room of a private game because a stupid man with a good suit and bad nerves thought losing made him wronged. He drew first. There was a waitress behind me, 19 maybe, carrying drinks she should have had the sense to drop. I saw her reflection in the mirror before I saw the gun. Daniel felt the pressure behind his breastbone deepen, not into judgment this time, but into attention so precise it hurt. Wade went on in the same dry tone, which only made the memory heavier. Now, if I'd been exactly the man I looked like, I'd have moved. Let the bullet find whoever chance preferred. That would have been very on brand. His mouth twitched once without humor. Instead I stepped the wrong way on purpose. Alan stared at him. You took it for her. I took it because I knew what would happen if I didn't. Wade gave one small shrug. Doesn't make me a saint. Doesn't erase the years before. But it does answer a question. Daniel heard the shape of that before he fully understood it. What question? Wade met his eyes. Whether I was only that one thing, the worst thing about myself. The kitchen held still around that. Nikki looked away first, not out of discomfort, but out of something closer to respect. Alan's damp heaviness shifted a fraction, as if even he had not expected that shape from Wade. Daniel stood in the middle of the room and felt his clean little categories crack again. That's why you aren't crushed, he said. Partly, Wade answered. The rest came after. His gaze stayed on Daniel, steady now, stripped of performance. You think I taught you cards because I missed the sound of chips? Sometimes, Danny, I was trying to keep you from becoming the kind of man I already knew too well. The room did not relax after Wade said it. If anything, the truth of it made the kitchen feel smaller, as if every chair, shadow, and badly lit corner had just been reassigned under a stricter law. Daniel stood in the middle of it with Mara's words still raw under his skin, Ruby's accusation from the night before still sitting in his chest, and Wade's weight now refusing to fit any of the easy categories he had wanted. It left him with an uglier problem than ignorance. It left him with responsibility. So what now? Alan asked. His voice had gone quieter, the wet drag in it less pronounced than it had once been. You look at us differently. Fine. Does that actually change anything? Daniel turned toward him and found he could not answer immediately. That, more than anything, told him the change was real. A week ago he would have answered too fast. He would have called it structure, schedule, criteria, something managerial and cold enough to make him feel competent. Now all of that sounded like a man building shelves in a house that was already on fire. Nikki saw the delay and gave him a thin look. Careful. Thought before speech is how people start expecting wisdom from you. Wade leaned one hip against the table. He doesn't need wisdom yet. He needs priorities. Ruby stayed in the doorway, one pink shoe bright against the floorboards, watching him with the same terrible patience she always brought to adult failures. The others, she said. That cut through everything else. Mara at the bank. Ruiz in the office with the lamp chain still swinging. Marta gone. Wade measured and found complicated instead of simple. All of it stayed true, but Ruby's words gave it direction. Daniel looked at her and felt the office settle around the answer before he had fully admitted it. Yes, he said. Alan frowned. Yes, what? Yes, it changes things. Daniel looked around the kitchen, at the crew he had built, exploited, misread, delayed, and depended on. No more pretending this is just a business with dead staff and a priest's vocabulary taped over it. He heard the sharpness in his own voice and let it stay. We find the rest of the kids. We do it properly. And while we do it, I stop reading all of you by convenience. Wade's mouth twitched. That sounds expensive. It is. Nikki's gaze sharpened. And morally. Daniel looked at Ruby first, then at Alan, then at Wade. Also expensive. That got the nearest thing to approval the room was likely to offer. Wade nodded once. Alan looked down at his hands as if some private tension in them had eased. Even Nikki lost a shade of her cool disdain. Ruby did not smile. She only watched him, measuring. Daniel understood the test in that and took it clean. The chapter of clever little arrangements was not over. He was too compromised for that fantasy. But it had just lost its right to be the center. He looked at the doorway, at the pink shoe, and knew the next move would not be chosen by profit, fear, or habit. It would be chosen by the children still waiting in the dark. 61. Mercy or possession. Daniel slept badly and woke with the kitchen still arranged around the argument as if nobody had truly left it. Morning light found the table, the chairs, the cheap counter laminate, the half-drunk glass of water by the sink, and turned all of it ordinary in a way that felt almost insulting. Nothing in the room looked like priesthood. Nothing looked like judgment. Nothing looked like the kind of place where a man might quietly be deciding whether the dead in his house were being protected or kept. Wade was gone from the chair by the window. Alan stood where he often did, blurred a little by the pale light but steadier than he had once been. Ruby sat cross-legged on the living room floor with the television off, staring at its black screen as if it were telling her something Daniel couldn't hear. Nikki leaned against the kitchen doorway, composed as ever, though the angle of her shoulders suggested she had already read the shape of his morning and found it tedious. "You're thinking too loudly again," she said. Daniel looked up from the legal pad in front of him. He had written names, crossed some out, circled others, and hated every version of the page. "That's a ghost complaint if ever I heard one. It's a style note." Nikki's gaze dropped to the pad. "You're trying to turn conscience into administration again." He dragged a hand over his mouth. "I'm trying to work out whether keeping any of you here is mercy." Alan's face changed at once, not with anger but with the exhausted flinch of a man hearing the right question too late. "Or possession," he said. The word sat down hard in the room. Daniel looked at him and did not pretend it was melodrama. Alan had earned the line. Wade had too, in a different way. Even Nikki, for all her poise, had been delayed because he had preferred her useful and nearby. Ruby most of all. He had already admitted that much. The ugliness of it was no longer theoretical. It had shape. It had names. Nikki stepped farther into the kitchen. "For what it's worth, I don't object to being kept where I'm useful," she said. "But I object very much to a man lying to himself about why he's doing it. That narrows the comfort field nicely." She ignored the line. Alan wants out eventually. Wade wants meaning, though he'd rather choke than phrase it that way. Ruby wants the others. And you, she said, with cool precision, want not to be abandoned by the dead the way you were by the living, even though you know perfectly well that is not the same story. Daniel took that without answering because it was too close. He looked toward the living room where Ruby sat with one pink shoe folded under her and one bare foot tucked beneath her other leg, small and still and impossible to mistake for harmless comfort anymore. Then he looked back at Alan, at the watermarked edges of him, at the way service had sharpened rather than erased him. So which is it? Daniel asked quietly. Mercy or possession? Alan met his eyes. Probably both, he said. The problem is that one helps us, and the other helps you, and you don't always know the difference fast enough. Daniel sat with Alan's answer and felt how useless all his cleaner language had become. Probably both. Not noble, not monstrous, not easy. Just mixed in the proportions of whatever broken thing he had become. He looked down at the legal pad again and saw that every heading he had ever written now read like a dodge. Active, pending, release, replacement. The words had the dead administrative chill of a man trying to make appetite sound procedural. He tore the page off, folded it once, and dropped it in the trash. Nikki watched him do it and lifted one eyebrow. Good, she said. It was offensive. That page got me this far. Yes, she said, and now it won't get you any farther. Alan stayed near the sink, posture still dampened by old habit, though less than before. You're asking the wrong question anyway. Daniel looked up. Am I? Alan nodded once. You keep asking whether you're allowed to keep us. That's still your angle, your authority, your guilt, your need. He glanced toward the living room where Ruby still sat in front of the dead television. The better question is whether any of us should stay, and for what. Daniel leaned back in the chair and let that settle. He hated how obvious it sounded once someone else said it. Fine, he said. Should you? Alan's face tightened, not defensively, but with the effort of making a true answer hold still long enough to say. Not forever, he said. I wanted out the first minute I met you. That part was real. His eyes moved briefly toward Ruby, then back. But not yet. Because of the children, Daniel said. Yes. Nikki came around the table and rested two fingertips on the chair back opposite him, a gesture so controlled it almost counted as tenderness. And because being sent on before a soul has answered what keeps it here is not mercy either, she said. It's just a prettier kind of disposal. Daniel looked at her. You don't want out either. She gave him a cool, unreadable smile. That's not the same as wanting to be owned. The sentence sharpened the whole room. Even Ruby turned her head slightly at that. Daniel felt the pressure of all their different shapes at once. Alan wanted eventual release but not abandonment of the children. Nikki wanted agency more than peace. Ruby wanted the others. Wade, wherever he had wandered off to, wanted meaning and hated that word enough to dodge it. So what? Daniel asked quietly. Am I supposed to do with that? Alan answered first. Ask us. Properly. Nikki nodded. Case by case. Soul by soul. Need by need. Not by roster. From the living room, Ruby spoke without looking around. And not by what makes you feel less alone. That landed hardest because it was the plainest. Daniel sat in the kitchen with morning light on the counter and the torn page in the bin and understood that if he wanted to stop confusing mercy with possession, he would have to surrender the one thing he liked most about systems. Control. Daniel sat with Ruby's line still open in the room like a cut that had decided not to close. Not by what makes you feel less alone. He looked at the empty chair opposite him, at the torn page in the bin, at Nikki's hand resting lightly on the chair back as if she could leave it there or remove it without changing her pulse either way, and understood that asking properly was going to feel less like authority than exposure. Fine, he said. Then I'll ask properly. Nikki's mouth curved, but without humor. That would be a refreshing novelty. Daniel ignored the tone and looked at her directly. Not as leverage, not as a source, not as the woman who could read shame and hotel logic faster than most living detectives. Just Nikki. Dead, clever, difficult, still standing in his kitchen because she had reasons of her own. Do you want to stay? That took some of the irony out of her face. Not all of it. Enough. She drew the chair out with two fingers, sat down without hurry, and crossed one leg over the other like she had accepted an invitation rather than survived a summons. "For now," she said. "Yes." "Why?" Nikki glanced toward the living room, then back at him. "Because unfinished isn't always the same as trapped. Because I'm useful. Because some of what you stumble into deserves a woman who can tell the difference between fear, vanity, coercion, and appetite before the men in the room have finished naming it something polite." Her gaze sharpened. "And because leaving before I choose to would feel too much like being handled by another man who thinks he's acting in my best interest." Daniel took that cleanly. "So if I sent you on now, I would consider it insult dressed as mercy." She folded her hands over her knee. "And if you keep me here because I'm convenient, I will consider that ownership dressed as care. You see the difficulty." Alan gave a low sound from the sink that might have been agreement. Ruby did not turn around from the television, but Daniel could feel her listening with the total stillness children reserved for adults finally getting to the part that mattered. "So what am I allowed to do?" Daniel asked. Nikki's expression cooled again, but this time the edge in it felt earned rather than ornamental. "Allowed is still the wrong verb, darling." She tipped her head toward him. "You can ask. You can offer help. You can tell the truth about what you want from us. You can stop lying when convenience is the real motive. And when one of us says not yet, or yes, or no, you can treat that as an answer rather than a scheduling problem." Daniel looked at her and felt the office shift again, not into scales this time, but into a quieter correction. The dead were not only burdens to measure or souls to release. They were also wills. That made the whole thing harder than priesthood and much less flattering to the man doing it. Daniel let Nikki's answer settle before he looked away from her. The kitchen had gone quiet again, but not empty. Quiet in this house was never empty now. It held listening. Ruby still sat on the living room floor with the dark television in front of her, small shoulders square, one pink shoe bright against the faded rug. Alan remained by the sink in his damp, patient stillness. The room felt less like a crew meeting now and more like something worse for a man who liked control. Consultation. He turned toward Ruby. "All right," he said. "Properly, then." His voice came out rougher than he intended, but at least it was honest. "Do you want to stay here?" Ruby did not answer at once. She reached out and laid her fingertips against the black television screen as if testing whether it still held an image behind the dark. When she looked back at him, her face had the same terrible calm it always took when adults were finally brushing up against the truth instead of circling it. "For now," she said. Daniel nodded once. "Because of the others?" "Yes." He waited, then asked, "And because this house feels safer?" Ruby thought about that. The pause mattered. He forced himself not to fill it. "Safer than the wash," she said at last. "Not safer than true." That landed clean and mean. Nikki looked down for a second, hiding whatever crossed her face. Alan's eyes closed briefly, as if the line had touched some private bruise in him too. Daniel got up from the table and came partway into the living room, stopping short of crowding her. "What would make it true?" Ruby tipped her head toward him. "You already know." He did, which was the worst part. Not every detail, not the whole map, but the direction. The children still out there. The ones hurt, lost, confused, half buried in wash memory and flood grit. The ones he had not found because profit, fear, and convenience had all been easier guides than duty. Alan spoke from the kitchen, his voice low and dampened by old water. "Ask the next part." Daniel kept his eyes on Ruby. "If I help find them," he said, "if I do that first and do it properly, do you still want to stay here?" Ruby looked at the room, then at him, then somewhere past both of them, as if measuring a horizon none of the adults could see. "Until they're found," she said. "Until they're heard. Then ask again." No one moved for a second after that. Daniel stood in the middle of the living room and felt the answer settle with a hard, practical dignity he could not mistake. Not ownership. Not permission to keep. A term. A purpose. A line. When he finally looked back toward the kitchen, at Nikki by the table and Alan by the sink, he understood what asking properly had bought him. Not control. Only honesty sharp enough to build the next step on. "All right," he said quietly. "Then that's the work." 62. The real work. By noon Daniel had run out of ways to mistake intention for action. The house had given him its answer. Ruby wanted the others found. Alan wanted not yet, for reasons that pointed the same direction. Nikki wanted the truth of motive, not a prettier version. Even Wade, absent for the morning and therefore somehow still present in every decision, had helped bend the room toward the same conclusion. That left Daniel in his kitchen with a cold mug of coffee, Ruiz's number in his phone, and the sour understanding that once he made this call, the case would stop being something he entered and left at will. Ruby sat on the sofa arm with one pink shoe dangling and watched him thumb the screen without pressing it. "You're doing the slow part again," she said. Daniel glanced at her. "That from long experience with police procedure. That from long experience with adults." She tilted her head toward the phone. "Call her." Nikki, seated at the table with her legs crossed and her expression arranged into elegant contempt, said, "If you're going to volunteer yourself deeper into a detective's life, at least have the decency to sound reluctant in an attractive way." "I am reluctant." "Yes, but not attractively." Alan stood by the back door, less blurred than he had been a week ago, though the old water still clung to the edges of him. "If you wait until tonight, she'll think you're hiding something." Daniel gave him a flat look. "I am hiding something. More than usual, then." That was fair enough to irritate him into motion. He hit call before he could decide against it. Ruiz answered on the third ring. No greeting, just a clipped, "What?" Daniel leaned one hip against the counter and looked out at the dead lawn beyond the window. "That's a charming way to answer a phone." "That's because the man calling it made me watch a desk lamp violate physics yesterday." Her voice stayed flat, but the pressure inside it had changed since the test. Less disbelief. More operational damage. "So let's skip the manners and move to the part where you tell me whether I need backup, a warrant, or a sedative." Ruby's mouth twitched. Nikki closed her eyes briefly as if in appreciation. Daniel said, "I think there are more." Ruiz went quiet for one hard beat. When she spoke again, the air had gone sharper around every word. "More what, Mercer?" He kept his eyes on the window because saying it while looking at the room felt too much like ritual. "More kids. Not just the ones you've got paper for. Not just the ones recovered." He forced the next part out cleanly. "I think we've been finding the edge of it, not the whole thing." From the sofa arm, Ruby watched him without blinking. Alan had gone very still by the door. Nikki's attention sharpened into something almost predatory. Ruiz exhaled once. "Location?" "Not yet." "That is not how this conversation was supposed to go." "No," Daniel said. "It's how the work goes now." Ruiz stayed silent just long enough to make Daniel check the line. He pulled the phone away from his ear, saw the call was still live, and put it back as her voice came through again, quieter now and therefore worse. "You do understand," she said, "that if this is one of your little intuition performances, I am in a foul enough mood to make the rest of your month instructional." Daniel looked at Ruby. She sat perfectly still on the sofa arm, one pink shoe swinging once and then stopping. Alan remained by the back door with that damp, sharpened attention he'd taken on since the wash. Nikki watched Daniel as if he were a man attempting surgery with a butter knife and confidence. "It's not that," Daniel said. "Then give me the basis." He rubbed at his jaw. "Pattern, pressure, gaps." Ruiz made a sound that did not qualify as patience. "Mercer." "I'm serious." He turned away from the kitchen window and paced once toward the table, the phone tight to his ear. "You've got recoveries, paper, timelines, access routes, disposal corridors. Fine. But the whole thing still feels wrong at the edges. Too tidy in the wrong places. Too incomplete." He forced himself to keep talking before his nerve could curdle into something evasive. "You ever work a scene and know the file is honest but still too small?" Ruiz did not answer at once. When she did, her voice had shifted a fraction toward professional engagement against her own wishes. "Yes. That," Daniel said. "That's where I think you are." Ruby raised one hand slightly, two fingers pointing down, then toward the left, as if indicating a bend on a map only she could see. Daniel felt his pulse jump and kept his expression flat. Ruiz heard the pause. What? I need to see everything again, he said. Not just the active sites. The older recoveries. The near misses. Drainage maps. City cuts. Places you looked at and dropped because they didn't produce enough to justify manpower. He stopped pacing. I need the shape, not the summary. On the other end of the line, a door shut. Papers shifted. He could hear her moving now, which meant she was taking him seriously enough to be angry in motion. You need, Ruiz said, to explain why I would ever hand that to you. Daniel looked at Ruby. She lowered her hand and stared at him with that same merciless child patience she used whenever he edged near the truth and then tried to make it smaller. Because, he said, and this time he didn't trim it, the kids are still pulling at this from underneath, and I think the map is going to show me where you stopped too soon. The kitchen went still around him. Ruiz exhaled once, hard enough to roughen the line. Come to the annex, she said. Now. And Mercer, if you waste my time on this, I will make regret feel procedural. The annex smelled of paper, copier heat, and the institutional fatigue of rooms that held too many bad answers. Ruiz had taken him past the public counter, through a secured door, and into a records room with one long metal table already buried beneath maps, aerial printouts, scene photos, drainage schematics, and typed recovery logs clipped into thick working packets. She did not offer him coffee, a chair, or patience. She only stood across from the spread with both hands braced on the table and watched him like a woman who had decided to tolerate exactly one miracle and no performance. You asked for shape, she said. You've got shape. Her gaze moved once over the packets, then back to his face. Talk. Daniel stayed standing. Sitting would have made this feel like paperwork, and whatever this was, it had already pushed past that. Ruby stood near the far end of the table, one pink shoe bright against the dull government tile, staring down at the maps as if she could hear the water still moving under them. Ruiz could not see her, but Daniel could feel the pressure of her attention like a second set of eyes inside his own. He spread one aerial print farther open and looked at the marked recoveries. You've got the main channel hits, he said. The obvious dump logic, vehicle access, flood movement, concealment by runoff. He touched 3 sites in sequence, careful not to look like he was taking instruction from empty space. And then you've got these. Ruiz frowned. Those are partials, false starts, and one animal disturbance with human trace contamination. Exactly. Her expression tightened. That is not self-explanatory. Daniel leaned over the map. Ruby lifted one hand and pointed, not at a marked recovery, but at the dead space between 2 drainage lines where the paper showed nothing but service access, scrub, and a retention cut the city had stopped maintaining properly years ago. He followed her line with one finger and said, you treated them as noise because none of them produced enough on their own. But they aren't noise if they're all off the same secondary feed. Ruiz looked down fast. That spur was checked. No. The entrance was checked. Daniel felt the answer settle into him with the ugly confidence of pattern recognition clicking shut. You looked at where a truck could pull in clean and easy. You didn't stay with how water would carry from a higher drop point into a place nobody would bother searching twice once it came up thin the first time. Ruiz's jaw tightened. And you know that how? Daniel met her eyes. Because your recoveries stop where manpower got rational, not where the pattern got honest. She held his stare for one hard second, then looked back at the map. Ruby moved her finger lower, to a bend half choked by overgrowth and concrete breakage. Daniel followed at once. That, he said quietly, is where you go next. Ruiz did not look at him for a few seconds after he marked the bend. She looked at the map instead, at the overgrown retention cut, the dead secondary feed, the stretch of neglected concrete and scrub that had produced too little on earlier passes to earn serious manpower twice. Her hands stayed flat on the table, but Daniel could see the recalculation moving through her with the same ugly speed he had seen in the office after Ruby pulled the lamp chain. This was how Ruiz believed now. Not by surrender. By rerunning the damage in procedural terms until it became an action plan. If this is wrong, she said at last, still looking at the paper, I am going to resent you with real professionalism. Daniel kept his eyes on the map. That sounds fair. Ruiz gave him one sharp look, then reached for the desk phone. Martinez, she said when the line picked up. I need a field team, ground search, CSU on standby, and city access pulled for an old retention spur off the western feed. I'll text the exact coordinates in 60 seconds. She listened, jaw tightening. No, not tomorrow. Now. And bring cutting tools. If it's as choked as the map says, we're not getting in clean. She hung up, pulled a yellow marker from a mug of pens, and circled the bend Daniel had named so hard the paper almost tore. Ruby stood beside the table watching the mark go down as if some private accusation had finally been translated into a language the living would obey. Ruiz looked up then. You're coming. Daniel blinked once. That sounds like trust. It's not. She capped the marker with a snap. It's liability management. If you've pointed me at a drainage ditch full of nothing, I want you close enough to watch me decide how annoyed to be. And if you've pointed me at something real, I want you where I can see what your face does before you start editing it. Daniel almost said no on reflex, just to prove he still could. Then he thought of Ruby in the records room, finger lowered to the bend. He thought of the children she had named only as the others, as if that were already too many dead to say individually. Fine, he said, I'm coming. Ruiz gathered the packets into one stack, all efficiency now. Good. And Mercer. He looked at her. The edge in her face had gone flatter, colder, more dangerous for losing visible anger. From this point on, you do not get to drift in and out of this case like it's a side vice. She tucked the marked map under her arm. You wanted the real work. Try not to disgrace yourself when it starts. Ruby said nothing, but when Daniel glanced down, the pink shoe had already turned toward the door. 63. Word gets around. By the time the second small set of remains came up from the retention cut, the search had stopped feeling like a police operation and started feeling like a message nobody intended to send. Flood grit, broken concrete, overgrowth hacked back by city cutters, CSU bags lined up under portable lamps though the sun had not fully gone yet. Daniel stood off the tape with Ruiz and watched gloved hands work carefully through the mud while the shape of the thing widened beyond any one recovery, any one child, any one terrible file. Ruby had gone quiet beside him after the first bag. After the second, she vanished altogether. Ruiz kept her eyes on the dig. You realize this doesn't stay contained, she said. Daniel looked at her. The scene. The pattern. She glanced at him then. Not soft, not grateful, just exact. A recovery like this gets noticed. A second one gets explained. A third one makes people start asking how the hell I keep landing on the right patch of dirt. Her mouth flattened. And there are men in this city with very strong feelings about dead children staying quiet. That landed hard enough to make him feel it under the ribs. He looked past the tape at the scrub beyond the cut, at the city truck, the crime scene van, the extra unmarked sedan Ruiz had called in after the first find. Nothing about the field said secrecy now. Too many boots. Too much light. Too much certainty. A phone buzzed in his pocket. Not Ruiz. Not Mara. He pulled it out and saw a number he knew from the old casino orbit, a man named Tommy Vale who had once brokered poker rooms, girls, dope, and favors with the same dry smile and different cufflinks. Daniel almost let it go. Then he answered. What? Tommy laughed softly. Jesus, Dan, you sound like law enforcement already. Daniel turned half away from Ruiz. What do you want? What I want, Tommy said, is to know whether I should stop saying your name out loud in rooms where men get nervous. The humor thinned. There's chatter. Ugly chatter. Somebody's saying a body doesn't stay lost in this town if you get near it. Somebody else says dead girls and dead kids have started talking through you specifically, which I assumed was meth until 3 separate people repeated it with enough fear to make it expensive. A pause. Tell me I don't need to worry. Daniel looked back at the cut where CSU had just flagged another patch of disturbed wash soil. Ruiz was watching him now, not the phone, not the expression, just the fact of the call arriving exactly when she'd warned it would. You probably need to worry, Daniel said. Tommy went silent. When he spoke again, all the broker's silk had gone out of him. Then hear me clearly. Men who can buy silence will not enjoy finding out you work the other side's direction. The line went dead. Daniel lowered the phone slowly. Ruiz did not ask who it was. She only said, "Word gets around fast when it threatens the right people." Daniel looked at the search, the tape, the road beyond, and understood with cold certainty that the city had just begun to look back at him. Ruiz kept watching him after he lowered the phone, not with curiosity but with the particular stillness she used when a situation had just crossed from unpleasant into strategic. Behind the tape, CSU called for another evidence marker. Somewhere to the left, a city cutter shut down with a whining grind, and the sudden drop in engine noise made the wash feel wider and more exposed. "Who," Ruiz asked, "was that?" Daniel slid the phone back into his pocket. "A broker." Her eyes narrowed. "That is not a profession." "It is in Vegas." Ruiz looked past him toward the road, where unmarked headlights kept ghosting by behind scrub and dust. "Name?" "Tommy Vale." That got a reaction. Small, but real. Ruiz's jaw shifted once. "Vale knows rooms I don't like and people I like less." She stepped closer to him, voice dropping. "Why is he calling you at an active recovery?" "Because the city's already talking." "No," Ruiz said. "Not the city. The wrong 3 rooms in the city, which is worse." She glanced toward the cut, the vans, the extra sedan, the growing cluster of uniforms and CSU techs. "You know what this looks like from the outside. Somebody in my orbit suddenly starts finding buried children in places manpower already wrote off. Then the same somebody gets calls from casino-adjacent fixers while my people are still bagging evidence." Her gaze came back to him, hard and exact. "That puts a target on you and an infection risk on me." Daniel looked toward the disturbed soil where another gloved hand had just gone up for a stop call. The field no longer felt like discovery. It felt like exposure. "You think somebody's watching the scene?" "I think somebody's watching the consequences." Ruiz folded her arms. "And consequences have drivers, bookies, cousins, mistresses, bartenders, and off-duty friends. They spread faster than files." Daniel almost said he was used to people talking. Then he thought of Tommy's voice stripped of silk, and of the phrase "dead kids have started talking through you" specifically. Not rumor. Direction. A shape men could react to. "So what?" he asked. "You want me gone?" Ruiz gave him a flat look. "I want you visible until I decide what keeping you visible costs me." She pointed with her chin toward the nearer unmarked sedan. "You stay inside the perimeter. You do not wander. You do not answer any more calls from men who sound like tailored panic. And if another phone lights up with a number from your old life, you tell me before you tell yourself a story about independence." Daniel let out a breath that might have been a laugh in a less ugly setting. "That sounds almost protective." "It is not protective," Ruiz said. "It is containment with better manners." From somewhere down in the wash, a tech called for Ruiz by name. She turned at once, then looked back at Daniel with the clipped severity of a woman already recalculating 2 threats at once. "Stay where I can see you," she said. "Tonight, Mercer, anonymity is over." Daniel did as Ruiz told him and stayed inside the perimeter, which turned out to be more humiliating than difficult. An officer he didn't know stood 10 feet off by the unmarked sedan pretending not to babysit him, while floodlights and late sun flattened the wash into alternating patches of glare and shadow. CSU kept working below. Every few minutes somebody called for a bag, a marker, a photograph, a second look. The search no longer sounded like discovery. It sounded like confirmation. He leaned against the sedan and watched the road beyond the scrub where civilian traffic crept by in slow, curious bursts. Nobody stopped. Nobody had to. In a city like this, people learn to read the number of unmarked cars and decide for themselves when a thing was better seen from memory than from up close. A text buzzed in his pocket. He took the phone out expecting Ruiz, Tommy, or some empty number threat he could dismiss until it became expensive. What came up instead was a photo taken from high and far enough away to feel practiced. Daniel, standing beside the sedan inside police tape, head half turned toward the cut. The timestamp was 2 minutes old. Below the image sat one line. "You pick ugly graves to stand beside." The air seemed to thin around him. He looked up at once, scanning scrub, road, work trucks, the low rise beyond the wash. Nothing offered itself. Just light on windshields, dust, brush, heat shimmer. Somebody had a lens on the scene. Worse, somebody had already decided he belonged in the frame. The officer by the sedan noticed the shift in his posture. "You all right?" Daniel put the phone halfway away and then stopped. "Define all right." "That usually means no." Before he could answer, Ruiz came back up from the cut with dried mud on one trouser leg and fresh anger in the set of her mouth. "We've got trace and cloth deeper in the bend," she said. "No full recovery yet, but enough to keep digging through dark if I can make the captain suffer for it." Then she saw his face. "What?" Daniel held the phone out. Ruiz took it, read the message once, then again. Her expression did not sharpen. It flattened, which was worse. She turned the screen toward the officer. "Get me the unit with the road log and every traffic camera facing this stretch for the last 15 minutes. Now." The officer moved at once. Ruiz handed the phone back to Daniel. "That's not chatter," she said. No, that's someone close enough to photograph my scene and comfortable enough to say hello." She looked toward the road, then the scrub, then the active search below. "Congratulations, Mercer. Your anonymity lasted almost an hour longer than I expected." Ruiz did not hand the phone back immediately. She kept it in one gloved hand and looked out toward the road as if the sender might be decent enough to stand up and wave. Below them, CSU kept working the bend with the same careful rhythm, but the mood of the scene had changed. What had been investigation now had a second layer over it. Observation. Daniel could feel it in his own skin, the sick knowledge of being looked at by someone he could not locate and had not chosen to matter to. "Do you recognize the number?" Ruiz asked. Daniel checked the screen when she passed it back. "Blocked through an app relay. Or made to look that way. That's not civilian curiosity." "No." Ruiz nodded once, already moving in the direction of anger precise enough to be useful. "Good. We agree on something." She pointed toward the sedan. "From now until I say otherwise, you are not alone. You move, I know where. You answer a phone, I hear why. You get another message, I see it before you start being mysterious for sport." Daniel almost objected on reflex. Then he looked at the photo again, himself caught inside the tape line like a man already entered into someone else's file, and the argument died on contact with common sense. "Fine. That was too easy," Ruiz said. "That's because I'm growing." "No," she said, "that's because even you can tell when a joke has lost market value." The officer returned at a fast walk. "Road logs pulling traffic now. Camera coverage is thin from the west shoulder, but we've got partials from the service turn." "Run everything," Ruiz said. "Stopped vehicles, slow rolls, repeat passes, vans, work trucks, contractor plates, rideshare lingerers, all of it." She jerked her chin toward Daniel. "And from this point on, nobody says his name on an open line unless I do it first." The officer glanced at Daniel, then back at Ruiz. "Understood." That should have been enough to steady the moment. It didn't. Ruby stood beyond the tape now, half in the floodlit scrub, looking not at the road but farther out toward the rise beyond it where the brush thickened and the service path cut behind the maintenance fence. She lifted one hand and pointed into the dark. Daniel felt the breath leave him. "Ruiz." She followed his eyeline automatically, saw nothing, and swore under her breath. "What now?" He didn't answer at first because Ruby had turned her head toward him, her face pale and still, one pink shoe bright in the dust. When she spoke, her voice was small enough that only he heard it. "He came to look." Daniel stared past the tape into the dark rise beyond the road and understood that the threat was no longer abstract, rumor-shaped, or waiting in future tense. Somebody had not only heard about the dead. Somebody had come close enough to see who was listening back. 64. He came to look. Daniel kept staring toward the rise beyond the service road, where Ruby's small outstretched arm cut through the floodlit dark more cleanly than any flashlight beam. Ruiz saw only scrub, fence shadow, and the low-maintenance path bending behind the brush, but she knew his face well enough by now to distinguish nonsense from impact. The difference did not reassure her. It only made her angrier. "What is it?" she asked. Daniel didn't look at her. "Ruby's back." Ruiza's jaw tightened. "That doesn't answer the question." "She says he came to look." Daniel swallowed once, eyes still fixed on the rise. Ruby had not lowered her hand. One pink shoe stood out against the dust like a mark somebody had painted there on purpose. Not rumor. Not a phone. Not a man hearing about it later. He came here. Ruiz followed his eyeline again, reading land instead of ghosts. Her gaze moved across the maintenance fence, the cut in the brush, the faint service path behind it, and then stopped, changing direction. Daniel saw the moment the geometry arranged itself for her. A rise. Partial concealment. Sightline to the tape. Quick exit to the road. She turned at once and pointed toward two uniforms near the bend. "You and Ortega, sweep that rise now. Slow, wide, and don't silhouette yourselves like idiots." Both officers moved before she finished the sentence. Daniel watched them go and felt the cold in him deepen rather than spike. Somebody had not just threatened him from a distance. Somebody had come close enough to judge the scene with their own eyes. Ruby turned her head toward him then, pale and still, and he knew without asking that she was no longer looking at the road. She was looking where the man had stood. Ruiz stepped nearer until her voice could stay low. "Tell me exactly what she's doing." "She's pointing where he watched from." Ruiz looked at him, then at the rise again. "And you're sure?" Daniel let out a short breath. "No, Elena, I'm improvising child ghosts for texture." That earned him a look sharp enough to cut. "Don't get clever on me in the middle of a live recovery. Then don't ask me questions you already know I can't make sound normal." Below them, CSU called for another light tower. Behind them, the road log unit started moving vehicles on the shoulder with sudden urgency. The scene had changed again. It no longer felt like a search under pressure. It felt like a wound with an audience. Ruiz keyed her radio without taking her eyes off the rise. "Lock the west shoulder and the service turn. Nobody civilian leaves this stretch until I say so." Then she looked back at Daniel, face gone flat with purpose. "And if your little witness moves, Mercer, you tell me before the dark does." The two officers moved up the rise with flashlights held low and shoulders turned the way trained people turned when they no longer trusted the dark to stay landscape. Daniel watched their beams cut through scrub and fence shadow while Ruby stood beyond the tape, still and intent, her pale face tipped toward the maintenance path as if she were listening to something the living had already missed. Ruiz stayed beside him, radio in one hand, attention split three ways between the sweep, the recovery below, and Daniel's line of sight. "Tell me if she moves," she said. Daniel kept his eyes on Ruby. "You'll be the first to know." That was almost useful. One of the officers reached the top of the rise and swept wide. The second crouched near the brush line, then called down, "We've got flattened scrub here. Fresh. Maybe a Neil point." His light shifted again. "And a cigarette. Still dry." Ruiz was moving before he finished. Daniel followed because staying by the sedan had stopped being possible the moment the rise became real. The ground changed underfoot as they climbed, loose grit and hacked roots giving way to harder packed dirt where somebody had stood long enough to leave intention behind. Up top, the view opened cleanly onto the cut, the tape, the lights, and the working CSU line below. Daniel felt the shape of it at once. Not random cover. A seat. A vantage. A man could stand here and watch the whole recovery unfold without ever stepping near the official scene. The crouched officer pointed with a gloved hand. "Prints partial. Bigger boot, maybe work tread. Not enough weight for a clean cast yet, but it's recent." Ruiz looked out over the scene from the rise and her mouth hardened. "He wanted to see their faces," she said quietly. "Not the bodies. The reaction." Daniel turned toward Ruby. She was no longer pointing at the rise. She had shifted farther along the maintenance fence, one pink shoe bright in the wash light, her small arm now extended toward the darker cut in the brush where the path bent behind the service road. The movement went through him like a wire tightening. "She moved," he said. Ruiz didn't waste a second. "Where?" Daniel pointed. "Fence gap. Path behind the maintenance line." Ruiz keyed her radio at once. Expand west. I want that fence line walked and the service path locked now. Then she looked at Daniel. What changed? He kept staring at Ruby. She had not lowered her arm, and when she turned her face toward him he saw something in it he hated on sight. Not fear. Recognition. Daniel swallowed. She says he left that way. Ruiz's gaze sharpened. And Ruby's voice reached him small and clear through the floodlit dark. He wasn't alone. Daniel looked at Ruiz and saw her understand the shape of the answer before he even spoke. And he brought somebody with him. Ruiz went still in the way she did when a fact got worse faster than she liked. The floodlights below kept burning over the cut, CSU kept moving through the wash, and somewhere behind them a radio cracked with overlapping acknowledgments as the west fence line got locked down. None of it touched the cold that had just settled over the rise. Say that again, Ruiz said. Daniel kept his eyes on Ruby. She stood by the maintenance fence with her arms still out, small and pale in the wash light, one pink shoe bright against the dirt. She says he wasn't alone. Ruiz's jaw shifted once. She says, "Are you think?" Daniel turned on her with more edge than wisdom. Do you want the useful version or the normal one? I want the version that keeps this from turning into a dead officer scene. That landed cleanly enough to cut through the irritation. Daniel looked back toward the fence gap. Ruby had lowered her arm now, but she hadn't moved away. She was staring into the brush as if somebody might still be there if the living were stupid enough to lag behind. The useful version, he said, forcing the words flat, is that the watcher didn't come alone. He brought somebody. Maybe driver, maybe backup, maybe just another set of eyes. But he didn't stand here by himself. Ruiz keyed her radio at once. West team, assume 2. I want the service path, shoulder, and fence line treated as active movement, not abandoned curiosity. She listened to the replies, then added, nobody chases dark alone. Pair up and call every visual change before you touch it. One of the officers on the rise turned from the brush. Detective, we've got fresh scrape on the fence wire here. Fabric maybe. Could be from tonight. Ruiz was beside him in 3 strides. Daniel followed close enough to see the bent strand and the tiny pale thread caught on the metal barb, no bigger than a fingernail clipping, glowing under flashlight spill. Recent. Careless or rushed. Either way, human. Ruiz looked at it for half a second, then at the path dropping away behind the fence toward the service road. He watched, then moved before we locked the shoulder, she said. Which means he knew how long he had. Daniel felt that under the ribs. Not some random ghoul taking a look at police lights. Somebody who understood scenes, timing, distance. Somebody who had come to measure reaction and leave before procedure tightened. Ruiz straightened and looked at Daniel with her face gone very calm. That calm was worse than anger. This is where I stop pretending your involvement is merely inconvenient, she said. From this point on, Mercer, if the dead tell you anything about who was here, you tell me before your conscience starts editing. Daniel glanced toward Ruby. She had finally turned her face back to him, and there was no childlike confusion in it at all. Only certainty. He swallowed once. That may be a problem. Ruiz's eyes narrowed. Why? Daniel kept looking at Ruby when he answered. Because she knows one of them. Ruiz held his gaze for one hard second, then looked past him toward Ruby as if force of attention alone might make the child appear. Start talking, she said. Daniel turned fully toward the fence line. Ruby had moved again. She stood just beyond the wash light with her hands at her sides now, no longer pointing, only watching him with that awful steady calm she got when she wasn't being a child at all. How do you know him? Daniel asked quietly. Ruby answered at once. He talked nice. The words went through him like cold water. Ruiz heard only his half of it, but that was enough to darken her expression. Daniel. He didn't look away from Ruby. She says he talked nice. He swallowed and forced himself to keep going. Not tonight. Before. Back then. Ruiz's face changed by degrees. Not shock. Not disbelief. Something worse. Recognition of pattern. One of the men on that rise was known to her when she was alive. Daniel nodded once. Ruby lifted one hand and touched her own sleeve, then made a small gripping motion with her fingers. "White truck," she said. "Sticker on the window." He opened the door. Ruiz stepped closer. "What truck?" Daniel dragged a hand across his mouth. She remembers a white truck. "Sticker on the window." She says he opened the door. Ruiz turned at once and called down the slope. "Get me every white vehicle logged within half a mile of this scene, including city, contractor, utility, parks, flood control, all of it. I want windshield identifiers, permits, service decals, everything." An officer below answered and started moving before the echo died. Ruby's small face remained turned up to Daniel. "He smiled first," she said. "Then he helped the other one." That landed lower and meaner than the earlier line. Daniel felt it in his stomach. Not just watcher, then. Not curious ghoul. Participation. Memory. Ruby wasn't naming a stranger who'd wandered too near a bad place. She was recognizing one of the men from before she died. Ruiz read enough of that off Daniel's face to stop pretending they were still dealing in maybes. "He's in the chain," she said. "Driver, spotter, helper, cleaner, I don't care which." Her voice flattened further. "But he's in it." A radio cracked below them. "Detective, road logs got a contractor pickup slow roll on the west shoulder 22 minutes ago. White F-150, flood maintenance pass on the dash, partial plate starting kilo 7. Ruiz didn't blink. "Freeze that image and pull every city and subcontractor match before midnight." Daniel looked back at Ruby. She had gone still again, one pink shoe bright in the dust, but there was no confusion left in her at all. Only certainty and the sick little patience of a child waiting for adults to catch up. Then she said the thing that finished the night properly. "He knows me too." For the first time since the message came through, Ruiz went pale. 65. Decent money, empty rooms. By the following afternoon, Daniel had 3 phones on the table, 2 envelopes of cash under his left hand, and a notebook open to names that would have made the old version of his life feel like fiction. The kitchen no longer looked like a place where a broke man tried not to drown. It looked like an office assembled out of bad choices that happened to pay. One phone was for Ruiz when she wanted him contained, one for the living people who preferred not to say certain things on their normal lines, and one for the kind of work that still came wrapped in lies even when everybody involved knew better. The envelopes were rent, operations, and don't ask. The notebook held a safer version of the truth than memory did. Wade sat at the far end of the table with his hat tipped back, watching Daniel stack 20s with open approval. There's his professional posture. Daniel didn't look up. Professional posture is what men call panic once it earns. Nikki, leaning against the counter in yesterday's dress and a permanent expression of refined contempt, glanced toward the buzzing phone nearest Daniel's elbow. "Answer it," she said. "Nobody calls twice that fast unless they need discretion or they're stupid. Either way, it pays." Daniel checked the screen. Number blocked. Not Ruiz. Not Tommy Vale. He answered with the kind of flat tone that made strangers choose their lies faster. "Yeah." A man's voice came back low and hurried. "I was told you find things." Daniel kept stacking cash. "Depends what went missing." There was a pause on the other end, long enough to prove the caller had hoped for a simpler kind of criminal. "A brother," the man said. "And maybe the money he vanished with." Wade smiled faintly. Nikki's eyes sharpened. Daniel looked at the notebook, at the page where jobs, ghosts, names, and obligations had stopped pretending to belong to separate worlds. "You were told right," he said. "You've also been told wrong if you think it's cheap." The caller swallowed audibly. "I can pay." Daniel looked at the notebook, then at the cash under his hand. "Good. Then slow down and give me your name." There was a pause. "Ricky Dent." "Number I can reach you on." Dent gave it. Daniel wrote it down. "Now tell me why your brother vanished, how much money went with him, and why you waited this long to start looking." Daniel listened and made notes. Missing person work was one thing when somebody panicked early. A long gap changed the shape of it. Sometimes that made a man harder to find. Sometimes it only meant the dead had had more time to start talking. When Dent ran out of excuses, Daniel looked at the figure he'd written in the margin. My rate depends on how much work this takes, but for a job like this I'd say 10% of the missing money. 5. No. Daniel kept his tone flat. Your brother's been gone too long. He could be out of the state by now. Maybe out of the country. Next time, call earlier and save yourself money. There was a silence on the line, then a muttered curse. Fine. 10. Good, Daniel said. Keep your phone on. And if you remember one thing you didn't tell me the first time, you call before I have to dig it out the expensive way. He ended the call, wrote Dent's name under the new number, and underlined it once. The room held still around that. 3 phones. Cash enough to breathe. People calling him instead of the other way around. It was ugly, but it was real. He wasn't sleeping in his car. He wasn't scraping coins for diner coffee. In certain rooms now, his name meant leverage, recovery, bad news, or results. Leon, standing by the back door with his heavy silence and burglar's patience, glanced at the envelopes. Decent money. Daniel finally looked up. Yeah. Wade's smile thinned. That's the easy half. Daniel knew that already. The table looked full. The room still didn't. Daniel left the money on the table longer than he needed to, as if the sight of it might do something the money itself could not. The kitchen had become efficient in a way the rest of the house refused to imitate. Phones, envelopes, notebook, charger leads, a cheap lamp dragged in from the lounge because working under the main light made the room feel too honest. Then he stepped out into the hallway with one of the envelopes in his hand and felt the chapter title of his life settle over him all at once. The place went quiet too quickly now. No television left half on for company. No Mara moving between rooms with that purposeful irritation that used to make the whole house feel occupied even when they were fighting. No Ellie leaving soft little ambushes behind her in the form of socks, crayons, plastic cups, school papers, or one shoe in the wrong place. Wade followed him as far as the hall arch and stopped there, hat low, smart enough not to joke first. You planning to count grief too? He asked, or just the bills? Daniel looked into Ellie's room. The bed was made because nobody had unmade it in days. A stuffed rabbit sat tucked into the corner as if waiting for a child who had simply wandered out to the garden and might come back at any second. He hated how quickly the room made him feel like an intruder. I'm thinking. Nikki appeared at his shoulder, arms folded, voice dry enough to cut paper. No, darling. You're practicing being haunted by the living. Entirely different discipline. Daniel pulled his phone from his pocket before he could talk himself out of it and called Mara. It rang long enough to feel punitive. When she answered, her voice was clipped and tired in a way that meant she had looked at the screen first and made a decision against herself. What? Daniel stared at the rabbit in the corner. How's Ellie? There was a pause, not empty, just guarded. She's fine. That's not an answer. It's the answer you get. Mara let out a breath that sounded like she was standing somewhere small and trying not to let him into it. What do you want, Daniel? He looked down at the envelope in his hand. It held more cash than he'd ever brought home from a clean week at the casino. For half a second, he thought about saying college fund, and the memory of the parking lot fight came back so fast it felt physical. Statement in her hand. Terror in her face. Cash deposits turned into evidence. He swallowed that version whole. I've got money, he said instead. For school stuff, clothes, whatever she needs. Mara went silent for one beat too long. When she spoke again, the fear was gone and the sharper thing was back. From where? Daniel didn't answer fast enough. That's what I thought, Mara said. Don't try to buy your way back into her life with money you can't explain. He felt that low in the gut because it was both unfair and deserved. It's for Ellie. No, Mara said quietly. It's for you. Ellie needs stability. You need forgiveness. Those are not the same purchase. The line stayed open just long enough for him to hear a faint child's laugh somewhere beyond Mara, distant and warm and devastating. Then she said, "Don't call again unless you can be honest," and ended it. Daniel lowered the phone slowly. Behind him, Wade said nothing. Nikki didn't either. The envelope in Daniel's hand suddenly felt too thick, too clean, too much like a bribe addressed to an empty room. Daniel stood in Ellie's doorway for another few seconds after Mara hung up, long enough for the silence to start pressing shape into everything. The stuffed rabbit in the corner had gone from waiting to accusation. He looked down at the envelope in his hand, then folded it once and shoved it into his jacket like he was putting away a weapon. Staying in the house with it had stopped being useful. He was halfway to the car before Wade spoke. "That look," he said from the passenger side, settling into the seat with lazy certainty, "is either moral growth or a workaround." Daniel started the engine. "You say that like those are mutually exclusive." "They usually are." Nikki slid into the back seat with her legs crossed and her bruised throat half hidden by her hair. "Please let it be a workaround," she said. "Moral growth is slower and rarely dressed well." Daniel drove to a branch bank in a strip mall he'd used when life still had shared passwords, boring errands, and the soft illusion that next month would resemble this one. The parking lot was half full. Dry heat shimmered over the hoods. He sat for 1 second with both hands on the wheel and recited the account numbers in his head, not because he feared forgetting, but because he hated how easily he still remembered them. Inside, the air conditioning hit too cold. The teller was a woman in her 40s with neat nails and the fixed kindness of somebody trained to make money sound harmless. She smiled when he stepped up. "What can I do for you today?" Daniel set the envelope on the counter. "Cash deposit." She slid the slip toward him. "Account number." He wrote it down from memory. The pen felt cheap and strangely loud in his hand. Behind him, Wade had taken up a position near the brochure stand with the bored look of a man wading through church. Nikki hovered by the coin-counting machine and watched Daniel like she was grading taste rather than ethics. The teller glanced at the slip, then at the envelope. "Would you like your name attached to the deposit memo?" Daniel's fingers tightened once on the counter. This was the same account. The same quiet route. The same injury with cleaner stationery. Mara had already found it once, already looked at him like the deposits were not tenderness but proof of something dangerous and unexplained. He knew that. He was here anyway. "No," he said. "Just put it through." She counted the money efficiently, bills flicking beneath her hands in a rhythm too professional to carry judgment. "Large deposit," she said. "Would you like a printed receipt?" "Yes." Nikki smiled faintly behind him. "There it is. The same fight with paperwork." Daniel ignored her. The teller finished, stamped the slip, and passed the receipt across the counter. "All set." He took it and stepped away before the ordinary politeness of the place could start sounding like mercy. Out in the parking lot, the paper felt thin and useless in his hand. Wade leaned against the passenger door and looked at him with narrowed approval. That was smarter than a toy store. Daniel tucked the receipt into his wallet. It wasn't smart. Nikki settled into the rear seat and crossed her legs again. "No," she said. "It was quieter. Not cleaner. Just quieter." Daniel opened the driver's door without answering. Mara might see the deposit again. She might hate it again. She might read it as intrusion, laundering, guilt, or one more way he was forcing dirty money through a clean door and calling it love. None of that stopped him. The house would still be empty when he got back, but now at least one thing inside that emptiness had been answered in the only form of providing he had left. Daniel had one hand still on the car door when he saw Mara's hatchback pull into the next lane over and stop too fast for coincidence. For half a second, he thought about pretending not to notice, getting in, starting the engine, and making the whole thing worse by speed alone. Then Mara was already out of the car with one folded bank statement in her hand and the look on her face stripped down past anger into something tighter and more dangerous. "So it is this branch," she said. Daniel let the door swing shut again. The receipt in his wallet seemed to go hot against his hip. "Mara. Don't." She came closer, holding up the paper like evidence and accusation had finally become the same object. "I knew the deposits were starting again. I wanted to be wrong about where. I wanted to be wrong about all of it." Her eyes went to his face, then the bank behind him, then back. "You really are doing it again." The parking lot seemed suddenly too open, all heat shimmer and windshields and strangers pretending not to listen. Daniel looked at her and saw that she was frightened under the fury, not of him exactly, but of what kind of money kept finding its way into Ellie's future wrapped in silence. It's for her, he said. Mara laughed once, low and exhausted. That is not the disputed part. He could feel Wade and Nikki somewhere behind the shape of the day, watching with the tact of the dead, which was to say none at all. Daniel kept his voice flat because anything softer would break. I'm not stealing it. Then what are you doing? Mara stepped nearer. Because every time I ask, you go vague, and every time you go vague, I have to decide whether my daughter's college fund is being built out of theft, fraud, blood money, or something worse. Daniel took a breath that did not help. Call Ruiz. Mara blinked. What? Call Detective Ruiz. I'll give you the number. He dragged a hand over his mouth and forced himself not to look away from her accusing eyes. Ask her what I'm doing. Ask her if I'm stealing. Ask her if I'm making this up. I swear to God I'm working for her on a case. Mara stared at him, thrown off balance, not into trust but into a new kind of alarm. A police case. Yes. What case? I can't explain it. Her expression hardened again at once. Convenient. I know. Daniel looked past her for 1 second at the car, the strip mall, the branch behind him, and understood with cold clarity that the argument had already ended somewhere before either of them got here. Keep the house, he said. Move Ellie back into her room. I'll get out. Mara went still. Daniel took out his phone, pulled up Ruiz's number, and held it toward her. You want answers, start there. You want safety, you can have the house. But I'm not stopping the deposits. Mara took down the number without taking her eyes off him. You don't get to make this sound generous. No, Daniel said, I get to make it practical. And this time, when he opened the car door, Mara didn't try to stop him. 66. The living push back. By the time Daniel pulled into the motel lot off Tropicana, the heat had gone mean and stale, trapped in the concrete long after sunset like the city resented letting any of it go. The vacancy sign buzzed in weak red over a 2-story courtyard that smelled of bleach, hot dust, and somebody's bad weed drifting from an upper walkway. It was the kind of place that charged by the week if asked politely and by the hour if not. Daniel killed the engine and sat for 1 second with Mara's last look still lodged under his ribs and Ruiz's number now living in Mara's phone instead of his control. Wade looked out through the windscreen with professional approval. Ugly enough to be affordable. Nikki, in the back seat, crossed her legs and surveyed the motel with disdain sharpened into expertise. Affordable is not the same as discreet. Half the city's worst choices have brushed their teeth in rooms like these. Daniel got out anyway. The office window was thick plexiglass with a slot at the bottom and a bell so worn it barely deserved the name. A young clerk in a polo shirt looked up from a muted television and took Daniel in with the exact speed of a man deciding whether cash outweighed risk. Need a room, Daniel said. The clerk glanced at the clock. 1 night or longer. Daniel looked back at the car, at the bag he hadn't packed because this had not been the plan until it was, then at the buzzing vacancy sign reflected faintly in the glass. Long enough. The clerk named a weekly rate that was low enough to be depressing and high enough to hurt. Daniel paid in cash. The kid behind the glass counted twice, handed over a plastic key card, and said, no smoking inside, no yelling after midnight, and if police ask, I saw you 10 minutes ago. That got Daniel's attention. Police ask that often. The clerk gave a small shrug. Depends who moves in. Daniel took the key and turned away just as his phone started ringing. Ruiz. Of course. Wade's mouth twitched. That won't be social. Daniel answered while climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor. What? Ruiz didn't bother with greeting. Your wife just called me from a bank parking lot sounding like she was trying very hard not to discover she's married to a criminal. Want to tell me why? Daniel stopped outside room 12 and looked out over the courtyard where 2 men smoked by an ice machine and pretended not to watch everything. Because she saw me make a deposit. For Ellie. Yes. Ruiz was quiet for half a beat. That was reckless. It was quieter than gifts. Paper shifted on her end, then her voice flattened. Listen carefully. While you've been reorganizing your domestic collapse, 2 things happened. A patrol lieutenant wants to know why my nuisance civilian keeps turning up near child recoveries and active scenes, and I've had a quiet inquiry from a man who should not know your name asking whether you belong to me." Daniel felt something in him tighten cleanly. "Who?" Ruiz did not hesitate. "That's exactly what I'd like to discuss in person." Daniel kept the phone to his ear and swiped the key card with his free hand. The motel room opened on a blast of stale air and the smell of cleaner failing to hide older uses. One bed. One chair bolted half-crooked to a particleboard desk. A television mounted high enough to feel punitive. The bedspread had the kind of pattern designed to make stains seem theoretical. He stood in the doorway for 1 second longer than necessary, looking at the room that now qualified as his best available option. Ruiz heard the pause. "Where are you?" Daniel stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "Somewhere with weekly rates and low standards. That narrows it down to half the city." Wade drifted to the chair and sat as if the room had been rented for his comfort. Nikki stood by the curtain and pulled it back 2 fingers worth, checking the courtyard with old professional instinct. Daniel dropped his keys on the desk. "You said in person. Fine. Say where." Ruiz was quiet long enough to make it intentional. "Not yet. First, you tell me whether you did anything else reckless after the bank." Daniel looked around the room again, at the single lamp, the dead bolt, the bathroom door that didn't quite shut straight. "I rented a room." "That's not what I asked." "No. That's the only answer you're getting for free." Paper shifted again on her end. He could picture her somewhere under fluorescent light with a file open and one hand pressed flat beside it, not angry, exactly, just done pretending this was manageable. "The inquiry came sideways," she said. "Not official. Not clean either. The kind of question men ask when they're trying to establish whether bothering you will also bother me." Daniel sat on the edge of the bed and felt the mattress complain under him. "And did you tell them I'm your problem?" "I told them you are not department property, not an informant, and not under my protection." Ruiz let that sit for a beat. "Which means if they decide to test the edges of your life, they'll assume they can do it without starting a war." That landed harder than he liked. Nikki turned from the curtain. "Someone's lingering by the ice machine," she said. "Blue cap. Looking up too often." Daniel didn't answer her aloud. He stared at the pebbled motel wall and kept his voice level for Ruiz. "You think I'm being watched?" "I think word moved faster than you did." Her tone tightened by half a degree. "And I think your gift for becoming visible at the worst possible moment is now crossing departmental lines and criminal ones at the same time." Then she exhaled once and made a decision. 20 minutes. All-night diner on Eastern and Harmon. Back booth. Come alone. Daniel looked toward the window. "That's not really how my life works anymore." "I know," Ruiz said. "I'm talking about the living." The line went dead. For a second the room held still around that. Then Nikki let the curtain fall and said, "Well, that sounds expensive." Daniel stood up again, motel key in one hand, Ruiz's silence still in his ear, and understood that the room was not shelter. It was just the first place the pressure had found him. Daniel left the motel room after a count of 10 that did nothing for his pulse. The courtyard looked the same as before, which only made it worse. 2 men still smoked by the ice machine. Blue cap was gone from immediate sight, but that didn't mean much in a place built out of sightlines, doors, and people learning how to look without staring. Nikki walked beside him anyway, not because Ruiz had asked for ghosts to stay behind, but because the dead had never once confused instructions with authority. "He was there," she said quietly as they reached the stairs. "Not nervous enough to be police. Too patient for a customer. He wanted to know which door was yours." Wade came down the walkway from nowhere in particular, hands in his pockets, expression sharpened into working mode. "So don't go straight to the diner." Daniel unlocked the car. Ruiz said 20 minutes. "She also said come alone," Nikki said. "The living are always so optimistic about categories." Daniel got behind the wheel and sat for 1 second before starting the engine. The motel office glowed weakly behind plexiglass. A woman in slippers crossed the upper walkway with a bag of ice and did not look at him once. He pulled out of the lot, turned right, then left, then circled a block he did not need, checking mirrors until the act itself began to feel theatrical. On the third turn he saw the same dark sedan slide through the light 2 cars back. "There," Nicky said. "I see it." Wade leaned forward from the passenger seat, looking back through the rear glass. "Older model. Clean. Doesn't belong to a motel watcher. That's a man with purpose." Daniel's grip tightened on the wheel. "Great. I was worried I might be developing self-importance." The sedan stayed with him through 2 more lights, never crowding, never dropping far enough to look accidental. Daniel felt the shape of it settle into certainty. Not traffic. Not nerves. Pressure. The living version, neat and motorized. Nicky tipped her head. "Don't take Ruiz this tale. Make him show his hand first." Daniel turned suddenly into a near-empty petrol station and rolled past the pumps toward the side lot where a delivery truck blocked half the view from the road. The sedan hesitated. That was enough. It went by too slowly, driver hidden behind the reflection of station lights, then continued through the intersection without braking. Wade watched it go. He'll circle. Probably. Daniel cut the engine and sat in the dark edge of the lot with the diner still 10 minutes away and Ruiz waiting at the far end of a problem that was beginning to look shared. His phone buzzed once in his pocket. Unknown number. He stared at it, then answered. A man's voice came on low and unhurried. "You're making this look more difficult than it needs to." Daniel felt the cold arrive cleanly. "Who is this?" A soft breath. Almost a laugh. "A friend of a friend. I'd prefer we meet before the detective gets too attached to your schedule." The line went dead. Daniel lowered the phone slowly. Nicky's expression had gone still. Wade looked pleased in the worst possible way. "Well," Wade said, "now they're introducing themselves." Daniel let the dark sedan make one more pass before he pulled out of the petrol station and headed for the diner by a route Ruiz would hate and understand at the same time. He took 2 unnecessary turns, cut through a supermarket lot, then slid back onto Eastern with his eyes moving between the road, the mirrors, and the dead quiet company in his car. The sedan did not reappear. That did not steady him. It only meant the men behind it had decided subtlety still had market value. The diner sat under a tired strip of yellow light with 3 pickups, a delivery van, and Ruiz's unmarked sedan backed into the far corner as if she trusted walls more than people. Daniel parked 2 spaces down and stayed in the car long enough to watch the windows. No blue cap. No dark sedan. Inside, a waitress in white trainers topped off coffee for 2 graveyard shift men at the counter. Back booth, just as promised. Ruiz sat with a file closed in front of her and a mug untouched, posture straight enough to make the vinyl look guilty. Wade glanced through the glass and smiled faintly. "She's in a mood." "She was born in one," Daniel said. Nicky looked out past the diner sign toward the road. "Whoever called you may not want the meeting stopped. He may want to know what gets said." That possibility sat badly. Daniel got out anyway and crossed the lot with the feeling of stepping onto a stage somebody else had lit. The bell over the diner door gave a tired little jangle. Ruiz looked up once, took in his face, his jacket, the fact that he had come alone by living standards, and said, "You look worse." Daniel slid into the booth opposite her. "Good to see you too." Ruiz pushed the coffee pot toward him without warmth. "Drink that before you start lying. It'll save time." He poured. The waitress came by, saw Ruiz's expression, and wisely chose not to make the table social. Daniel wrapped both hands around the mug. The heat helped less than he wanted. Ruiz watched him for 1 beat, then opened the file. "Your motel got a visitor before you even settled," she said. "Blue cap, borrowed car, no room key, no luggage. We pulled him off a traffic camera 2 blocks over." She tapped one photo with 1 finger. "Grainy still. Sedan. Driver half turned away. You were right to shake him." Daniel looked at the photo, then at her. "That makes 1 of us." "No." Ruiz's gaze sharpened. "That makes 2, which is why you're going to answer very carefully. The man who asked about you used a name I know from old Vice-adjacent intelligence. Tommy Vale." She let that land. "So tell me, Daniel, why are casino fixers, scene watchers, and child recovery chatter all converging on you in the same week?" Daniel stared at her across the coffee and felt the chapter close into place. "Because," he said quietly. The dead are getting expensive. Ruiz did not blink. Try again. And this time, for the first time since the wash began to widen, Daniel understood she was no longer asking like a detective humoring a useful civilian. She was asking like a woman deciding whether he had just become the case. 67. Try again. Ruiz held his gaze across the coffee with the kind of patience that only existed when patience had already run out and chosen to stay anyway. The waitress moved somewhere behind them with a stack of plates, the countermen kept talking trucks and overtime, and none of it touched the pressure in the booth. Daniel could feel Wade and Nikki just beyond the glass, not inside, but near enough in his head to make the diner feel smaller than it was. I am trying again, Daniel said. You just don't like the language. Ruiz didn't move. I like language that holds up in reports, interviews, and court. She tapped the closed file once. So let's do this in a dialect the living can survive. Tommy Vale asked about you. A man followed you from your motel. Your wife called me from a bank lot sounding terrified. And you keep landing on child recovery grounds before procedure catches up. I know why. You know why, but my superiors don't. We can't rely on what we know to placate them. Start with the part that doesn't sound insane. Daniel wrapped both hands around the mug because he'd gave them something useful to do. Word got around after the wash. Then after the motel. Then after the bank, apparently. He looked down at the coffee, not because he feared her face, but because he didn't trust his own if he kept seeing it. I used to know people on the casino edges. Vale's one of them. Once people think you can find things, they start calling. Ruiz watched him for a beat. Find things, she repeated. Missing brothers. Hidden money. Buried children. He looked up. Sometimes. That's not a profession. In this city it can be. Private investigators aren't new. A license. Not yet. I'm thinking ahead. When I decide to do this properly, you can vouch for me. That bought him nothing. Ruiz leaned back slightly, studying him with that same flat, exact expression. Are you taking money from civilians in exchange for information tied to active investigations? Daniel thought about answering cleanly and failed on contact with reality. Not from your active investigations. Ruiz's jaw shifted. That was a lawyer's answer from a man who cannot afford one. It was an honest answer. No, she said. It was a narrow one. She leaned forward again, voice dropping. Listen to me carefully, Daniel. I can work around unstable. I can work around useful and dirty. I can even work around a civilian who keeps showing up 3 minutes ahead of the impossible talking to the air. What I cannot work around is a man building a private business on the edge of my dead children. That landed hard enough to stop his mouth before it could reach for sarcasm. He held her eyes and said, quieter now, I'm not selling them. Ruiz believed him enough for it to make things worse. He saw that in the way her face changed, not softer, but more invested. Then tell me what you are selling. Daniel sat very still. Outside, a truck rolled by slow enough to make the windows hum. Inside, the coffee had gone from comfort to witness. He thought of Ricky Dent on the phone, of Wade at the table, of Nikki at the motel curtain, of Alan still standing in the part of his life he kept postponing. Then he gave her the only version he could live with. I'm selling results, he said. And that's starting to attract the wrong kind of attention. Ruiz nodded once, as if he had finally said something worth filing. Then she opened the file. Good, she said. Now we can begin talking about how much trouble that puts you in. Daniel looked at the notepad as if Ruiz had slid him a confession form instead of blank paper. The pen sat beside his hand, harmless and cheap and suddenly heavier than the coffee mug. He knew what she was really asking for. Not names, shape, pattern. A paper version of the life he had been building in phone calls, cash, and ghost-whispered leverage, the kind of thing that felt manageable right up until somebody else started organizing it. I'm not your informant, he said. Ruiz didn't blink. No, you're a man with a motel watcher, a vice-adjacent fixer asking questions, and a growing side business in vanished things. She nudged the notepad half an inch closer. Right. Daniel picked up the pen because refusing would have looked more guilty than caution. The first line came out slower than he liked. Ricky Dent. Number underneath. Ruiz watched the letters form without interrupting, which somehow made it worse. When he stopped, she said, "What did Dent want?" "His brother found." Daniel kept his eyes on the page. "And money he disappeared with." "How much?" He hesitated. Ruiz caught it at once. "How much, Daniel?" "Dent thinks around 60 grand. Ruiz's expression changed by degrees, not surprise exactly, but recognition of a bad pattern settling into focus. "And he called you instead of filing a report?" "He called me because reports come with questions." "Yes," Ruiz said. "They do. Especially when $60,000 goes missing with a man nobody wants examined too closely." She leaned forward and tapped Dent's name once. "This is not clean missing person work. This is criminal orbit hiring private recovery off the books because police would ask what kind of money vanished, who lost it, and why they're so nervous about saying it aloud." Daniel looked up. "I didn't ask for his tax history." "No," she said. "You just took the call. That landed because it was fair." He wrote a second number from memory, then a third, not names he trusted, just the people who had already started dialing him as if results had turned him into a service. Ruiz read the half-finished list and seemed to get angrier the more ordinary it looked. "Do you understand what this becomes from their side?" she asked quietly. "Not yours. Theirs." Daniel set the pen down. "They think I can find what they lost." Ruiz nodded once. "Good. Now take one more step." Her finger rested beside Dent's name. "If men like that believe you can find what they lost, then the moment you hesitate, disappoint them, or know too much, they stop seeing you as a finder." Her gaze pinned him cleanly. "They start seeing you as inventory." The word sat between them longer than Daniel liked. Inventory. Not a man, not even a useful nuisance. A thing with value until it became inconvenient to store. He looked down at the notepad again, at Dent's name in his own handwriting, and felt the shape of his week rearrange itself under harsher light. Ruiz watched him absorb it and did not offer comfort. "You think they're hiring a finder," she said. "Maybe at first. But men in dirty money don't keep categories clean. The moment you start producing results they didn't expect, they stop asking what you do." Her voice stayed level, which made it land harder. "They start asking how you do it, who else knows, and whether removing you is cheaper than paying you." Daniel let out one dry breath. "That's cheerful." "It's accurate." Ruiz reached across the table, took the pen from beside his hand, and wrote one word at the top of the page in block capitals. "Control." Then she slid the pad back. "Right now you have none." He looked at the word and hated that she was right. Motel room. Watcher. Unknown caller. Mara with his number in Ruiz's phone. Dent on the page like the beginning of a ledger he had never meant anyone else to see. "So what?" he asked. "You want me to stop taking calls?" Ruiz gave him a flat look. "I want you to stop behaving like improvisation is a tradecraft." She pointed at Dent's number. "From now on, every new caller gets a name, number, and a reason for delay. No same-night meetings. No motel stays without telling me where. No private recoveries that overlap active case ground. And if somebody with an unknown number starts sounding familiar, you don't get curious alone." Daniel almost smiled at the phrasing. "You say that like curiosity is my flaw." "It's one of them." Ruiz sat back slightly. "Your bigger flaw is thinking you can keep one foot in business, one foot in my case, and somehow remain too insignificant to matter." That one hit close enough to annoy him. "I'm not trying to matter." "No," she said. "You're trying to profit quietly." Different mistake. The waitress stopped by long enough to refill coffee neither of them had properly finished. Ruiz waited until she moved away again, then lowered her voice another notch. "Tell me about the call at the petrol station." Daniel looked up sharply. "How do you know about that?" Ruiz's expression didn't change. "Because after you left the motel, your watcher made one slow pass, then another. The timing gap lines up with a phone contact. So either you were ordering takeaway, or someone decided to introduce himself." She held his eyes. "Which was it?" Daniel reached for the mug and found his hand tighter than he liked. "A man said we should meet before you got too attached to my schedule." Ruiz went still, The dangerous kind this time. Good, she said quietly. That means they're no longer just watching. They're testing whether you can be separated from me. Ruiz held the stillness for one beat longer, then reached into the file and pulled out a blank business card. She turned it over, wrote a second number on the back in hard, compressed figures, and slid it across the table. That line comes to me direct, she said. No switchboard. No desk sergeant. No voicemail where some patrol idiot gets curious and starts listening to your life for sport. Daniel looked at the number but didn't pick it up. That sounds intimate. It sounds efficient. Ruiz folded her hands over the file. From this point on, if anybody calls wanting a private meeting, a quiet talk, or a friendly clarification, you stall. You agree to nothing on the first contact. Then you call me. He let that sit, then looked at her properly. And what, exactly, am I supposed to live on while I do that? Ruiz's expression didn't shift. Take cleaner work. Daniel laughed once, low and tired. Cleaner than what? Missing brothers who don't want paperwork. Hidden money no one wants reported. You think I've got a waiting list of moral employment sitting in my motel room? He leaned forward, voice dropping. You want me off anything that smells dirty, off anything near your case, off anything that might make your life complicated. Fine. But this room costs money. Food costs money. Existing costs money. Clean doesn't pay the weekly rate. That gotta change out of her, small but real. Not softness. Attention. I'm not asking you to work for me for free forever. No, Daniel said. You're just talking like rent is a character flaw. Ruiz looked at him for a long second, then tapped the notepad where Dent's name sat under control. I'm talking like your current business model is about to get you followed, tested, and possibly buried. And I'm talking like your clean version ends with me broke in a motel taking instructions from a detective who is not paying me. He finally picked up the card, turned it once between his fingers, then set it back down. I'm not your underling, Elena. I'm the man you call when the dead start being inconvenient. Those aren't salaried hours. For the first time in the booth, Ruiz's mouth almost moved toward something like bitter amusement. There he is. I don't care if you take paying jobs. I care if you take stupid ones. No private work that overlaps open chaos. No same night meets. No walking into some fixer's car because he says he'd prefer discretion. If a job starts circling the wash, vice, or my name, I hear about it first. Daniel studied her across the coffee. That sounds less like moral purity. It sounds like triage. Ruiz pushed the card back toward him. Earn if you must. Just stop doing it like a man trying to become disposable. His phone buzzed once on the table between them. Unknown number. Ruiz glanced at the screen, then at him. Good, she said. Now we find out whether you can learn. 68. Office without a costume. The unknown number buzzed again before Daniel touched it, vibrating once against the tabletop and then stopping as if the caller had decided patience was part of the performance. Ruiz looked at the screen, then at him, and gave one short nod. Answer it, she said. Speaker. Say as little as possible. Daniel did as told because being taught how not to get himself sold by a detective in a diner booth had apparently become the best available use of his evening. He hit accept and set the phone between the coffee mugs. The same low voice came on, unhurried and faintly amused. That's better. Daniel kept his face blank. You wanted something. Eventually. A small pause. But not in front of company. Ruiz didn't move. Daniel could feel her listening with every professional instinct she owned, all of them sharpened now that the thing had moved from watcher to voice. Then you picked a bad time. No, the caller said. I picked a useful one. You've been hard to schedule since you started hiding behind police coffee. Another pause. Tomorrow. Noon. East Service Road by the concrete channel. Come alone, and I'll save you some steps. Alan appeared at the diner window so suddenly Daniel almost turned his head before he stopped himself. Pale face. Wet hair. Bruised throat. He stood out in the parking lot dark behind the glass like a reflection nobody else could claim. Ruby was beside him. One pink shoe. One bare foot. She wasn't looking at Daniel. She was looking at Ruiz. The cold that went through him had nothing to do with the collar anymore. Ruiz saw the change in his face and spoke before he could repeat the location. The man on the phone laughed softly. See, that's the sort of thing that makes people nervous. Noon. East Service Road by the channel. His voice thinned by half a degree. And Daniel, leave the detective out of it, or I start wondering whether discretion is even possible with you. The line went dead. Daniel stared at the phone. Outside the window, Alan hadn't moved. Ruby lifted one hand and pressed it flat against the glass. Beyond them, in the dark of the lot, Daniel saw other shapes beginning to gather. Not living men, dead ones, more than he'd seen together in one place outside the wash itself. Ruiz followed his eyeline automatically, saw only parking lot, neon, and reflected diner light, then looked back at him with her voice already changing shape. What? Daniel stood up too fast, coffee rocking in the mug. The channel, he said. It's not just a meet. Ruiz rose with him at once. Then say what it is. He looked at the parking lot full of ghosts and understood with a sick, final clarity that tomorrow's problem would not be solved by bluffing, digging, or getting there first. It's a summons, he said. And this time I don't think they want an investigator. Ruiz held his gaze for one hard second, then turned and dropped cash for the coffee on the table with the clipped precision of a woman already moving from conversation into operation. Outside, she said, now. Daniel followed her into the parking lot because staying in the booth with ghosts at the window had stopped being possible the moment Ruby touched the glass. The night air hit warm and stale, full of exhaust and fryer grease from somewhere down the block. Alan stood 3 car lengths away under the diner sign with Ruby beside him, and beyond them the dead were still gathering in loose, silent clusters, faces pale in the reflected neon. Some Daniel knew, most he didn't. That alone told him how bad tomorrow already was. Ruiz stopped by her sedan and turned on him. Talk. Daniel looked past her at the lot. Ruby had not moved. One pink shoe. One bare foot. Alan's bruised throat worked as if he were trying to speak through memory rather than air. They're gathering, Daniel said. Ruiz's jaw shifted. Who? The dead. He dragged a hand over his mouth and forced the rest out before she could cut in. Not 1 or 2, a lot, more than usual. Alan's here. Ruby's here. Others I've never seen before. They started showing up the second that voice said the channel. Ruiz went still, not in disbelief now, but in the way she did when translating impossible information into decisions she could still make with human tools. And that means what, exactly? It means the place is hot. He pointed, not at the ghosts, but vaguely eastward, where the city flattened into service roads, concrete flood channels, and all the hard and different spaces Vegas used to move water and hide things. The dead don't cluster like that for scenery. They gather where something happened, where something is about to happen, or where something wants witness. Ruiz looked at him, then at the road, then back again. Or bait. Daniel nodded once. Or that. She took out her phone and started walking toward her car. Get in. He hesitated. He said alone. Ruiz hit the unlock with her thumb and gave him a look that could have stripped paint. And you just finished telling me this isn't a meeting, it's a summons. Men who summon people to concrete channels do not get to dictate my common sense. That should have helped. It didn't. Daniel looked back across the lot. Ruby was watching Ruiz, not him, with the flat attention of a child waiting for an adult to finally understand the danger in the room. Then Alan lifted one shaking hand and pointed east. Ruiz saw the change in Daniel's face. What now? He got into the car. Now, he said, we stop pretending noon is the problem. Ruiz drove east without turning on the siren or the light bar she didn't officially have on that car, one hand on the wheel, the other working her phone in short, clipped bursts that sounded less like conversation than controlled damage. Daniel sat in the passenger seat with his eyes moving between the road ahead and the side mirror, half expecting the dark sedan to reappear, half expecting the ghosts to start showing up in the reflection instead. Nikki and Wade were in the back by ghost logic rather than upholstery, quieter now that the city had begun flattening into service roads, drainage lanes, and the hard municipal edges nobody romanticized unless they were trying to hide something there. Ruiz ended one call and looked at him without slowing. I've got 2 uniforms I trust keeping distance and 1 patrol unit told to sit dark unless I ask. Her mouth tightened. That is more generosity than this situation deserves. She turned onto a frontage lane that ran parallel to a low concrete channel washed silver by streetlight. Now tell me exactly what I'm driving toward. Daniel looked out at the flood control cut and felt the back of his neck tighten. The dead were here. Not in a crowd he could count cleanly, but in clusters along the slope and near the culvert mouths where runoff and darkness met. Some stood on the service path. Others lined the upper lip of the channel like silent spectators at the wrong kind of parade. Witnesses, he said, or victims? Hard to tell at this distance. Ruiz braked near a locked maintenance gate and killed the engine. You are going to start being more helpful with nouns. He pointed through the windscreen. There. By the second culvert. They keep looking at the same spot. Ruiz followed the line of his hand and saw nothing Daniel could trust her to see. That frustration crossed her face only briefly before discipline buried it again. She got out, and he followed because sitting in the car while the dead gathered below had stopped feeling defensible. Night heat rose off the concrete in slow waves. Down in the channel, Ruby stood halfway along the slope with one pink shoe bright against the gray and her bare foot planted on the incline as if gravity had made a private exception for her. Ruiz stopped at the fence and looked from Ruby's invisible position to Daniel's face. Where? He swallowed and pointed lower. Halfway down. She's not moving. That got her full attention. And Alan. Daniel looked toward the culvert mouth. Alan was there, pale and wet, standing knee-deep in nothing with one arm extended toward the black opening under the road. Around him, 3 strangers Daniel had never seen in life or death held the same fixed, waiting posture. He felt the answer arrive before he wanted it. Not the culvert, he said quietly. Inside it. Ruiz took out her torch and keyed her shoulder mic. Unit 2, move up. Quietly. I want eyes on the second culvert and nobody playing hero in the dark. Then she looked at Daniel again, voice gone low and hard. If this turns into a body, Mercer, I want to know whether the dead brought us here to witness it or to stop it. The 2 uniforms came in dark from the service road above, flashlights hooded low and boots careful on the gravel shoulder. Ruiz met them at the gate with 3 sentences, no wasted motion, and enough authority in her voice to make questions wait their turn. Daniel stayed by the fence because going lower without permission would only make him the problem again, but every part of him was already reaching toward the second culvert where Alan stood with his arm fixed and Ruby had still not moved. One of the uniforms, Ortega, shone his light through the bars. You want us down there now? Ruiz looked at Daniel. Tell me before I send them where the danger is. Daniel swallowed and kept his eyes on the dead. Alan had shifted deeper toward the mouth now. Ruby turned her face toward the black opening and then back at Daniel with that flat, patient expression he had started to dread more than panic. The ghosts aren't backing off, he said. They're holding. That usually means not a body. Not yet. Ruiz made a choice on contact with that gate, she said. Ortega snapped the maintenance chain with bolt cutters from the unit bag while the second officer covered the channel with his torch. The gate swung inward with a metallic scrape loud enough to make the concrete feel suddenly hollow. Ruiz went first, Daniel right behind her because nobody had told him not to and because the dead were already drawing him lower whether procedure liked it or not. The channel smelled of hot cement, runoff residue, and the faint sour rot of old water trapped in cracks. The closer they got, the more the culvert mouth stopped looking like simple infrastructure and started looking arranged. Ruby stepped aside at last. Alan lowered his arm. Ortega's torch beam hit the interior wall and caught on order. Not trash. Not random homeless sprawl. Order. A folding chair sat against the curve of the culvert wall beside a plastic crate. A battery lantern. 2 bottles of water. A cooler. A clipboard sealed in a zip bag. Maps pinned under stones. Marked sections of the wash system in red pen. Dates. Arrows. Crossed out notes. And beside the crate, neatly stacked as if they belonged in inventory, were children's things no child was here to claim. One small trainer. A cheap pink beret. A backpack with one broken strap. Nobody spoke for one long second. Then Ruiz stepped closer, torch fixed, and her voice changed into something colder than anger. This isn't a drop point, she said. This is a workspace. Daniel looked at the maps, the chair, the careful supplies, the little objects arranged like reference material, and felt the chapter title settle into him with sick clarity. Whoever had called him tomorrow had not invited him to a meeting place. He had invited him to an office. And somewhere in the dark curve beyond the chair, deeper in the culvert where the torch did not yet reach, something metal scraped softly against concrete. 69. The Dead Gate. The scrape came again from deeper in the culvert, not loud, just deliberate enough to turn every head toward the dark. Ortega's torch jerked up at once, beam cutting past the folding chair and the crate and the careful little arrangement of children's things toward the bend where the concrete throat narrowed and swallowed the light. Ruiz lifted one hand without looking back. Nobody moved. That alone made the place feel worse. A workspace was ugly. A workspace still occupied was a different category of problem. Police, Ortega called, voice flat and official in the echo. Come out now. Nothing answered at first except the shallow hum of the battery lantern and the distant traffic overhead. Then something shifted again inside the dark, a soft drag of metal over concrete, followed by the small clatter of an object dropped or nudged by mistake. Daniel felt the dead tighten around them. Alan stepped backward from the culvert mouth. Ruby did not. She stood with one pink shoe planted on the incline and stared into the black as if she had reached the part of fear where movement stopped mattering. Ruiz's voice came low and exact. Mercer, tell me what the room is doing. Daniel swallowed. The gathered dead had changed shape. They were no longer merely watching. They were drawing inward, clustering toward the mouth in a curve that reminded him sickeningly of people at a station platform when a train was coming. They're pulling in, he said. Not at us. At the opening. What does that mean? I don't know yet. That was when one of the stranger ghosts, a little boy in a torn hoodie Daniel had never seen before, stepped straight past Ruby and into the culvert dark as if somebody had called his name from the other side. A second child followed. Then a woman Daniel didn't know. Then another. Not rushing. Not panicked. Just going. The hair on Daniel's arms lifted all at once. Ruiz. She heard the change in him and turned half toward him without taking her torch off the tunnel. What? They're entering. Her jaw shifted. Entering what? He didn't get to answer immediately because the air in the culvert changed. The heat broke first. A band of cold moved through the concrete throat like breath from a cellar opened after centuries. The lantern beside the chair dimmed, flickered, then went out entirely. Ortega swore under his breath. Ruiz's torch beam held, but something inside it stopped behaving properly. The light no longer seemed to strike the back wall cleanly. It bent, swallowed at the edges by a vertical dark that had not been there a second before and now stood where concrete ought to have continued. Daniel stared at it and knew with the ugly certainty of recognition rather than discovery that this was not a shadow. It was a threshold. Ruby looked back at him then, face small and terrible and calm. You made it, she said. Ruiz turned fully now, not because she could see what he saw, but because she could hear the fear hit him cleanly enough to matter. Daniel, she said, tell me what just opened. Daniel could not drag his eyes off the dark standing where concrete ought to have continued. It was not a hole, not absence, not the simple failure of torchlight to reach the back curve. It had shape without edges and depth without distance, and every instinct in him knew it the way a body knew a drop before the mind measured one. The gate, he said. Ruiz's voice sharpened at once. What gate? Daniel swallowed and forced himself to answer like a man trying not to sound insane in front of armed officers and a detective who had already given him too much room to fail. The one I've been skirting around without understanding. The thing the eye is for. The dead are using it. Ortega glanced back from the culvert mouth, confusion and rising hostility fighting for position on his face. Detective. Ruiz did not look away from Daniel. Explain better. Another ghost stepped past Ruby and into the threshold, then vanished so completely that even Daniel's eyes could not follow what happened after. No fading, no drift, just passage. Alan had backed farther up the slope now, pale and trembling, but the strangers kept going in with the same calm inevitability as passengers boarding transport they had been waiting too long to catch. It's not just some haunting trick, Daniel said. They know what it is. Look at them. They're not frightened. He pointed at the dark, then at Ruby. They're choosing it. Ruiz took one step closer, lowering her torch toward the vertical black. The beam touched the threshold and seemed to flatten there, swallowed without reflection. For the first time that night, the control in her face gave way to something rawer. Not panic. Not yet. A professional mind colliding with a fact that refused procedure. And if I put a hand in that? She asked, voice low, what happens? Daniel looked at the dead filing through and thought of scales, offices, retention, every half-glimpsed shape of judgment that had been following him since the eye first opened. I don't know, he said. And that is not a test I'd volunteer you for. Ruby turned fully toward him then. Her small face held none of the childlike confusion she sometimes wore around the house. This was the older, stranger version of her, the one that arrived when the truth stopped pretending to be gentle. He made it wrong, she said. That hit Daniel harder than the threshold itself. Who did? Ruby looked past him, not at the gate, not at the chair or the maps, but deeper into the culvert dark where the workspace ended and the wrongness had begun. The man inside, she said. He pushed it open before it was time. Ortega raised his torch and took one careful step forward. Something moved in the dark beyond the threshold then, not a ghost this time, but a living shape flinching back from the light. Ruiz's gun was out in the same instant. Don't move, she snapped. Hands where I can see them. The shape in the dark froze for half a second, then lifted both hands slowly into Ortega's torch beam. Man. Thin. Mid-40s maybe. Work jacket. Gloves gone slick and dark at the fingers from whatever he'd been handling back there. His face looked ordinary enough to be offensive, the kind of face that would disappear in traffic and be forgotten by the next light. What wasn't ordinary was the thing hanging from a cord against his chest, half hidden under the jacket flap. Bronze or copper, old enough to have gone nearly black, etched with lines Daniel's eye hated on contact. Ruiz did not lower the gun. Step forward, she said. The man smiled without warmth. You brought more people than I asked for. Ortega moved his torch higher. Do it now. The man took one step and no more, stopping just short of the place where the threshold had begun to distort the light. Behind him the vertical dark stood wrong and patient, and another ghost slipped through it while the living kept their attention on the man with the work jacket and the calm voice. Daniel felt the shape of the scene split in two, police procedure in the foreground, judgment in the back. Ruiz's voice went flatter. Name. The man's eyes slid past her and fixed on Daniel. I expected you sooner. Daniel ignored the bait and stared at the object on the cord instead. Up close, under the shifting torchlight, it looked less like jewelry and more like an implement worn too close to skin. Not decorative. Functional. Ruiz, he said quietly, don't let him touch that thing. The man's smile sharpened. So you do know what it is? No, Daniel said. I know it's wrong. That actually pleased him. Yes, the man said. Wrong is often just old knowledge in the hands of people with better nerve. Ruiz shifted her aim a fraction higher. You're going to take it off, put it on the ground, and kick it toward me. The man laughed once under his breath. Detective, if you knew what I spent to get this open, you wouldn't ask me to surrender it to a diner gun and municipal lighting. His gaze moved back to Daniel. You should have come alone. You're the point of all this. Gates open better with a key, you see. Ruby made a small sound low in the channel, not fear, exactly, but protest. Alan had backed almost to the slope now, eyes fixed not on the man but on the artifact at his chest. Daniel saw it then, not knowledge but recognition by revulsion. The thing was not opening the gate cleanly. It was worrying the seam. Ortega stepped forward. On your knees. The man's expression changed for the first time. Not panic. Relief. Close enough, he said, and his thumb moved once against the blackened metal hanging at his chest. Daniel heard himself shout before thought caught up. Don't let him use it. Too late. The man's thumb pressed the blackened metal, and the culvert answered like a wound being worried open. The vertical dark convulsed. Ortega's torch blew out in his hand with a sharp pop. Ruiz fired once on reflex, the shot deafening in the concrete throat, but Daniel never saw whether she hit flesh because the threshold surged outward in a wash of cold so violent it felt wet. The battery lantern burst. The folding chair skidded sideways. The crate tipped, maps and bottles scattering over the ground. Ruby screamed. Not like a child, like a warning given a small human throat. The gathered dead lurched all at once. Some were pulled forward toward the gate. Others recoiled hard enough to blur. Alan lost his footing entirely and dropped to one knee in the runoff stink, one hand clawing uselessly at air that no longer seemed to obey the same rules as the rest of the channel. The black had stopped standing still. It was rotating now, not visibly, not in any way Daniel could later describe cleanly, but with the deep sick certainty of a current. A passage forced wrong. Ruiz grabbed Daniel's sleeve just as the pull hit him. Move, she snapped. He stumbled sideways into her, fighting for balance while Ortega swore in the dark and the second officer shouted, "Detective, I can't see a damn thing." The man in the work jacket smiled once more through all of it, face gone thin and ecstatic, then the artifact at his chest cracked with a sound like a tooth splitting under pressure. That changed everything. The pull broke. Not cleanly. Violently. The threshold tore sideways across the culvert mouth in a jagged swipe of dark that clipped the man first. He didn't vanish. He came apart from the chest outward, jacket and skin and sound all taken in the same impossible instant, and the scream he started never finished as the gate folded back on itself with him half claimed and half left behind. Daniel fell to one hand and saw Ruby sliding. The incline under her small bare foot had gone slick with wrongness, and for one mad second he thought the gate was taking her too. He lunged without thinking and caught her wrist. For a heartbeat he nearly lost her out of sheer shock. He had touched ghosts before in accidents of pressure, brushes of cold, the wrong edge of a room. This was different. His hand had closed, held. Ruby's wrist was small and real under his grip in a way that should not have been possible, and the cold that hit him was like plunged metal. Not ghost cold, office cold, threshold cold, the kind that belonged to judgment and distance and things that were not meant to touch living hands this way. Ruby looked up at him, wide-eyed now, child again for one terrible heartbeat. "Don't let go." "I'm not," Daniel said, though his arm felt as if it were being drawn through the socket. Ruiz dropped beside him at once, one knee hitting concrete hard. She could not see Ruby, but she saw Daniel braced against nothing with horror written plain across his face, and that was enough. She caught his shoulder with one hand and anchored him bodily. "Mercer," she said, voice low and iron hard. "Whatever you've got, you keep it." He tightened his grip until pain flared white through his wrist. The gate was collapsing now, not opening. The dark shrank inward with a sound like breath being dragged through broken stone, taking cold, light, and wrongness with it. Then it was gone. The culvert was only concrete again. Daniel stayed on one knee, shaking, his hand still locked around Ruby's wrist long after the pull had ended. Beside the overturned crate, half a blackened artifact lay smoking on the ground. Of the man who had worn it, enough remained to turn the channel into a crime scene no one present would forget. 70. The Real Sin. By the time Ruiz got the scene locked down enough to hand it upward, the culvert had become two different places at once. For her people it was a crime scene, ugly and impossible but still answerable in the language of evidence bags, perimeter tape, photographs, and one half-destroyed body nobody present would ever describe comfortably in a report. For Daniel it was still the place where the air had gone cold enough to feel judicial and Ruby's wrist had sat impossibly real in his hand. He stood a little way up the slope with dried grit on one knee and a tremor still running through his forearm when Ruiz came over, took one look at his face, and said, "Now you talk." Daniel looked past her at the culvert mouth. Ortega and the second officer were working around the smoking half of the artifact with the delicate hostility men used around bombs and dead animals. The chair, the crate, the children's things, the maps, all of it still sat under floodlights and torch spill, no less obscene for being bagged properly. "I don't know enough yet to make this sound sane." Ruiz folded her arms. "That stopped being my standard about 20 minutes ago." He let out one dry breath and dragged a hand over his mouth. "Fine. Best version I've got." He nodded toward the broken artifact. That thing wasn't his in any rightful sense. He had some old dead handling knowledge, or an object tied to passage, and he learned how to force the seam wrong. Not open it properly. Just worry it open. He swallowed once. And he wanted me there because whatever I am, the threshold sits closer to me than it ever did to him. Ruiz watched him without blinking. Closer how? Daniel hated how weak the answer sounded before he gave it. Like I'm built for the door and he wasn't. He looked toward the culvert again, remembering the man's face when he'd said key, the ugly relief in it when Daniel finally arrived. He thought my presence would make it hold. Ruiz's jaw shifted, and instead he touched something sacred with burglary tools. That landed. Daniel saw it in the way her expression hardened, not against him this time, but against the shape of what had happened. She looked back toward the culvert mouth where the evidence team was now circling the children's objects with fresh, careful rage. And the gate, she said. That opens for you. Daniel didn't answer quickly enough. Ruiz took one step closer. Daniel. He looked at her then, at the detective who had seen too much tonight to go back to ordinary suspicion, and heard the truth gather itself in his own silence before he spoke it. Not just for me, he said quietly. For them. That's the part I've been avoiding. Ruiz's eyes narrowed. For your ghosts. He nodded once. And for the first time since the culvert tore open, Daniel felt the real horror begin to move. Not the gate. Not the artifact. The simpler thing. The smaller, meaner truth waiting behind all of it. He had known there was a door. He had just preferred to keep useful people standing in front of it. Ruiz did not let him drift off into private horror. She took one look at his face, at the way he kept flexing his right hand like it had come back from somewhere without the rest of him, and said, "What happened on the slope?" Daniel looked down at his own fingers. Concrete grit sat in the creases of his knuckles. His skin was reddened at the palm where the cold had gone through him, though whether that redness was real or only the body's attempt to explain the impossible, he couldn't have said. "I caught her," he said. Ruiz's expression didn't change. "Ruby." "Yes. You've touched ghosts before." He almost said no on reflex. Then honesty, or exhaustion, got there first. "Not like that." He opened and closed his hand once more, slower this time. Brushes. Pressure. The wrong edge of a room. Enough to feel cold sometimes, or resistance, or somebody too near when nobody living is there. He swallowed and looked back toward the culvert mouth where officers were still moving through light and shadow around evidence that should not have existed. This wasn't that. My hand closed. It held. Ruiz followed his gaze and then brought it back to him, hard and exact. Held what? Daniel let out one dry breath. Her wrist. Small. Solid. Real enough that I nearly lost her because I was too shocked to keep hold. He rubbed his thumb over his palm as if some trace of it might still sit there in the skin. It wasn't ghost cold. It was threshold cold. Office cold. Like the gate had made contact possible and my body had no idea what to do with it. That bought him a beat of silence from her, which was rarer than sympathy and, in its way, more unnerving. She looked from his face to his hand and back again. And she spoke to you. He nodded once. What did she say? Daniel's mouth tightened. Don't let go. Ruiz absorbed that without visible reaction, though something in her eyes shifted, not softer, not kinder, just more committed to the fact that tonight had crossed too many lines to be walked back. And you didn't. No. He expected that answer to feel better than it did. Instead it only opened the next part. Ruby had not been Mr. Memory or a child-shaped accusation in a kitchen doorway then. At the gate she had become graspable, and that made every delay he had ever justified feel filthier. He looked past Ruiz again, not at the cops this time, not at the smoking artifact, but at the place on the slope where Ruby had stood with one pink shoe and one bare foot and waited for adults to catch up. I kept thinking I was only holding them wrong, he said quietly. Useful too long. Close too long. Delayed. He looked at his hand once more. But if I can take hold of them there, then this was never abstract, was it? Ruiz didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice stayed level. No, she said, I don't think it was. Ruiz looked back toward the culvert, then at Daniel again, and whatever patience she had left tonight hardened into something more exact. All right, she said. Say it plainly. What have you been doing with them? Daniel didn't answer at once. Below them, the evidence team kept moving around the ruined workspace with the clipped, furious care of people who understood enough to hate what they were bagging and not enough to believe it had ever been possible. The children's things were gone from open sight now, sealed away into process. Somehow that made it worse. It made the horror look organized. He kept staring at the slope because if he looked at Ruiz too directly he would hear the truth in his own mouth before he was ready to say it. I hear them, he said at last. I question them. I work out what they know, what they want, what they'll give me if I help them. He rubbed his thumb over the same place on his palm again, as if Ruby's wrist had left an imprint deeper than skin. Sometimes I put them to work first. Ruiz's face didn't move. Put them to work. Finding things, watching people, reading rooms, small jobs at first. He laughed once, dry and ashamed. Then larger ones, once I understood what the city looked like from their side. And you tell yourself it's temporary. Daniel looked at her then. Sometimes it is. Sometimes, Ruiz repeated, and the rest of the time. He could have lied there. Tightened the story. Made himself sound uglier in simple ways and therefore less dangerous in the complicated ones. But the gate had opened, Ruby had become real in his hand, and some last useful fiction had gone out with the lantern. The rest of the time I keep them, he said. Because they're useful. Because they're company. Because some of them get quieter if they have something to do. Because some of them get better at being dead if they stop circling the same wound. His mouth tightened. And because sending them on means losing them. That sat between them cleanly. Ruiz folded her arms more tightly. You've built yourself a holding pen. Daniel flinched as if she'd struck him. No. Her gaze didn't shift. Then say what the difference is. He looked back toward the culvert mouth, toward the place where strangers had stepped through without fear, and for the first time the answer came to him sounding small instead of clever. The difference, he said quietly, is that I told myself I was helping some of them before I opened the way. Ruiz let that breathe for one beat, then another. And were you? Daniel thought of Wade getting sharper with purpose, of Leon's practical focus, of Nikki recovering herself enough to smile like a blade again, of Alan fraying every time he got postponed, of Ruby carrying a breakfast bowl she could never use. The answer was filthier than yes or no, sometimes, he said. That's what makes it dangerous. Ruiz studied him for a long second, then glanced toward the dead gate's vanished sight and back again. No, she said, what makes it dangerous is that you've started calling custody mercy. Ruiz's words sat in him like something sharp and lodged. Daniel looked away from her and down the slope where the culvert work lights flattened everything into procedure, as if enough numbered markers and careful hands could turn the night back into a problem the living already knew how to solve. The gate was gone. The artifact was broken. The man who had forced the seam wrong was reduced to evidence and silence. None of that touched the worst part. The worst part was smaller and meaner. It lived in habit, in systems, in the way he had arranged souls around himself and called it management because management sounded cleaner than hunger. Ruiz watched him long enough to know he'd reached the real place. How much money, she asked, have you made out of keeping them? Daniel gave a low, broken laugh. That's not a question you ask like it's bookkeeping. It is if you've been turning the dead into overhead. He flinched, annoyed at himself for doing it. I didn't start there. No, Ruiz said. Nobody ever does. He looked at his hand, then closed it slowly into a fist. Wade's poker room. Leon's storage unit. Nikki's secrets. Alan's wash. The way the house had felt less empty when somebody dead was always in the next room. The way Ruby had filled absences he could not bear to name. The way money had started to come with the work, and usefulness, and relief. I told myself, he said quietly, that not all of them can go through. Ruiz didn't interrupt. Some are stuck, he went on. Some don't understand they're dead. Some are tied to what was done to them, or what they did, or what got left unfinished. Some need a witness. Some need truth. Some need help before the gate is any kind of mercy. He swallowed once. That part is real. Ruiz held his eyes. I believe that. Daniel let out a thin breath. For 1 second he almost felt defended by the truth of it. Then he saw from her face that the truth wasn't going to save him. "I helped some of them," he said. "I know I did." "Yes," Ruiz said. "And that still isn't the sin." He frowned despite himself. "Then what is?" Her answer came without heat, which made it worse. "That you used the ones who really did need help to excuse the ones you wanted to keep." That landed cleanly because it separated the wound from the rot. Daniel looked back toward the vanished site of the gate and felt the whole shape of it lock into place at last. He had not invented delay. He had not made every soul's road simple and then blocked it out of spite. Some of them really were tangled. Some of them really did need handling before passage. But inside that real duty, he had built something filthy and personal. He had found a true threshold and turned it into a compromised economy of comfort, labor, company, and profit. 71. Grain of sand. Daniel didn't remember getting back to the motel in any sequence that deserved the name. He remembered red lights blurring on wet-looking asphalt, though the roads were dry. He remembered the ache in his right hand where Ruby's wrist had been, as if the cold had nested in the joints and meant to stay. He remembered unlocking room 12 and finding Wade in the chair, Nikki at the curtain, Alan by the bathroom door, all of them dimmer than the things still moving through his head. At some point he sat on the bed. At some point he lay down without undressing. At some point the ceiling let go of him. When he opened his eyes, he was standing barefoot on black stone in a hall too large for human pride to have built comfortably. Nothing in it strained for spectacle. That was what unsettled him first. No fire. No shrieking dead. No theatrical river of blood. Just scale so complete it made the body feel like a clerical error. Pillars rose in long ordered ranks and vanished upward into shadow without flourish. Between them moved lines of figures, some solitary, some guided, all proceeding with the terrible calm of a process that had not begun tonight and would not end because he had arrived frightened. At the far end stood doors taller than buildings. One was open by no more than a hand's width. Through that narrow seam came the same cold Daniel had felt at the culvert, only here it was clean, not torn wrong, not forced. Proper. That chilled him worse than horror would have. Off to one side sat a desk. Not a throne. Not an altar. A desk of dark stone wide enough to bury a family beneath its ledgers. Behind it sat a figure in white linen with the head of a jackal bent over a page so broad it looked quarried rather than made. The pen in its hand moved steadily. Souls came before it, paused, answered whatever was asked in voices too soft for Daniel to hear, and were directed onward with gestures so economical they might have belonged to a night clerk processing luggage. Daniel stood very still because insult hit him before fear did. This was not revelation. It was administration. The jackal-headed scribe did not look up immediately. It finished a line, turned a page, and spoke in a voice that sounded neither male nor female, neither loud nor soft, only final enough that the whole hall seemed built to carry it. "You are early," it said. Daniel's mouth had gone dry. "Am I dead?" "No." The pen moved again. "Then why am I here?" At that, the scribe lifted its head. Its eyes were dark and depthless, not cruel, not kind, not especially interested. Daniel felt Wade in that glance and found embarrassingly small. When it answered, the words entered him like a ruling already filed. "Because you mistake the use of the threshold for ownership of it." Daniel stood barefoot on the black stone and felt insult settle deeper than fear. The jackal-headed scribe had already lowered its gaze to the ledger again, as if the correction had been made and the matter ought to be closed. Around them the lines of souls continued moving in ordered silence. Some paused at the desk and answered unseen questions. Some were turned toward one passage, some another. None of it had the theatrical cruelty Daniel would have expected from a divine hall. It had something worse. Indifference refined into function. He took one step forward before he could decide whether boldness here counted as courage or idiocy. "I didn't claim ownership." The pen kept moving. "I used what was there," he said. "That's not the same thing." At that, the scribe stopped writing and looked up again. Daniel felt the full attention of the hall gather for one ugly second, not because anything visible had changed, but because the air itself seemed to admit that he had spoken wrongly in an official place. "You questioned the dead," the scribe said. You held them back. You delayed them. You opened when it pleased you. You withheld when it pleased you more. You built comfort inside assigned function and called it necessity. Daniel's mouth tightened. Some of them needed help. Yes. The answer came so easily it struck harder than accusation would have. He frowned. Then what's this for? A scolding? No. The scribe turned one page of the ledger with measured care. Daniel saw lines there, not words exactly, but ordered marks too dense and exact to be decorative. You mistake reprimand for surprise, it said. The office is not surprised by you. That chilled him more than the hall had. So you know what I am. The dark eyes held him without warmth. A frightened gatekeeper with appetite. A useful servant with poor boundaries. A man who hears grief and immediately asks what else it knows. The pen touched the page again. You are neither singular nor alarming. Daniel stared. That ought to have offended him more than it did. Instead it made him feel embarrassingly small, as if he had dragged all his terror, compromise, and dirty little systems before eternity and discovered he did not even qualify as unusual. That's all. That's enough. He looked past the desk toward the vast seam of cold at the far doors and heard his own voice come out thinner than he wanted. I thought this would feel more personal. The jackal-headed scribe made no sign of amusement, but the next line carried something close enough to contempt to count. That, it said, is because you remain alive enough to center yourself in a system that does not require the effort. The words should have humiliated him into silence. Instead they pulled something rawer to the surface. Daniel looked past the desk, past the patient lines of souls moving through the hall, and felt anger arrive in him like a reflex that had survived fear. Then why let me do it at all, he asked. If I'm so small, if I'm so ordinary, if I'm just another frightened bastard with poor boundaries, why give me the threshold in the first place? The scribe did not answer immediately. It finished the line it was writing, sanded the page with a precise motion of the wrist, and only then looked up. That delay did more damage than interruption would have. It made clear that Daniel's outrage did not alter sequence here. You continue to mistake assignment for reward. He felt that land and hated how much it explained. So this isn't punishment. Not in the form you mean. Daniel took another step forward before he could stop himself. The black stone under his bare feet held no warmth. Then tell me what it is. The scribe lifted one hand from the ledger and gestured, not grandly, just enough to include the hall. The lines of souls, the pillars, the distant seam of lawful cold at the far doors. To Daniel's surprise, the floor beneath him shifted. Not violently, smoothly, like the hall had decided to make an example easier to view. His perspective rose a fraction and widened. What he saw was not revelation in any comforting sense. It was scale, passage after passage beyond the ones nearest him. Other desks, other queues, other doors, some halls brighter, some dimmer, some crowded, some nearly empty. Not chaos, not moral drama, administration so vast it reduced every private agony to handled traffic. Daniel's breath caught despite himself. How many are there? As many as exist. The answer should have been useless. Here it felt exact. He watched a soul arrive weeping and leave steady. Another arrived defiant and was taken elsewhere without argument. Another seemed half broken already and still moved onward because the line did not stop for performance. He thought of Wade, Alan, Nikki, Leon, Ruby. Of all the ways he had measured them by usefulness, readiness, affection, inconvenience. Measured them like a man with local authority and private reasons. Against this, his little systems looked grubby enough to make him ill. I thought, he said slowly, that if I could help some of them cross cleaner, it mattered. The scribe's eyes held him without softness. It may. Daniel looked back at the hall. That sounds like permission. No, the scribe said. It is proportion. It lowered its gaze to the ledger once more. You are not the verdict. You are a gatekeeper. What lies beyond the threshold remains ours whether souls arrive improved, delayed, damaged, or ashamed. Jurisdiction does not tremble because you have made a mess at the doorstep. Daniel stood in that answer for a long second and felt something inside him reduce against its will. Not dignity, not fear, scale. He looked again at the widening halls, the other desks, the other doors, and understood that what had terrified him as singular might not even deserve novelty here. Souls kept moving. Ledgers kept turning. No one stopped because Daniel Mercer had finally realized he'd made a dirty little business near a sacred threshold. He swallowed once. Then why keep me at all? This curse ruined my life. The scribe did not look up immediately. The pen moved. Another line was entered. Another soul passed through the desk's attention and went on without Daniel hearing the question asked or the answer given. Only when that motion was complete did the jackal-headed figure lift its gaze again. Because you remain in service. That should have sounded grander than it did. Instead it landed like payroll. Daniel gave a short, unbelieving laugh. That's it. That is sufficient. He stared at the desk, the ledger, the patient administration of the dead, and felt the last residue of vanity begin to sour properly. No blessing, he said. No selection. No special purpose. The dark eyes held him without cruelty. You continue to seek flattery. He flinched at that because it was too close to the truth. Even in terror, even in collapse, some part of him had still wanted the haunting to mean he was exceptional rather than merely claimed. So what am I, then? The answer came cleanly enough to feel pre-written. A gatekeeper in service to our Lord Anubis. A living servant with temporary threshold access. A man permitted to hear, hold, question, delay, and open the gate within the limits of his assignment. The pen touched the ledger once. Not cherished. Not central. Not finished. The hall seemed colder after that, though perhaps it was only him. Daniel looked toward the narrow lawful seam at the far doors and thought of bullets, knives, wrecked cars, the thousand ordinary ways a body could fail. A worse thought followed it. And if I decide I'm done? You may decide many things. It doesn't mean you have the authority for them. That isn't an answer. It's the one you've earned. He understood then, not all at once, but enough. Death was not his to choose cleanly if the office still had use for him. He was not protected because he mattered more. He was retained because his file remained open. The realization moved through him with the slow horror of something administrative and absolute. He had been doing his own small, filthy version of that to the dead. Keeping them because they were useful, because he wasn't ready, because release was inconvenient. His mouth had gone dry. And when am I released? For the first time, the scribe's gaze seemed to deepen rather than sharpen. When our Lord Anubis decides. Daniel woke in the motel bed with his hand clenched hard enough to hurt and the taste of cold stone still sitting at the back of his throat. 72. Threshold Man. By the time the motel coffee machine gave up its first bitter sputter, Daniel was already dressed and standing at the sink with cold water running over the hand that had held Ruby. The skin looked ordinary again, which offended him. After the night he'd had, after the hall, the desk, the ledger, the doors, he wanted some visible mark to justify how wrong he felt. Instead there was only the same cheap mirror, the same gray morning light through the curtain, and his own face looking back at him as if nothing had happened except one more bad sleep. Wade occupied the chair by the window with his boots crossed and his hat low. Nikki leaned against the dresser in the patient posture of a woman who understood rooms before speaking in them. Leon stood by the door like somebody had assigned him security and he had accepted the post out of habit. Alan was closest to the sink, damp and silent and impossible to ignore. Daniel looked at them all and felt the shift happen with humiliating clarity. Not crew, not clients, not curses, staff, witnesses, obligations, pressure. A threshold life arranged around him whether he liked the furniture or not. Wade watched him shut off the tap. You've got the look, he said. Daniel dried his hand on one of the motel towels and glanced at him. That reassuring phrase again. The one that says you finally understand what room you're in. Nikki's mouth moved faintly. He does look less lost. That isn't the same as safer, Leon said. Alan said nothing. He only stood there with the same soaked patience he had worn since the wash, and that was worse than interruption. Daniel looked at him, then at the others, then back at himself in the mirror. For weeks he had been playing at categories because categories let him keep moving. Drunk, haunted, useful, broke, busy. None of them covered it anymore. The dream, if that was what it had been, had taken the vanity out of the question. There was an office. There was a threshold. There was a system that did not require his comfort, belief, or uniqueness to continue functioning. I know what I am now, he said. Wade tipped his head. That usually precedes trouble. It already did. Daniel turned from the mirror and faced the room properly. I'm not just some drunk who can hear dead people. I'm not even just a grifter with a useful defect. He looked from Wade to Nikki to Leon and finally to Alan. I'm a fixer, an investigator, a gatekeeper, and a compromised bastard under claim. Apparently all at once. Alan's ruined face tightened. And the girl. Daniel met his eyes without flinching. Yes, he said. And the girl. Nikki folded her arms. That's not a beautiful title. No, Daniel said. But it's the right one. Wade was the first to break the silence after Daniel said it. He leaned back in the chair and gave a low whistle that sounded almost respectful. Well, he said, that's a cleaner disaster than usual. Nikki's eyes stayed on Daniel's face, not smiling now. And what does your new title change, exactly? Daniel looked at her, then at Leon, then at Alan by the sink. The question was fair, which made it less comfortable. It changes the lie, he said. I don't get to call this random anymore. I don't get to act like I'm improvising around a defect. There's a threshold. There's work. There's claim. That means all of you stop being convenient exceptions. Alan took that first, because of course he did. His soaked shirt clung to him in the same way it always had, but something in his face sharpened, hope and fear mixed badly together. Then the children. Yes, Daniel said. The children. The ones still in the wash. The ones hurt. The ones who don't know. He held Alan's eyes. That is not getting postponed because I found a better paying problem. Wade's mouth twitched. There goes the room's optimism. Leon ignored him. And the living. Daniel didn't get to answer. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. He crossed the room and looked down at the screen. Ruiz. He answered on the second ring. Morning. Ruiz didn't bother with one. Search teams are back in the wash. Daniel went still. How many? Enough to make this real, she said. Her voice had that clipped steadiness it got when anger had already been processed into movement. 3 more recoveries since first light. 2 probable IDs moving to family notification. 1 child still partial. And before you ask, yes, the city suddenly cares now that there are enough bodies for daylight to notice. Alan had drifted closer without Daniel hearing him move. Daniel turned slightly away from the others and looked at the stained motel curtain as if it could make the conversation smaller. You calling to tell me they're finally doing their jobs? I'm calling, Ruiz said, because your name is now attached to the beginning of this whether I like it or not. Which means you have enemies on one side, obligations on the other, and I need to know if you're going to be useful or theatrical. Daniel looked back at the room. Wade, Nikki, Leon, Alan. Dead on one side, living on the other. No gap left worth pretending over. Useful, he said. Ruiz let one beat pass. Good. Then stay reachable. The line went dead. Daniel lowered the phone slowly and looked at the ghosts waiting in the motel room. There, he said quietly. That's the answer. None of you are temporary, and neither is the trouble. The room stayed quiet for half a second after Daniel said it, as if even the dead needed time to decide whether he meant it or had only found a better tone for lying. Then Wade stood up from the chair and rolled one shoulder like a man settling back into a fight he understood. All right, he said. If we're done pretending this is freelance lunacy, what are the terms? Daniel looked at him and almost laughed. Of course Wade's first instinct was not theology, grief, or awe. It was structure. That helped more than it should have. The terms, he said, are that I'm not running a floating ghost union out of motel rooms for whoever amuses me most that day. Nikki's mouth moved faintly. That sounds disappointingly close to a no. It's close to a rule, Daniel said. Different species. He looked around the room, taking them in properly. Wade with his restless predatory intelligence, Nikki with her cool poise and sharp social reading, Leon with that practical criminal patience, Alan with the wash still clinging to him like accusation made visible. I'm still going to use what you know. I'm still going to make deals. I'm still going to ask questions, chase leads, and put pressure where pressure belongs. I'm not turning into a saint because I had one cold dream and got shouted at by upper management. Wade's grin widened. There he is. Leon folded his thick arms. So what changes? Daniel leaned against the sink and thought about the desk, the ledger, the lawful seam in the far doors, and the humiliating fact that even now some part of him wanted to sound cleaner than he was. 2 things, he said. First, I stop lying to myself about what this is. You're not decorations, tricks, or convenient symptoms. You're work, witnesses, leverage, and sometimes people who need handling before passage as mercy. He looked at Alan. Second, I stop postponing the ugly things just because they don't pay well. Alan's ruined face tightened. You mean the wash? Yes, Daniel said. The wash. The children. The ones still there. Nikki straightened from the dresser. And us. Daniel met her eyes. And you. But don't mishear me. This isn't absolution. I'm not promising comfort, fairness, or elegance. I'm promising that from this point on, when I keep one of you, I'll know exactly what I'm doing, and when I open the way, I won't dress it up as kindness if it's really just time. Wade studied him for one long second, then tipped his head in something close to approval. Ugly, he said, but honest. Daniel looked at the room full of dead attention and felt, for the first time, not cleaner, but steadier. That, he said, is about the best I'm offering. No one argued with him after that. That was almost worse than mockery would have been. Wade sat back down, not relaxed, exactly, but arranged. Nikki looked out through the cheap motel curtain as if checking whether the city had changed shape while they talked. Leon remained by the door, broad and patient and practical even in death. Alan stood nearest, the wash still clinging to him in the set of his shoulders, in the damp dark of his shirt, in the stubbornness with which he refused to become background. Daniel crossed to the window and pulled the curtain back properly. Morning had flattened the parking lot into dull light and oil stains. A maid's cart stood outside 2 doors down. A couple argued quietly by a sedan with one suitcase already in the trunk. Somewhere beyond the motel, beyond the service roads and drainage cuts and all the ordinary dirt of the city, search teams were back in the wash pulling children out of earth that should never have held them. The sight through the glass was painfully normal. That, too, felt like a lesson. Alan spoke first. When they're found. Daniel turned. When they're found, when they're heard, when they're ready, I open the way. He held Alan's eyes. That's the work, not keeping them because it's easier for me. Wade studied him from the chair. And us. Daniel gave a tired breath through his nose. Same answer, less sentiment. That is sentiment, Nikki said without turning from the window. Just in ugly shoes. He almost smiled at that. Almost. Then Leon asked the question that mattered. And when it's you? The room went still around it. Daniel looked from one dead face to the next and felt the truth settle without drama. No revelation thunder. No special music. Just the administrative weight of something already entered in the ledger. Then I go through like everyone else, he said. Only later than I'd like, and probably under protest. Wade's mouth twitched. Comforting. It isn't meant to be. He let the curtain fall and picked up his jacket from the chair. The room, the ghosts, the city outside, none of it had become kinder because he understood it better. But it had become legible, and that was its own kind of trap. He was not a madman wandering through random affliction. He was not master of the dead, not the verdict, not the owner of anything except his compromises. He was a man stationed at a threshold with dirty hands, living debt, dead witnesses, and an office that would keep him until release was earned rather than wished for. Alan watched him put on the jacket. Where now? Daniel opened the door. Back to work, he said. And this time, I know whose it is. 73, the waiting ones. By the time Daniel got back to the wash, the morning had fully committed to daylight, which somehow made the place uglier. Night had at least left room for fear to do some of the work. Day showed everything plainly. The concrete channel ran pale and merciless under the sun, its sloped walls marked by old runoff stains and fresh boot prints. Police tape had gone up in sections. Search crews were moving in fluorescent vests along the service road and down the embankment with rakes, poles, evidence flags, and the grim economy of people who had already found enough to know they would find more. Ruiz stood near the broken fence line with a paper cup in one hand and fury set so neatly into her posture it looked like posture rather than feeling. She saw him coming and did not wave. "You look worse," she said. Daniel stopped beside her and looked down into the channel. Alan was already there, halfway along the slope, pointing with both hands toward a darker patch of debris caught behind a cluster of rock. Beyond him, 3 smaller figures lingered at different distances in the wash, none of them as distinct as Ruby, all of them unmistakably child-sized now that Daniel had stopped allowing himself the luxury of vagueness. That's become a popular review. Ruiz handed him the coffee without asking whether he wanted it. "Drink that and be useful." He took it. The coffee was bitter enough to qualify as punishment. "You know," he said, "you could put 'good morning' in there somewhere." "I could," Ruiz said. "Or I could spend the syllables on the dead children." She nodded toward the channel. "You said useful. Start." Daniel looked down at Alan, then farther out toward the others. The day had sharpened them. One sat with knees drawn up beside a snag of trash and rock, head bent as if waiting for class to start. Another stood knee-deep in nothing, staring at a place the living hadn't reached yet. He felt the old reflex to compartmentalize rise, then fail. "There," he said quietly, pointing to Alan's spot first. "That one's real. And farther left, near the rebar tangle. There's another place they're clustering around." Ruiz did not look at his hand. She looked at his face. "Are you guessing?" "No." That was enough for her. She turned and raised her voice. "Mark both spots. Careful on the lower slope. I want soil and rock screened." 2 search techs moved at once. One started down with measured steps. The other jogged toward the flagged kit bags. Ruiz watched them go, then looked back at Daniel. "How many?" He scanned the channel again and felt the answer settle in him with the same cold certainty as the threshold had. "More than they've found," he said. "Less than are waiting." Ruiz's mouth tightened. "That's not comforting." "No," Daniel said. "It's accurate." Below them, Alan lifted one hand without turning around, as if to say finally, and somewhere farther along the wash a smaller figure raised its head and looked straight at Daniel for the first time. The first shout came from halfway down the slope, sharp enough to cut through the scrape of rakes and the clipped rhythm of procedure. One of the search techs had dropped to a crouch near the rock cluster Alan had been pointing at since Daniel arrived. Another was already moving toward him with an evidence marker and gloves half tugged on. Ruiz didn't waste a second. She was down the embankment before the rest of her team had fully reacted, boots sliding once on the pale concrete before finding grip. Daniel followed more carefully, coffee abandoned on the fence post behind him. Alan did not move. He stood over the spot with both hands lowered now, no longer pointing, as if the work had shifted from finding to witnessing. Up close the wash smelled of hot dust, old runoff, and the faint sour rot of things left too long without names. The tech on his knees looked up once at Ruiz and said, "Bone. Juvenile, I think." Ruiz's face hardened into the kind of stillness that meant rage had been locked down for later use. "Photograph before contact," she said. "Slow and clean. I want every stone logged before anything comes out." Another voice carried from farther left near the rebar tangle Daniel had flagged. "Possible textile here. Small size." Ruiz looked back at Daniel then, one fast, unreadable glance that did not thank him and did not need to. It only acknowledged that the impossible had become operational. "Stay where I can see you," she said. "That sounds personal," Daniel muttered. "It is." Below them, the first recovery point widened by inches. A gloved hand lifted flood stone one piece at a time. Mud-dark fabric appeared, then smaller shapes under it. One of the techs swore under his breath and immediately apologized to nobody in particular. Ruiz didn't correct him. Daniel understood why the moment he saw the tiny rib cage emerge from under the wash-packed debris. Not a theory now. Not a pattern. A child. Alan shut his eyes. Daniel looked away from the remains and at Alan instead. "Is it her?" Alan opened his eyes again and nodded once. "One of them." That landed with its own sick weight. One of them. Not the end. Not yet. Ruiz was kneeling now beside the recovery point, voice low and exact as she directed the text through the next steps. Bag the stone separately. Get me the photographer down here. And I want the channel extended another 10 feet in both directions. She stood again and faced Daniel across the sloped concrete. You said more, she said. You'd better stay accurate. Daniel looked down the wash. The smaller figures were still there, waiting where the living had not yet reached. He felt the answer settle coldly into him. I intend to, he said. Accuracy became a rhythm after that. Daniel stopped trying to dress it up as intuition and simply pointed when the dead tightened around a place. Ruiz stopped asking whether he was guessing. She only took the location, translated it into procedure, and drove her people harder. By late morning the wash had turned into a long ugly chain of flags, photographs, kneeling technicians, sealed bags, and the kind of silence working crews learned when horror had to be handled carefully enough to make it count in court. A second child came out near the rebar tangle. Then a third, smaller and worse preserved, caught under runoff packed stone farther along the bend. Ruiz did not speak over any of it unless she had to. When she did, her voice stayed low and exact. Log every layer. Keep the clothing separate. No shortcuts. If this bastard left pattern, I want it intact. Daniel moved with her along the slope in careful stages, Alan always somewhere ahead or beside him, never pointing wildly now, only stopping where the waiting ones gathered thickest. That was the part Daniel could no longer unsee. They were not random presences anymore. They were attendants. A little cluster here. One child alone there. Another farther out, half turned toward a place the living had not yet reached. Every recovery thinned the air by a fraction. Every small body lifted free made one part of the wash less crowded. Ruiz looked at him after the third recovery and said, how many left? Daniel scanned the channel again. 3 smaller figures had become 2. Then, as one tech called for another evidence bag, 2 became 1. His throat tightened unexpectedly. One child, he said. And, he stopped. Ruiz's eyes narrowed. And what? Alan had moved. For the first time that day he was no longer standing over one of the children's places. He had gone farther up toward the north side service road, toward the broken chain link and the drain culvert beyond it. He stood there with his hands at his sides and looked back at Daniel with no urgency left in him at all. Daniel felt the answer arrive before he wanted it. And one adult. Ruiz followed his line of sight to the fence break, saw only concrete, wire, and shadow, then looked back at his face. The drowned one. He nodded once. His body. Yes. Ruiz took a slow breath and keyed her shoulder mic. I want another team on the north side by the broken fence. Drain culvert, flood stone, rebar pockets. Careful search. As her people moved, Daniel stepped closer to Alan and spoke under his breath. That's all of them, isn't it? Alan looked past him once, down the wash where the children had waited, then back again. He nodded. And for the first time since Daniel had known him, Alan looked ready. The shout from the north side team came almost an hour later, hoarse with the strain of people who had found too much already and still had to keep going. Ruiz turned toward the broken chain link before the second call finished and was moving at once, boots grinding through loose dirt at the service edge. Daniel followed more slowly, not because he was calmer, but because Alan had stopped where he was and did not need to point anymore. The culvert marked 18B sat half hidden under rebar, flood stone, and the stubborn debris of too many runoff seasons. One of the techs was kneeling in the shadowed mouth with a flashlight and both gloved hands buried in rock and muck. Another had already laid out evidence markers. Ruiz crouched beside them, said something low Daniel didn't catch, and then looked back over her shoulder at him with a face stripped of everything but work. It's him, Daniel said. Ruiz held his gaze for one beat. Then stay where you are and don't romanticize this. He almost answered, then didn't. Alan was standing beside the culvert with water-dark clothes hanging straight and his ruined face turned not toward the remains, but toward the wash below, where the smaller figures had begun to gather. One by one they left the places where they had waited and came closer. Not running. Not frightened. Just no longer lost. Daniel stepped nearer to Alan and kept his voice low. That's all of them, isn't it? Alan looked down the channel once, toward the flags, the bags, the kneeling living, and the emptying places in the dirt. Then he looked back and nodded. You're sure? I'm sure, Alan said. His voice was clearer than Daniel had ever heard it. No drag of water in it now. No mud. Just weariness and something almost like relief. A pressure moved through the wash then, not violent, not wrong, just the lawful cold Daniel now knew by its nature. Ruiz straightened sharply from the culvert and looked around. Mercer, she said, what's happening? Daniel kept his eyes on the waiting ones. Among them stood Ruby, one pink shoe bright against the pale concrete. She met his gaze and gave the smallest shake of her head. Not yet. He understood. They're leaving, he said. Ruiz did not say she saw nothing. That was answer enough. The threshold opened without spectacle, a narrow dark standing where the channel bent and the light should have continued. The children went first, quiet and steady. Alan stayed until the last of them had crossed. Then he looked at Daniel one final time. Thank you, Alan said. Daniel held his eyes. Go, Alan, he said. And good luck with what comes next. Alan nodded once and passed through. When the dark closed, the wash felt larger and emptier and, for the first time, no longer full of waiting. End of Case 1.